The story begins late at night, where a beautiful girl was sitting under the moonlight by the window. With a lamp beside her and trash around her, diligently writing something on a sheet of paper. With a beautiful pen and ink, she carefully and slowly wrote the symbols on the paper, making everything perfect. Having finished her work, the girl took the pen from her hand and took her sheet of paper, beginning to reread under the moonlight what she had written there all along. Blushing slightly, for some reason the thought came to her that Riggs would suddenly reject her. Holding a piece of paper in her hands, placing it on the table, leaning on her hands, the girl mentally communicated to herself that the more she thought about it, the more she would start to doubt, thinking she might be a burden to everyone, but she did not consider this a reason to sell her. A few days ago, while walking around the building, she couldn't sleep at all. Walking down the street, the girl heard some murmurs not far away, so she wondered who else would be on the street at such a late hour. Looking in the direction where the people were communicating, she recognized Father Mateo in one of them, and a hooded someone who, handing him the bag, told his father that this was the promised payment. Mateo took the bag as the girl wondered, asking if it was a whole bag of gold, calculating that it would even be enough to buy a house. The priest asked the boy if Isabel was really so valuable, because why would they need a street girl who lived at the temple's expense? To which he quickly replied that she was worth it. The girl couldn't believe they were talking about her, calling her by name. When the hooded man added that Duke Cardiego was interested in her, which caused her a strong shock. Holding her breath with her hands, trembling all over, she kept listening that they planned to take her the day after tomorrow. While the sisters were not in the temple, but until then she had to be careful and not draw attention to herself. Father Mateo himself added that the girl was truly prominent, silver hair, blue eyes, good appearance. Sister Maria got involved in her upbringing, especially noting that she was still a virgin. Recalling this with tears in her eyes, Isabel knew that priest hated her, that she was not a saint, but she did not consider that a reason to sell her, although she herself did not like staying here. Duke Cardiego was an eccentric tyrant who always hides behind a mask. Many say he is impotent, which makes him go crazy and kill his lovers to keep his illness a secret. The girl was not going to become his victim, nervously recalling that Father Mateo had already taken the money. But if she ran away, her sister would probably be angry. However, she hoped he would understand that her life was more important than her escape. Still looking at her letter, Isabel thought no matter how much she tried, she saw no other way out. Taking the paper with more determination, she firmly decided that she needed to make the Duke lose interest in her. And this was one of the best ways. During the day, pacing back and forth, the girl couldn't find a place, always thinking about finding someone so that he wouldn't refuse. Then suddenly, a male voice asked her again what she was doing. So she turned around and shouted at Riggs, looking in the boy's direction. The boy, squinting slightly, looked at her with some misunderstanding because of her unexpected shout. The girl looked at her friend with admiration, as if mentally not believing he had come, because only by his side could she feel safer than ever. She believed that Riggs was 100 times better than any fickle man, while he looked back in astonishment, wanting to understand what was happening. Isabel, beaming with happiness, silently closed her eyes at pleasant thoughts. In the company of her best childhood friend, the boy quickly saw through her, asking if she really wanted to ask for something, which surprised her a little that it was so obvious on her. Sitting in the shade, she told Riggs everything, summarizing what she had learned, leaning slightly. The guy, horrified and angry, asked if Cardiego had really decided to buy her, while she answered confidently that he had not. Despite her friend, Isabel clarified that one of his people did this, because it seems they secretly look for girls for the Duke, which only annoyed her more. Rick only asked her directly if she knew that person, calling him an idiot. Fueled more by anger after hearing a negative answer, Isabel said that Father Mateo agreed to hand her over and took the money, realizing that if Sister Maria were here, she would not have allowed this to happen. Having gathered strength, she exhaled and said that because of this, taking his hands, she invites him to marry, leaving the boy astonished by such determination. Before he had time to ask anything, the girl's cutest puppy eyes immediately appeared in front of him, asking him to quickly decide in her direction. Immediately, to avoid questions, the girl explained that the Duke probably only wanted virgins. And if she married, everyone would decide she was no longer pure. It was this opinion she needed to achieve, which is why, taking his hand, she stood firm in her crazy idea. Rix felt a little embarrassed by this and asked her if she was really ready to marry him, just so as not to be with the Duke, as if he didn't believe it. After also asking if she was serious, looking at each other for a moment, they fell silent, creating an uncomfortable pause of understanding. Isabel quickly realized, without letting go of his hand, she began rummaging in her pockets. Saying yes, although it was too sudden, she prepared for him to read. The letter turned out to be a marriage contract that she had spent all night drafting, and handing it to Riggs now, with the confidence that he would like everything. The boy started reading that he only needed to be a good husband, and the girl would wash and clean until the divorce, interrupting a little to keep reading. Isabel added that she could even play the role of a maid, if the boy agreed. But he didn't understand what his benefit would be if the girl didn't know how to cook, nor wash, nor clean. She honestly asked him what else she could do then, crying a little for her thoughts. The boy was already embarrassed by this question and the girl's look, and remained silent. Looking away, he awkwardly thought that Isabel had read so many books about love at first sight. And she hadn't even seen this Duke, lost in her thoughts. Addressing the girl, Riggs asked if maybe that Duke wasn't such a bad person. Smiling awkwardly. Sighing, she explained that in reality, the problem is not whether he is good or bad, because Duke Cardiego is impotent. This word surprised the boy a little, making him look at her and ask what it was. A little offended, the girl began to chatter quickly and explain that everyone says so. Otherwise, why would the future emperor have problems with women? Although everything else is in perfect order, but from such a fate, everyone would become tyrants. While the boy asked if it was it even possible to talk about this with a boy? Covering his face with the girl's final expression that she would have lived with Moe and her sisters, then he would have understood and asked when he should answer her proposal. Isabel took off her necklace, looking at him and saying tomorrow, putting the jewelry around his neck. She added that she wouldn't survive the rejection and that this was her wedding gift. As she fled, she turned around to say goodbye to him. She shouted his name and added that she believed in him when he left. Looking at her, he remained smiling and awkwardly waved back, looking away. Happy and calm, the boy adjusted the necklace, enjoying the moment and thoughts about the girl. Riggs' thoughts quickly changed, because now, first, he needs to find out what kind of scoundrel has set his sights on his girlfriend, which has embittered him with thoughts. At that moment the girl, leaving, kept saying goodbye to him, happy with her determination. As soon as she disappeared, Isabel began to wonder how things had turned out like this with her friend. The mistress of the empire, Rhinon, is the goddess Isis, lover of the people. They say it was she who granted her power to 3 families. The power of heaven, the prediction of the future, passed to the Riesland family, whose coat of arms we see. The power of the earth, the magic of the 4 elements, passed into the hands of the Fieldsburg family. The Cardiego family received the power of the underworld, control over death and ghosts. The entire empire was divided among 3 families, from which the emperor was chosen to rule each part, which is why each region had its own unique and colorful flavor. The temple where Isabel lives is actually a special place, because it was the only Fieldsburg temple located in Duke Cardiego's territory. In fact, since she was little, the girl had heard a lot about the Duke, the heir of the Cardiego family, who inherited the powers of the underworld at the age of 7 and became the strongest candidate for the throne. As she walked through the temple, the girl kept thinking that the Duke did not work with women, and that now she was destined to die at his hands. She realized that she was constantly asking Rix for something, but now it was a matter of life or death. Breathing quickly, she immediately smiled to herself, considering that it was too early to worry. It was better not to think about the bad things now. Turning to the mirror next to her, Isabel began to assess herself, because she has silver hair and blue eyes, and she rated this as a sign that the goddess Isis granted her love, which is why both the servants and the temple followers love her. Continuing to examine herself, the girl thought that it was no shame to take her as a wife, since people her age blushed just by looking at her, which is why she thought Riggs would definitely accept the proposal. However, she immediately wondered if he had ever been embarrassed when seeing her, or if he had looked away. After all, even when the girl wanted black hair and cut off an arm for it, he spent a year with the hair entry, and his facial expression did not change at all, which surprised her. Isabel wondered, a little anxiously, what would happen if suddenly he didn't agree, which she didn't like anymore. 13 years ago, the girl asked her sister to take her to the festival, because for the first time in 7 years there would be a solar eclipse. Something she desired. This is the most important holiday of the Cardiego family. It was on this day that the Duke would return from the capital, which made this party even more special for the little one. The girl kept asking her sister to take her, promising not to ask for sweets, just to watch the fireworks and perfectly understand the will of the goddess Isis. However, the woman simply picked up the little one and said that the idea was simply wonderful, explaining that most inhabitants of Cardiego's land do not want to see people from the Philsburg temple at the festival. Therefore, that day little Isabel was put to bed early, which incredibly outraged her because she just wanted to see the fireworks. She wanted to make a wish on a shooting star, like other children from village families do with their parents, which the girl was jealous of because she would like to go with someone so she could have a family. Standing under the window, little Isabel wished to the goddess Isis to save her from loneliness. Then suddenly, the small silhouette of a boy appeared at the window, looking closely at her and making sure of it. To see more clearly, she climbed onto the table, pressing against the window, trying to understand where the boy came from. Running outside, the girl kept wondering what could happen, thinking that something had happened to the boy's parents. And now he was here. As she walked, Isabel kept thinking about what she would do, that she would call him to the temple. She would give him hot tea and wake up the sisters to examine and heal him. After pushing aside the bush, a boy was hiding behind it, a little annoyed and frozen, sitting, hugging his knees and shedding tears. Looking at him, the girl mentally called him Little Dear. At that moment, she remembered the story of how Sister Cecilia once saved a fawn that was also sitting alone behind the bushes. When the fawn grew up, it found an expensive mushroom for her. The sister sold it and was able to buy the girl a lot of sweets. Looking at him, the girl recognized him more as her fawn. Without hesitation, she began to talk about herself, about what her name was, and that she was 6 years old, wondering what his name would be, continuing about herself so that she could gain his trust. She keeps asking if everything was okay with him. She looked at him and smiled, hoping he would trust her. The boy only moved further away from her and continued in silence, leaving Isabel bewildered. The girl thought the boy in front of her was a girl, which greatly offended him, awkwardly asking if boys were that beautiful, while he wondered where she saw a girl in him. Blushing slightly at his question, she said quietly me, immediately lowering her eyes and falling silent, as if out of shame. Isabel kept asking him what his name was, trying to find it out herself. Continuing to say different names, the boy got tired of this so quickly and clearly stated his name, Rex. Isabel asked again without hearing, which greatly angered Rix, not understanding why she was so stupid at her age. To which the girl asked him why he was so rude, because she ran out to help him. Turning around, she was a little surprised at how grumpy and touchy the boy was, wondering a little what to do. Examining him, Isabel quickly realized that he was trembling all over, and that his body was still covered in bruises and abrasions. She decided to take him to the temple and again started to gain his trust, asking his name, where he was from, and how old he was. However, Riggs seemed to ignore her words and said nothing, while Isabel felt uncomfortable from such silence, mentally calling him stubborn. The questions didn't end there. Why? Without stopping looking in the boy's direction, she asked him how he ended up here and where his parents were. Rick felt quite pressured by her questions, why he rudely asked her to leave him alone. And he also said that his parents were dead. However, this news did not bother the girl much, on the contrary. She also noted that she was also an orphan, only her parents abandoned her in childhood. With a sigh of relief, she was incredibly happy mentally that they had finally found something in common. Only the boy was very perplexed by such a reaction, only he didn't solve a single question. Only by looking. Here Isabel happily invited him to be friends, since they were very similar, asking for his opinion. The boy became interested in knowing why the girl was looking at him like that, and asked her directly about it. Without waiting for her answer, Riggs called her strange since she was happy that her parents abandoned her. While she explained to him that it wasn't that made her happy, but that it was great to find a friend. Moreover, Isabel said that at first he didn't even pay attention to her, but now they were talking, which clearly made her happy. Exhaling a sigh of relief, the girl was glad that her new friend had finally relaxed, believing that everything was thanks to her charisma power. Deciding that the situation had improved, the girl asked him how he ended up here. To which she heard that Riggs had run away, which forced her to ask more about why. And why? Their conversation was immediately interrupted by the noise the guards made while checking the bushes and rummaging among them. One informed the other that the one they were looking for seemed to have disappeared in this forest among the bushes and trees, but due to the paralyzing poison, he couldn't escape very far, so they needed to find him immediately. Isabel spied on them silently, worried because they didn't look like knights, and even more so like town guards, which scared her. Looking at the boy, the girl realized that Riggs was afraid of them, which didn't surprise her much, because they were simply brandishing spears among the bushes without caution. Seeing how bad he was, Isabel took his hand and assured him that everything was fine, and that she could protect him. The girl remembered how Sister Maria gave her a pendant, gifting her valuable object. In return, the sister only asked for a promise that Isabel would never use magic. Realizing that despite what she had promised, the girl decided to use magic for the sake of her friend. Hoping to understand why she caused a breeze with a slight movement of her hand. It quickly reached the guards, who began to look around and search, shouting that they heard a sound there, fleeing to one side, radiant with happiness because everything went well. Riggs, perplexed that it was the wind, immediately asked how the girl did it. Isabel did not seem to receive his surprise, explaining that she simply changed the wind direction with the help of magic, as if it were something simple and ordinary, because she had always been capable of doing this. Thinking for a bit, Riggs only said in a low voice, "That's how things are," while the girl smiled with joy. Then the boy said he was a little scared because she looked at him, examining him. Riggs did not look at Isabel and seemed a little annoyed. Then the girl called him, to which the boy turned to her wondering why she was calling him. Isabel asked if the boy was a theater actor, leaving him perplexed by such a question. She believed that fashionable attire, a beautiful face, and the fact that they were diligently searching for him could mean nothing else but this. That's why he had so much confidence. As if ignoring the question, Riggs only asked why the girl helped him if it was very dangerous. Little Isabel said that they were friends now, and her sister told her that friends must be loved. They gave the example that friends can hug. She remembered how her sister hugged her, telling her that one must love everyone, even their enemies. And she explained to Riggs that if people hug, then they love each other, because it is very nice. The boy said no one hugged him, which outraged the girl, because he is a boy, inviting him to come closer to her. Without even waiting for him to get up on his own, she pulled him towards her in the face of his indignation at what she was doing. A moment later they were hugging, while Isabel asked him how he felt. Having remained silent, Riggs had already extended his hand and returned the hug, while she wondered if he understood what love is. As soon as dawn broke, Isabel immediately decided to leave when her sister surprised her, asking her where she had gone so early, because she was very scared to see the empty bed. Turning to her, calling her stuttering sister Maria, seeing her stern look, the woman quickly relaxed towards the baby, saying she was just worried, because she heard that there were some problems with the Duke's procession, asking her if she was going to the village. To which Isabel honestly said she was walking near the temple. Realizing that they were not angry with her, she quickly began to tell her story of what happened. To which sister, Maria suggested that the girl invite her friend to the temple. Having said that he didn't want to and that she wanted to bring him hot tea and bread, the sister quickly agreed because the Duke's people really don't like this place. She only went with Isabel for safety, while she began to call out loud for her friend Rix. As soon as Sister Maria saw the boy, she turned the tray to bring him treats. Glancing sideways at her new friend, while Isabel remained bewildered. The sister immediately called the girl, as if she was safe, looking sadly at her new acquaintance. Riggs himself was not happy about his new relationship with the woman and also looked at her sideways. Only Isabel saw this and couldn't understand what had happened, so tears began to appear in her eyes. Distracted, she ran towards the soup, annoyed that her friend couldn't try it, even though it was incredibly delicious. Then Rick turned to Isabel, called her by name and asked her to hug again. And he would go home, blushing slightly surprised that the boy called her by her name for the first time. She bent down and looked at him, as if realizing the moment. She immediately burst out. She happily hugged her friend, asking him to visit so they could play together. So that he could rest well at home. Slightly embarrassed, he hugged Isabel back, closing his eyes with happiness when the girl began to believe that they had become friends from that moment on. The girl shouted happily that he had returned, smiling widely. The sisters were happy that the girl had a good time and wondered what they were playing. Isabel happily said that since Riggs had never climbed trees, they went to the garden to play there. And then to the river to fish, because Riggs had never done that. Having listened, they soon hurried her to wash her hands, to which the girl agreed. And ran away. She met her fawn in the forest when she was 6, and since then they saw each other once every 2 weeks. Only at first sister, Maria was not very happy about this, but over time she quickly accepted it. The only thing that bothered the girl was that some priests began to approach them. Although the temple had always been a quiet place, she was distracted when her sister approached, saying that the guests had already arrived. So it would be better for them to go somewhere for now. Unable to contain her curiosity, Isabel asked what Sor Cecilia's people were, until she bluntly said that they were priests who had arrived from Bilsburg, continuing that they had arrived to check if they were following the will of the goddess Isis. While the girl was tensed by a man, whom she asked who he was because he was looking at her strangely. Sister Cecilia said that this is Father Mateo, and he is only looking around because that is part of his duties. And duty. However, Isabel felt uncomfortable when he looked while hiding behind her sister. Sister Cecilia quickly realized this, thinking that the girl was more afraid of strangers than before, leaving her here in her room. While the girl clung to her sister, she told her she would call her when Father Mateo was ready to leave to simply say goodbye to him. According to Isabel, Father Mateo looked terrible and frightening. Greeting her friend Rix again, Isabel was already 10 years old and waved happily. Calling him to sit next to her, she told him that today she was teaching the history of the empire, asking him for help, because he knew the subject well. Because many things about it had been asked of her. Rix asked with a slight smile, that's right, he was already 11 years old at that time. Seeing him eating cookies, she said that he has a very strict family and there is no need to constantly treat her. To which the boy simply stuffed cookies into her mouth and asked if she really wouldn't. Since it was so delicious, she couldn't refuse the treats, which clearly made Riggs happy. While the girl complained that Sister Maria had a lot of homework and the assignments were getting more and more difficult. She didn't understand why she needed etiquette and the history of the empire. While the boy skipped the rhythm while Isabel thanked him because she didn't know what she would have done without him. Looking at the book, Riggs clarified if this was really Cardiego's history, while the girl immediately began to explain that she had just read about the Duke yesterday. And now she knew the history of the 3 main families. Only the boy was not entirely happy with that topic, looking at the book without looking. And with a little sadness, Riggs suggested that the girl sit closer so they could learn Cartiego's history together. Which surprised her a little, because she didn't understand and asked him why he suddenly felt drawn to studying. That being said, because it is important to know, because the temple is located on their land. Isabel didn't have time to interrupt him when another girl approached, calling the boy. It was Lavi, and she apologized awkwardly, wondering if he was too busy. Isabel approached her and told her that she had heard that in a month her family would be moving to Riesland, and wondered if she had come to say goodbye. Rick got up and said he would leave them for a while and walked away without saying anything. Lavi, more determinedly, told Isabel that she wanted to speak with the boy alone, which seemed to disconcert her a little. The girl said calmly, of course, thinking a little about her own things. Walking away, she thought that sometimes she dreams of never separating from her dear friends, living together in a friendly family, although she understands that this is impossible. However, she knew that her best friends could get married someday, seeing how shy her friend was. Looking at them, she felt happy, because this way she could visit them at any time. Because they would be together, and she would stay up late, and even so, she would always be welcome. Sitting here in the tree, even from a distance, she clearly heard Rex say that he was repeating to her again, that he was not going to meet her, which shocked Isabel and caused her silent horror. Peeking from behind the tree, he added that she could keep the letter while the girl felt strange. Lavi had tears in her eyes, while Riggs wished she would settle down quickly in Riesland. Isabel can't believe the boy is always so kind and understanding, but now he is cold and distant. Returning under the tree, the girl couldn't believe that he wasn't interested in a relationship. Leaning against the tree, Isabel just sighed, not knowing what to think now, closing her eyes. When they finished, she had already approached Riggs, asking him what he had told Lavi. As if she hadn't heard him. Looking at her, the boy asked her directly if she was really interested in what they were talking about, and asked if he should tell her. Isabel hoped he wouldn't notice that she was eavesdropping while making excuses, that she only saw Lavi run away and didn't say goodbye, as if something had happened. Crushing the flowers she had picked while waiting, she continued and saw that her friend was crying. Rix replied that she was probably very upset about moving. The girl understood that no, it was all her fault, just thinking about it mentally, not daring to say it. She didn't understand how her friend could be so rude, because Labby was definitely suffering a lot. Having made a decision, she turned against him, saying that friends should love each other, and that if he loved Labby, he should have been kinder to her. Until she asked him what he had really been listening to. Isabel felt uncomfortable realizing that she had revealed herself in that way. While Riggs asked her to look at him, the boy honestly asked if he and Lavi were really the same in the girl's eyes. To which she replied that of course, as if she even thought about it. Isabel explained that although Lavi is moving, he is still her friend, and she will still be his friend if he moves. But that relationship is a completely different matter. She said she could accept Abby's proposal as long as Riggs said he understood the difference, which caused the girl to ask him why he refused at that moment. Isabel was already worried, saying that she had many friends, but as long as the boy didn't have any, they shouldn't have rejected him. Riggs was very interested that the girl said she had no one. While Isabel was madly apologizing to him, he understood that she actually had him. So he had no one anymore. Hugging him, holding him close, she apologized again and again, confirming that he had her, and that she was his friend too. Then the girl realized that it seemed he wasn't interested in relationships, nor looking for friends, that he was completely different from other boys. Late at night, Isabel got ready and braided her hair. At that moment, she was already 13 years old. She thought, telling herself happily, that soon she would become a full adult. Why would she hide from her sisters and sneak out to the festival, leaving the doll on the bed, covering it with a blanket as if it were sleeping? She quietly promised to be careful so they wouldn't worry. Isabel left quietly and quickly met Riggs, noticing that he was wearing a different shirt, and wondering if he had really dressed up nicely for the festival. He explained that he simply got a job as a postman and came here immediately after work. At that moment, he was already 14 years old. Riggs also noticed that Isabel herself was well prepared, which pleased the girl, who said she had been waiting so long until the festival to see the fireworks. After asking the girl if she liked fireworks, he quickly said that she had just heard that they looked like shooting stars, clarifying if a wish would come true if you asked for them. Riggs asked what she would like to wish for, to which she replied that she would wish never to be alone. Thinking for a moment, the boy walked beside her, slightly leaning, while Isabel walked happily. Noticing that he was upset, she immediately asked him worriedly what was wrong. He took her hand and relaxed her, telling her that he was just thinking that he needed to decide something. But he couldn't do it. Squeezing her hand, Riggs said that he had been offered something like an internship, but that he would then have to work hard for 6 months, and he wasn't sure if they would see each other. Until now, he hasn't decided whether to accept or just leave everything as it is for now. Hoping to be able to choose today, Isabel was upset because maybe they wouldn't see each other for 6 months, while the boy apologized for ruining the mood before the festival by asking her what to choose. The girl noticed that this was a difficult question and doubted she could help in any way, because he himself had to make such an important decision. Looking at her, Riggs knew she was upset, so he didn't want to answer. Quickly distracting himself, the boy asked her if she really didn't want them to separate. The festival was full of creepy things, like ghosts, skeletons, skulls. But Isabel was very interested in all of it and looked at it with admiration. Opening her eyes wide, she said that parties at the temple are completely different. Everything is so bright and beautiful. While Riggs explained that in their temple, they simply honor Isis more and therefore the decorations are appropriate. The people of Cardiego also believe in her, but for them, the power of the underworld is even more important. That's why they like all things dark. That's why the girl understood why the party is held at night, looking around in admiration. Upon seeing the tent, Isabel immediately offered her friend a snack, because there was only one tent with kebab. Due to an unexpected push, the girl lost her wallet, while another man had already managed to find it and take it away, while she remained bewildered at the loss. Following his gaze, the girl realized with regret that all her pocket money was there in the middle of so many crowds, that they definitely wouldn't find the thief anymore. Turning to Rix, she wanted to invite him to leave quickly, but her friend was not nearby, which scared her a little, since Isabel had always been a diligent child and always listened to Sor Maria. She remembered that when you are lost, you just have to stay still and count. What did she do? She didn't know how long she would have to wait, which is why she was more worried that something might have happened to her eyes. Little by little, they began to fill with tears. Here, Isabel accidentally overheard 2 men arguing about why there were armed soldiers at the festival. While one was being bothered, the other was told to shut up. Otherwise, they could definitely be arrested. They argued that the illegitimate heir had no right to do this, but the other explained that he was simply showing strength to maintain discipline so that his nephew wouldn't even think about challenging him. They also commented on the rumor that the emperor would be chosen from the house of Cardiego, and his tyranny would get even worse, although the heir was still too young, remembering that he was born during an eclipse. Isabel looked around and saw armed guards, thinking that Cardiego seemed to have some problems choosing an heir, and she silently left her spot. She decided she would see the fireworks another time. For now, she wanted to find Riggs for safety. Before she could leave, 2 drunk guards immediately approached her and noticed her silver hair with interest, asking her if she was from Fieldsburg, while the other thought she would definitely grow up and become a real beauty. While they continued to harass her, inviting the girl to go with them, she quickly unbuttoned her cloak and moved away from them. After examining them, Isabel realized they were simply drunk, and she could easily subdue them with magic. However, a crowd of outraged people had already gathered around her at her request that the guards not come closer. While one shooed away the crowd, telling them nothing was wrong, the other assured the girl that she was not bad at all, and that they only wanted the best for her. Suddenly, someone shouted that Filsberg had ruined the festival, when a coin flew towards the guard's face with a sudden movement. He fell with a hard thud and lay on the ground, while Isabel turned to see who had done it. She was extremely happy to see Riggs, as he asked the guards why they were still here if the girl said not to come. Without saying anything, he walked past his friend, surprising her that he had come and what he had done with a coin. Watching him, the girl simply couldn't believe her friend managed to knock out the guard with a coin, making sure she had really done it. Isabel was also stunned by how calm he acted when there were soldiers in front of him, because she considered him a coward for her little fawn. Looking at him, the girl remembered how he lost in skirmishes with the village boys, and went away crying, and went to calm him down, while she was treating the abrasions and had to feel sorry for him because everything would pass soon. She just couldn't believe it until Riggs approached her and apologized awkwardly for being late. The guy explained that he told the soldiers he would report them and they left, and the thief tripped when he escaped. So he managed to catch him and take the wallet, which he was already handing over to his girlfriend. Assuming she must have been scared, Riggs suggested he accompany her home, and held out his hand to her. Isabel was incredibly surprised as she looked at him, wondering mentally if Sister Maria felt the same way. Realizing that children grew up quickly, the girl admitted that it was still dangerous to run away at night. Although if the boy protected her, then it would be another thing. She honestly said that she was very surprised because she didn't think her fawn had grown so much. Suddenly, Rix realized that Isabel had called him fawn, which surprised him a little. Having interrupted such a note, he stopped and said that he still agreed with the proposal. Realizing that she had a confident voice, Isabel calmly agreed and said she would miss him terribly. It was in that year that the legitimate heir defeated his uncle and became the head of the house, which was a truly historic event. The friends said goodbye with a hug, while the girl repeated that she would miss him terribly, since the next 6 months were filled with loneliness. For Isabel, every day was similar to the previous one, and so many letters had accumulated that there was nowhere to keep them. While she more or less coped with the duties of the saint, however, she had nothing to fill the void in her soul without her friend, so she was already 14 years old. Walking down the hallway, someone suddenly called her. Looking at the person, she was a little surprised. Riggs stood in front of her, smiling and noting that it had been a long time since they saw each other looking at her. Isabel immediately, turning around her, noticed how much he had grown and how his physique had changed, everyone admiring that they had finally met. Immediately, the girl noticed that he looked completely exhausted, which worried her a lot. Wondering if the job was really that hard, Riggs simply smiled and looked at her. Only then did he explain that he missed her so much that he immediately ran to her. Hugging his girlfriend, the boy admitted that he hadn't slept at all, so he was also very tired. Isabel examined him and noticed that even his voice had changed a lot. His facial features and body had changed, and now he looked more like a name than a boy. Caught by this word, she looked him in the eyes and quietly asked if he really looked like a man, which clearly made the girl blush. As if smiling mischievously, he asked again if it was true, calling her by her name. Blushing and looking away, Isabel felt uncomfortable as the boy seemed satisfied with his joke. Looking at her, Rix also said that the girl herself had not changed less. She didn't realize it until she asked where she had changed. While the boy blushed, Isabel looked at him surprised, not quite understanding what had happened. Suddenly she thought something was wrong with her, a little worried. She asked what it was, while the boy walked away embarrassed. So that the girl wouldn't worry, Riggs awkwardly said no, blushing. While Isabel was just as shy, she mentally understood that their first meeting 6 months later was strangely odd. They separated side by side, moving away from each other and blushing, while the girl realized that apparently at that moment they began to grow. Not long ago, an epidemic called Blyden arrived in the village in recent days. Many have gotten sick, but fortunately the mortality rate was very low. The sisters spent days washing and cleaning things for the sick, while Isabel helped them, even feeling unwell. Having finished with one job, the girl immediately offered her sisters more help. If only they asked her. They immediately found a task for her. They asked her to carry the books inside and put the clean ones separately, while the girl happily agreed to help. While putting away the books, Isabel was still curious to know why they took them. She looked at them and read them. The book was called Madame Will Not Feel Alone at Night, which the girl did not understand, and asked how she couldn't feel alone at night if she even missed her parents, whom she had never seen. Her thoughts were quickly interrupted by a voice calling her, which made her tremble and quickly respond, clutching the book to herself. It was the sister who told Isabel that she had found a cart, and so it would be much easier than carrying everything in her hands, which she thanked her for. Leaving while taking the book, the girl promised herself to read it when she had free time. Waking up the next morning, the girl felt worse than the day before, feeling additional pain in her stomach and chest, feeling lonelier. Telling herself that she would be patient for a while, her sisters immediately greeted her from downstairs, wondering if her friend would come today. Realizing they were very busy, Isabel didn't mention the pain, wishing them a good morning too, smiling as if nothing had happened. She understood that they already had a lot on their hands due to the epidemic, so they shouldn't see her sad face. However, as soon as she met Riggs, he immediately asked her with concern that she was not really well. The girl couldn't lie to her friend, so she said it seems, yes, there is a bit of that. Looking down, she explained that her heart hurt, and she started to worry a lot until the boy asked her if something had happened at the temple. Clutching her dress with her hands, Isabel quickly explained that her chest just hurt and her body felt somewhat strange. There was a constant heaviness in the lower back and a tingling sensation in the stomach. The boy became more worried as the girl said that although it had happened before, it wasn't this much. Isabel herself didn't understand what was wrong with her. She seemed unsure of everything. She stood up and realized that her friend was not to blame. Apologizing awkwardly, she told Riggs it would be better if he left. Taking care of her, the boy soon lowered his head, realizing that his friend apparently hadn't told the sisters anything either. Thinking that he himself would take her to the hospital, having come to the temple, supposedly to pray. Looking at the bench where the girl was sitting, the boy became tenser, looking scared. And realizing, mentally apologizing to her friend, Isabel noticed blood stains on the sheet last night, which scared her. The dizziness only made her feel more dizzy, as well as the pain in her stomach intensified, causing the girl to have bad thoughts. Stopping in the garden, she thought badly that she would die like this, while Riggs was already running towards her, calling her worriedly. Then she simply burst into tears, but the sisters heard her and immediately came running, calming her down, and at that moment they told her about her period. When she started to doze off, relaxing, she heard distant voices. It was Riggs who asked her sister to help Isabel, worried that she might die. While she assured him that she would not die, and that it was time for him to go to bed himself. Trying to ignore him, asking him to leave, the boy did not give up, repeating that the girl was bleeding and had chest pain. Already tired of his whining, Sister Maria threw a book at him, asking him to read at home and stop talking nonsense about death. The book was about the secrets of the female body that the woman advised the boy to read at least hundreds of times so that he would understand. Isabel didn't understand what they were talking about, but it became much easier for her because she started to fall asleep peacefully. Because there were people close to her nearby. When all the chaos had almost ended, a carriage was already approaching the temple. The girl looked at it from the window, trying to understand whose it was, because today they didn't seem to expect priests. Downstairs, the sister was already greeting the guest, asking Father Mateo that there had already been a check this month, which is why they brought him, while he excused himself by saying he was passing by. Isabel was annoyed that Father Mateo came here alone, thinking something had happened. Otherwise, why was he here? She also added that for some reason she was not visible. He usually works somewhere around here, while she moved away from the window with some displeasure. Now she just felt more uncomfortable with this man. For some reason, it seemed to her that his unscheduled visit was related to her menstruation. Shrinking with worry, because the situation in power is difficult now. The emperor and empress died, without leaving an heir to the throne. That is why the emperor's weak younger brother, who had no children, ascended the throne. At least not yet, and she thought that to continue the family, they would need someone from the Fieldsburg. The sister explained to her father that she was resting because she was a little sick, although there was nothing serious. But the girl wouldn't hurt to rest for a few days because she wouldn't be able to go out. They were talking near her door, so Isabel clearly heard their conversation, mentally understanding also that for a pure family, a woman must have the traits of the goddess Isis. Sister Maria thanked him for his concern, assuring him that she would not hesitate because they would take good care of her. Clasping her hands, she knew that nothing was known about her origins, and in the capital there must be a suitable person from a noble family. As if praying, she understood that Father Mateo could not know that her body might carry a child. Throwing her thoughts aside, thinking that she was overthinking. That's why the girl got up more confidently, believing that she would be fine thanks to her strength. Having decided that it would be better to stay in the room for a while, I found just enough time for a new book. Thinking about reading. However, the book turned out to be not entirely normal, so she, 14-year-old Isabel, discovered a whole new world for herself. A week later, she realized that she couldn't part with those books, and now understood why they had such strange names. Sitting on the stairs, she continued reading with admiration, because she was very interested. But she also admitted that the other book, called Knightly Methods of Persuasion, was nothing either. While she was sitting, she marveled at not having known about those books the whole time. And reading them turned out to be a complete pleasure. Suddenly, the letters swam before Isabel's eyes, so when she got up, she hoped it wasn't Blyden because she only took clean books. She got up happily and decided to go while taking a nap, because this way she could feel better. However, after sleeping, Sister Maria found out that the girl had fallen ill upon learning that she had read dirty books, and was punished accordingly. Isabel tried to justify herself by saying that the books were very interesting, and no one warned her that such an outcome would happen. While the sisters looked at her, some with laughter, others with bewilderment. Concert. After drinking the medicine and falling asleep, the girl woke up to the sound of her friend asking permission to enter. Remembering the last time they saw each other, the girl instantly got up and started asking for a minute to explain everything. Only because of her blurry vision, she bumped into the wall, so it was a bit awkward for both the boy and her. Approaching Isabel from behind, the boy gently hugged her, as if he had some concern, which embarrassed the girl. However, Riggs, approaching her, clearly told her to open her mouth, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Blushing more, he immediately put a candy in her mouth, which the girl liked very much, and instantly cheered up and smiled. She turned to look at him as Riggs' eyes filled slightly with tears, which made her feel uncomfortable. Before she had time to apologize, the boy did it immediately and explained to her that he didn't understand why she felt bad. Isabel said there was nothing to apologize for, while Riggs continued by saying that he thought he knew everything, that he knew better than the sisters who raised her, that he knew even better than her. But he was wrong, so he apologized. Isabel changed the subject, saying that her vision had returned to normal, wondering what she was being treated with. While Riggs himself was a little surprised, clarifying if she really felt better. And he noticed that it wasn't Blyden after all, only that the girl didn't care anymore. He took her to bed, telling her he would like to do something, inviting him to join. Then the boy realized that she wanted to invite him to read with her, which made him feel uncomfortable, and asked her if she was sure if he was a boy. Isabel was not ashamed of this in any way, because she believed he was her friend. And then it was possible. While Riggs didn't answer, he flipped through the pages looking for a page that explained what the book was about. The girl immediately opened it to the pages clearly with a drawing, so the boy turned away so as not to see it. Isabel asked him if he really didn't want to, because the book was really interesting. But the boy clearly said no. He told her somewhat rudely to read it herself, that he didn't need it, which surprised her a little. The sisters told Isabel that this was called eroticism, and explained to her that it was completely normal to be interested in such things at her age. Looking at Riggs, She understood that her curiosity was quite natural, but her friend didn't seem interested at all in the relationship between a man and a woman. At another time, the girl was already running on the water towards her friend when she was already 19 years old. Walking on the water, she happily noticed how beautiful the valley was, as if she had been born again. Realizing it was so hot these days, she asked if the goddess had moved away from the house of Philsberg. While Riggs reminded her about the towel, turning around and blushing slightly. Having said she would bring it now, Isabel tried to stop him, saying it wasn't necessary. However, the guy didn't even listen to the end and left somewhere, saying he was going. And coming quickly. The girl looked at him without understanding, looking at him and almost not grasping it. The towel was right in the basket, that's why she didn't know where he was going looking at things. Isabel put the towel on her head and enjoyed its softness, feeling moved. Having said she had never seen towels so big and soft, only now did she realize why Riggs went for it. She believed her friend always took care of his friends, as he found wine in the basket. And she wondered if the sisters had given it to him. The girl honestly admitted that she took it herself because she heard it can be used to warm up. While the boy awkwardly asked her if she had drunk anything before, Isabel took the bottle away from him and calmly said no, never, and opened it while Riggs asked her in incomprehension if she planned to drink the bottle in one gulp. Before she had time to ask, she was already drinking under him with sincere surprise and incomprehension while believing there was no difference. Due to the drink, she quickly fell asleep and gradually woke up at night when the boy started waking her up. As soon as she opened her eyes, the girl immediately saw him looking at her, admiring her, asking her if she had woken up. Riggs looked at her tenderly, smiling as the moonlight rays illuminated them. Isabel carefully got up and complained of a headache, but after looking around, she asked how they had gotten to the field, although they were in the valley. The boy asked her if she really didn't remember like her, clutching her head. She realized that she really didn't remember anything, thinking that at some point she had hit her head. Riggs realized she really didn't remember anything, and said with a smile that she didn't know how to drink anything. Still, she didn't quite understand what he was joking about, looking at him a bit lost, as if saying something strange. Having remained silent, the girl hid further in a towel, feeling a bit uncomfortable realizing she had forgotten something. And something very important. Looking at the boy who was about to lie down together, she thought her friend was somewhat sad, thinking that he was upset. However, Riggs asked her if she was cold, inviting her to come closer to him. Looking at him, Isabel was even surprised by his proposal, because it had been a long time since he touched her. Of course, without refusing, she pressed against Riggs, wondering with some uncertainty if he would really care. But the feeling reminded her of the old days, and she was simply happy. So Isabel imagined how great it would be if a star fell now. Why did the boy ask her to make a wish? The girl confidently said she would wish to never be alone, which seemed to bother the boy a little. Riggs clearly said she was not alone, so she raised her head towards him, a little surprised. Agreeing with him, she then changed and said she wanted them to be together forever, smiling widely. Then the girl asked him if he would like to become a monk, looking at him radiantly, which left the boy in a slight stupor. Isabel quickly explained that if he became a monk, then they would be together forever. And still, he wasn't interested in girls. While Riggs had an answer question, was she really going to become a nun? The girl certainly didn't plan it, believing that her soul was not pure, as nuns should have. Although she didn't want to be a nun under any circumstances, not even with a dirty soul. She added that she would rather get married, which surprised the boy very much. Riggs immediately started wondering if she had found a boyfriend and what she was thinking about marriage. Laughing, Isabel said she hadn't found anyone yet, just thinking about it. Amused by her friend's reaction. Looking at him, the girl started telling him what kind of husband she would like, describing his parameters like height and good looks. Riggs was partially interested in this, because he asked her what else she needed in a guy, which the girl didn't understand immediately. Looking at the sky, she openly dreamed of the first meeting, of the future, telling everything to her friend. Isabel also shared how their first night went, which she imagined was quite active, while the boy was somewhat disconcerted. Adding it all up, she quickly realized that it would be like pleasing the girl and fulfilling all the conditions for her husband. Smiling tenderly, he looked at her, interrupting her, telling her well, admiring her. Caressing her cheek, Riggs asked her to promise him that, until she found a man who met all the points, she wouldn't get married. With full confidence, Isabel said yes, that she promised, which clearly pleased the boy. A couple of days later, although the heat had subsided, Duke Cardiego officially declared his claims to the throne, which was fiercely guarded by the dynasty at Philsburg. Now the girl understood that, even though Riggs was her friend, she had to admit that, even joking, he didn't meet her requirements at all. She was especially angry at the moment he left for 6 months. Still not understanding why, because she only missed him more because of it. When she finished writing, she added that she would feed him and then he could earn a lot. Isabel thought it would still be fun even if she tried. At that moment, she even managed to find an advantage in him, like the fact that the boy was quite comfortable to lie down with, which undoubtedly pleased her. However, the girl decided that for a fictitious marriage, no better candidate than Riggs could be found. The guy, passing by the servant, called him Bill and he instantly responded. Stopping, Riggs told them to prepare for a banquet where the budget is unlimited. Because he couldn't wait any longer, why they should stick to the schedule. Everyone was a little stunned to hear that his lordship was organizing a banquet, which was even hard to believe without understanding it for some reason. Having crumpled Isabel's collar in his hand, the boy admitted that he had been proposed to, and that he was not going to refuse. Surprised, they also started preparing the wedding, already running out to fulfill their duties on this occasion. Rumors quickly spread throughout Duke Cardiego's castle about a man with a 7-letter name, whom the Duke loved very much. His servant Bill mentally understood that he had been waiting for this day for a long time, but without imagining how many problems would arise. Riggs immediately indicated that everything should be decorated with white lilies and roses, also asking for dresses to be bought, taking notes. Following him, Bill also clarified how to order clothes if he didn't know the girl's sizes, while telling him that he knew everything, which is why his task would be to order a normal dress. The servant was so happy to hear that he already knew her size, that they were so close, while Riggs was proud to know absolutely everything about his girlfriend. Bill was very happy, and now he denied that the rumors of impotence were a blatant lie. And he made sure no one else thought about it. At that moment, it even seemed to him that his master was a little romantic when the boy stopped and started thinking about the wedding ring, because his girlfriend would definitely not like the family ring. Riggs wanted everything to be perfect because it wasn't an offer he could refuse. That it wasn't what he had planned. In the office, he asked his servant if he would consider it an honor to serve the next emperor, to which he replied yes, calling him his lordship. He, smiling, said that Bill had to thank his fiancée for this opportunity. Riggs remembered how he hugged him for the first time, how his dreams directed his path. Because for her, he spent 6 months taking his uncle off the throne, because Isabel loves strong men. While the servant was tense from his smile, because it seemed like he was heading towards who he would then kill. He wanted to propose first when he was elected emperor, but Isabel got ahead of him, which annoyed him a little, thinking that even if he couldn't propose to her as he wanted to have a big wedding for it. Addressing Bill, he asked if he had found his sister Maria, to which the boy, guilty, said no. The servant explained that they had literally searched every corner of the empire, but they hadn't found a single trace. Riggs suggested that she might be hiding from them herself, so that possibility exists. He soon adds that in any case they need to find her, no matter how difficult it is. Getting up from the chair, the girl with an incomprehensible feeling realized that she was going to marry Riggs. She also wondered what her sisters would say to this, assuming that most likely they would be surprised, but they would be happy. That's what interested her, knowing only that Father Mateo would probably go crazy. Suddenly, the shadow of some people began to fall from the window, which is why she turned around a little scared. Masked people climbed through the window, one of whom held a mysterious stone that glowed in his hand. Stepping aside, the men argued that she was exactly who they were looking for, and that they needed to capture her alive. The thief who approached her told her that if she moved, he would cut off her limbs, while she backed away in fear. Isabel fell to the floor and didn't understand why they were here, because she had no family. And her whole life, she lived obediently in the temple, without understanding what she had done wrong. Lowering her head mentally, she asked Rix to help her. At that very moment, a golden trail appeared around her, and he rushed towards the people, literally killing them. A moment later, those people were no longer alive in the room, and Father Mateo appeared behind the girl, using magic. Turning around, Isabel was surprised to see Mateo here, especially since temple priests are forbidden from using divine power to kill. But he did it for her. For a moment, it seemed to her that he was protecting her, looking at his soft features. But they changed in an instant, so she realized that no, he was not protecting her. Soon they were the only two in the room, while the father reflected that the girl was adored by the sisters. And the Iron Male paid a huge price. Taking her somewhere, he didn't understand what was so special about this scoundrel to him, since they even tried to kidnap her. Deciding not to think twice, Father Mateo understood that he was not going to kill her, because they hadn't paid him the full amount yet. He had to hand her over to the male, so he sent him to the basement so as not to lose him. For now, he was just annoyed. Throwing the girl to the floor, he seemed to order her to wait, telling her it was safe here, and that he would come for her later. Isabel stood up and didn't hesitate to ask him what he was going to sell her again. No. The man was very surprised, looking at her and thinking how much she knew about this matter. Activating magic, Father Mateo understood that if he touched the girl, the price might go down. So he began to pressure her, with words that the girl really thought that if she refused, the Duke would leave the temple in peace. Isabel was sure that her life was worth more than the temple, while the man said that, if the sisters returned and saw the ruins, it would be her fault. She considered that this would also affect him as he thought about how he could defeat him, because otherwise she couldn't get out. Realizing that there was no other way than to use magic, Isabel couldn't decide, because she had never used it to cause harm, for fear of causing pain and disappointing everyone. Remembering Rix's image, she awkwardly pulled herself together and decided to summon at least a little magic. The priest saw her attempts as mocking that there was very little magic, feeling his victory without a fight. He thought the girl had magic, but she called what turned out to be stupidity. Isabel concentrated, leaning over so they wouldn't be afraid, trying to make at least a small light. Concentrating more, she noticed a small light appearing on the priest's cloak, quickly spreading over all the clothes. Deciding this was the perfect moment, she instantly started running towards the exit door. Before getting far, Father Mateo stopped her asking where she was going, thinking nothing had happened with her magic. Only this spark of fire didn't go out, so he cursed it out loud, almost cursing her, asking her if she had really sold her soul to the devil. Getting up, the girl had more self-confidence, asking him if he really thought the sisters wouldn't have found out about this. Looking at him threateningly, she was surprised, however, by how strong her magic was. The priest continued to burn more, which already scared Isabel herself a little. Before, she only had small lights, the size of a nail, so she wanted to make a couple of sparks. But now the magnitude of the fire scared her. Looking at Father Mateo, trembling, the girl couldn't believe her lights had flared up so much. Wanting to take advantage of the opportunity, she pressed against the wall and started walking towards the exit. Looking at the man himself, seeing that she was trying to escape, cursing her with all sorts of words. He headed towards her, trying to stop her and prevent her from escaping. Father Mateo had already approached the girl, cursing her and wanting to grab her while she was in shock and fear. Before he had time to do anything, someone stabbed him in the back with a sudden movement of a sword, while the man screamed heartbreakingly, withdrawing his hand. Very soon the dead man fell to the ground, so Isabel sat on the floor, watching his burning body. Some people approached from behind, telling the girl to close her eyes. Calling the lady, realizing they were late because she was terrified. And all pale as she followed him with her eyes. They covered the priest's body, asking her not to appeal to the power of the earth. Because they, the servants of the underworld, had skin burning from continuing to approach her. After examining them, Isabel realized that they were not ordinary people, but dazzling ones. Despite even the kindness of the principal, who called her my lady. They are Cardiego's servants, they wield the power of the underworld and are now in front of her. The girl fell into memories and told the goddess Isis that she had lost happiness. And she had lost her sisters. She also lost Rix, which hurt her the most. While the chief of death said the girl would be taken to the duke's mansion. Tears appeared in her eyes, looking at them with fear. Because of this, Isabel shed a tear and fell to the ground a moment later, while the people, worried, were running towards her and calling her. Rix, standing by the window, kept wondering why they took so long, not understanding that it was so difficult to bring a person because he did not send common soldiers. But blinders. Every minute he realized it was getting harder to wait, covering his face with his hand with some embarrassment. Yes, some say that Duke Cardiego and patience were incompatible things. And even more so one must look for such patience, but with Isabel for him, it was something else. After having crumpled the girl's gift, a necklace in his hand, the boy only worried more. Since he couldn't wait any longer. Because of this, Riggs suddenly waved his hand as dark clouds began to gather around him. Looking around, he ordered Al to report in advance, while the silhouette of a man appeared among the shadows. A man appeared from the shadows and simply stood up and bowed. Calling Riggs his lordship. Already straightening up, opening his eyes, Al immediately began to apologize for the delay. The irritated guy instantly asked what was wrong, asking if they really were incapable of doing anything without a leader. While the blinder awkwardly looked away and said no, starting to explain. Having calmed down, he said he was surprised that my lady lost consciousness. And it seems he didn't expect them to come for her, because they gave her time to calm down a bit. Instantly bowing before his master, Riggs became angry at that moment, wanting to kill the servant. Although he understood he couldn't. Al continued saying that Father Mateo was there, and acted strictly according to orders. While the Duke turned around, crumpling the necklace in his hand. Only the blinder added that, however, when they arrived, Milady killed him with fire magic. Riggs was incredibly surprised by this addition and asked again, thinking it was his imagination. He knew the girl, that's why he was sure she wouldn't use magic unless absolutely necessary. Then the guy asked what had happened, to which the blinder suggested that, apparently, someone tried to kidnap the girl they had in front of them. They now made sure Milady was safe, and the sisters urgently returned from their pilgrimage to the temple. Even now they are chasing the kidnappers, so they will soon find out who is behind it. Turning around, he thought a bit, because there are several reasons why someone needed to kidnap Isabel. One of which is clearly that they want to blackmail him, or all for the girl's divine beauty. Or he is unable to calculate the power of magic, but the spells are always precise, as if someone invisible were directing her. The boy knew that Sister Maria strictly forbade Isabel from using magic. Except in cases where it was absolutely necessary, because they learned about her abilities in early childhood. In addition, the girl clearly had some kind of secret that others wanted to get their hands on. This was confirmed by her magic and appearance. It was precisely her origin. Therefore, Riggs told the blinder that he needed to bring Isabel here as soon as possible, and that he would deal with them later. Having said yes, that's good, Al called out, trembling slightly, grabbing a piece of paper in his hand. Handing it to the guy, he explained that they had found it with the kidnappers while his lordship was taking him to search. Upon opening it, pausing for a couple of minutes to read, he soon asked Al who found it. While he quickly replied that Dell noticed it by chance. Riggs quickly said that Dell would go on vacation starting tomorrow, which incredibly surprised his servant. Reading it, it was Isabel's letter, while he smiled and blushed, and said that the vacation would be for 10 days. And 9 nights, as well as all expenses for them, while Al was indignant that in his 186 years of work, he had never received a vacation. Worrying early in the morning, the sisters went to Isabel's room and gently woke her up. As soon as she woke up, her sister immediately asked her how she felt. Isabel immediately recognized the sister in front of her as Cecilia. She also added that she could imagine how scared she was, which is why the girl was in shock. The sisters brought her soup in bed to eat, although Isabel wondered how they knew she was in trouble. The sister sitting next to her honestly said that the blinders had come for them. But Cecilia mentally admitted that they didn't actually get along with them. Only the sister began to assure the girl that she shouldn't worry, because they had gathered strength and surrounded the temple with a barrier, promising that for the next 2 days the servants of the underworld couldn't even get close. Adding that she was safe and there was nothing to worry about while the girl pecked at the soup with a spoon. Recalling what happened, Isabel didn't understand why Father Mateo sold her to Duke Cardiego. Then she didn't understand why the blinders saved her from him, and from their concern, it seemed they had no connection to the masked people who attacked her. Looking at them sideways then, the girl realized from the panic that they cared about her. Looking at the soup, she then thought that the blinders were actually really kind. But she was also confused about what kind of duke he was at that moment. The sisters didn't go anywhere, so Cecilia, taking Isabel's hands, gently asked her what happened because she was completely sad. Assuring her that she could tell her what worried her, the girl awkwardly tried to formulate. Looking at her, only the conversation was interrupted by someone's voice cursing, saying that these saints could not be trusted, which alerted everyone in the room. The man continued saying that that stupid priest had angered him, which is why he had to kill a couple of his mercenaries while already standing in the hallway. Entering the room, the man said, "Well, that ends well," looking at Isabel and the sisters. With a majestic appearance, he clearly said that he had come for Isabel, looking sadly as she examined that he wore an expensive suit and jewelry. The girl quickly realized that he was apparently behind yesterday's kidnapping attempt, clearly calling Father Mateo a stupid priest. He continued ordering her to go with him, saying that he thought she already knew that he had bought her. The sisters stood in front of the girl while she asked him if he was from Cardiego and why he should buy her. However, the man explained that if he were from Cardiego, he wouldn't have been able to cross the barrier. After all, not even the blinders, the Duke's servants, can cross the barrier. Which turned out very well, while the girls tensed up a little. The blinders were behind the barrier, looking at him and wondering what powerful magic the monks had. He mockingly asked if Isabel didn't understand the situation she was in, and how the sisters immediately started moving her to the man's surprise. This move clearly did not please the girl, shouting the names of her sisters for her to stay. Having already called Cecilia, she didn't react in any way, already looking at the man, as if preparing for a fight in advance. The man, looking at the girls, said that they might be strong, but to him they were still silly, because he didn't think he had lost. The sisters, blocking the way, bravely said they would still see who the loser was, promising him that he wouldn't catch Isabel. Soon, the girl was already in the room, looking around, realizing that she was not on the street, but in the basement, wondering why she had been transported alone. Realizing that they were completely weakened due to the barrier, she was also indignant that they forbade her from using magic. Only the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a voice urgently asking to find her. Getting up, Isabel understood that they were still chasing her, but that she wouldn't have time to escape from here. Thinking it was too soon to despair, hiding in the closet, she decided that this would be a good place, because everyone in the basement is misoriented. Sitting, Isabel decided that the parishioners would notice that something was wrong and would inform the villagers. Or Riggs would feel that she was in danger and would help her while the man was already walking nearby. Just thinking that she just needed to hold on, the closet door suddenly opened. In front of her was the same man who said he bought her, while the girl wondered how he found her. Extending his hand to her, he told her that the girl was raised with love, calling him pity. Grabbing her by the neck, the man harshly asked her if she had played hide-and-seek long enough, holding a sword in the other hand. While the girl was choking from the force with which his throat was squeezed, he said that now she would obey him in everything. shaking out of her head all sorts of nonsense. Soon black and red shadows appeared around the man, which made him withdraw his hands, freeing both the girl and the sword. Isabel also felt that someone was coming from the underworld as she regained her breath. Raising her head, seeing how the shadow enveloped him, she rejoiced with joy, thinking that she would be saved. The man rose because of the magic. He squeezed her throat, so she desperately tried to disperse it and free herself. The rays condensed into the image of a man, whom Isabel observed with great surprise. A man dressed in carnival oil appeared from the shadows, looking grimly, asking if Iron Male was really there. The man also recognized the man who had come, calling him Duke Cardiego. Here, Isabel looked closer at the appearance of the Duke, and unexpectedly realized that he looked like her friend Rix. Only the girl could not believe it, clutching her head. Comparing their appearances, the girl admitted to herself that both the Duke and her friend had brown hair and a beautiful voice. The only thing that bothered her was that her friend was a small and gentle deer, and not a villain at all. While the guy himself thought mentally that he had probably rushed too much, because it would be awkward if the girl recognized him immediately. Having gotten rid of their problems, the blinders discussed something with the Duke, while Isabel looked at this company bewildered. She was still confused by the question of what to do now, especially since his lordship helped her. But distracted, she decided to make sure first that her sisters were fine. Before she had time to do anything, the guy started walking towards the girl, to which she reacted a little negatively and tensely. With such a gesture, she surprised Riggs, who looked at her surprised, alert, not believing that she did not recognize him. Feeling so uncomfortable, he mentally imagined that suddenly she would never find out. And then she would tell him that she fell in love with the masked guy who saved her. Realizing that she would seek such a truth, after which Isabel would realize. She expected praise and requests not to deceive herself again. Therefore, he wanted her to definitely marry him, but his plan would be ruined if she didn't guess who he was. Exhaling with regret, Riggs realized that then he would have to constantly protect her while she remained perplexed. Having made a decision, Isabel still asked why he saved her, slightly shrinking with emotion. The guy confidently replied because she would marry him, as if giving her no other choice. Although the girl did not like this idea, she was reassured by the fact that the first kidnapping was clearly not organized by the Duke, because he did not want to harm her. Thinking that then it would be possible to reach an agreement with him, she called him and asked him to listen to her. Only the guy did not let her say a word, interrupting with the fact that his decision was final, and that there would be a wedding. Wanting to beg him for mercy, Isabel admitted that her heart belonged to someone else, whereupon the guy's gaze faded slightly. Interrupting again, he clearly just said that he knew, but that he didn't care at all. The girl understood that her friend had not yet given an answer. Why didn't she want to drag him into this, thinking that it would only get worse? Noticing her shrinking, Riggs asked her if he really wasn't her type, looking at her more gently, making the girl look away for a moment. The guy mentally promised to kill everyone, especially those who spread rumors about his impotence. Only that expression scared the girl, causing her to instantly faint while the blinders worriedly called her Milady. Waking up abruptly, literally jumping out of bed, Isabel examined the room where she was being led. Mentally, she realized that everything here was not as she had imagined. Everything was too bright. Her thoughts began to recall what happened after she fainted. How the Duke himself sat down, assuring her that no one would touch her in the castle, and they would find those behind the kidnapping. Furthermore, while she was conscious, they assured her that everything was fine with her sisters, and that they were now in a safe place. As soon as the guy told the girl she could relax, she fell asleep peacefully, and only heard tender words that she didn't have to worry about anything. Getting up from the bed, Isabel began to look around, feeling how strange everything looked. Because there were rumors that the Duke loved everything dark. To begin with, she decided to look out the window and saw from there a rather large height. Unfortunately for her, this meant there was no way out and the escape plan wouldn't work. Sitting at the table, looking around again, she was always surprised how everything in the room was exactly as she liked it. Because of this, the girl had thoughts that maybe the Duke really loved her, but instantly dismissed that thought because she thought it was probably something else. Taking a flower from a bush, she realized that they had met yesterday without even knowing each other or knowing her hobbies. Standing in front of the mirror, Isabel carefully straightened her hair and secured it with a flower. She believed that the reason the Duke kept her was because she had a beautiful face. As if it were a one-night adventure and nothing had changed. The girl understood that it didn't matter who kidnapped her or wanted to marry her. No one would ask for her opinion. Only Isabel's thoughts were occupied with thoughts about Riggs, thinking that he was probably panicking now and that she would have to spend the night with the impotent man, promising to find a way to escape. Towards evening, Rick stood by the window looking and wondering when would be the best time to confess. He kept imagining the moment when he would tell Isabel that he was the Duke of Cardiego. Of course, now he could better imagine her reaction, how surprised she would be. But for some reason, he believed that the girl would only consider them friends. Leaning on the windowsill, he realized that while he couldn't tell the truth, he needed some kind of plan. Sitting at his desk, Riggs was glad that she was now in his castle, because this way they would see each other more often. Only he knew that Isabel did not like Duke Cardiego, so he wanted to try to reach her with the help of Riggs, in whom she trusted, and began to write a letter. It seemed to him that this way they could spend time together, have dinner, and she would start treating him like a man. His thoughts were distracted by the arrival of the blinder, whom he immediately asked about Iron Mail, thinking that he was behind this. But the servant brought him news about Milady, who was looking so bored far away from the window. Returning to the letter, Riggs explained that the girl is always like this when looking at the stars. For the blinder tried to interrupt him, trying to express himself more precisely. Having calmed down, the servant stated directly that she muttered something about a night with an impotent man, which clearly offended the boy. Getting up from his seat, leaving the papers, he said directly that he would reveal his identity. And he would go with the fiancée because it was necessary for him to bring appropriate clothes. Having put on the normal clothes of a common man, the guy walked through the hallways, passing by some servants who didn't quite understand. Knocking on the door where the girl was now, he immediately introduced himself as Riggs, asking permission to enter. Isabel was a little surprised to see him here, her friend in the Duke's castle, so she immediately asked how he ended up here. Calmly, he said that he got a job here as a gardener. This gave the girl little confidence because she kept looking at his face suspiciously. His gaze became more and more intense. She couldn't believe it, reasoning mentally how one could be the Duke's gardener and have not the slightest fear. Having considered if he was real, Riggs looked with pity and asked if the girl really didn't believe him. Such a pitiful face was a critical blow of tenderness for Isabel, which made her thaw further. But still, she almost didn't trust him. Without a doubt, she asked her friend to name 3 books she gave him to read. But he never returned them. Such a question instantly caused discomfort in the boy, which made the girl tenser. But he calmed her down and told her he would call her now, as long as she didn't leave. Covering his mouth with his hand, Riggs quickly replied that those books were called Madame Will Not Be Lonely at Night, and Nightly Methods of Persuasion, thinking that would be enough. She, of course radiant, immediately realized that it was actually her friend. Smiling widely. Only the servants looked uncomfortably at such a moment. As the couple hugged, they wondered what kind of strange greeting it was. Already inside Isabel's room, they sat at the table while the boy fed her with a fork. And the girl offered to taste it. Rick refused, saying he had already eaten. Then the girl asked him why he didn't say he was working for the Duke. Because she was happy, because she didn't expect to find him here. Then the guy said that they took him only a couple of days ago, so he wouldn't even have time to tell her. He only switched to the topic that only good people work here, which the girl seemed to find hard to believe. While the boy started telling her that Duke Cardiego is completely different from what they say about him. Isabel, taking Riggs' hands, asked worriedly if he, the gardener, could stay alone with the girl who had been kidnapped by his master. Since, after all, he was a man. She gently squeezed his hands, asking him to leave so he wouldn't get into trouble. Because he could be punished. The boy was very moved by this, realizing that she herself had been kidnapped, and was more worried about him than about herself. Only Isabel maintained her opinion of the Duke, calling him an impotent monster. Evil, cruel, and vile. Because of this, she suggested to Rix that they arrange an escape, suggesting that they run away first, and then get married as agreed. The boy, fascinated by her without realizing it, said that sounded great. The girl immediately realized that her sisters were far away now, so she only had him, her best friend, for her idea. Realizing that a distraction was necessary, Riggs explained to her that he would not be punished, and that he could be there, because his lordship had asked for it so that the girl would feel comfortable. Which surprised her. As if in disbelief, looking at him, Isabel quietly asked if it was true, to which she heard a clear yes. Taking advantage of the moment, he said that Cardiego does not like to rush or force anyone, because the harvest must be ripe when picked, and patience was one of the values of the Cardiego family. That's why the Duke would never do anything she herself didn't want. The girl, relaxed, admitted that she felt better, as if the Lord himself had told her. Caressing Isabel's cheek, the boy told her to speak if she needed anything, because she was in no danger here and shouldn't worry. The only thing is that he asked the girl to believe him, focusing on her appearance. Rick stayed by her side as she fell asleep, looking at her and how protecting her this way. Isabel, trusting him, quickly fell asleep contentedly, which clearly pleased him as he watched. Leaning towards her, the boy quietly wished the girl good night, feeling that every day it became harder for him to suppress his feelings for her. For, already walking down the hallway, he decided that he would make sure that Isabel herself couldn't be without him. Early in the morning, the servants called the girl and wished her good morning, and asked her permission to introduce themselves. One of the main ones in front of them said that she was Rose, and that she was now the girl's personal maid. Looking closer, it seemed to Isabel that they were reapers, and she had never had servants. Smiling awkwardly, she said she was delighted to meet you, introducing herself and saying she was counting on them. Moving away from them, she mentally asked herself to live up to the image, while the maids looked at her surprised because she was the girl from the rumors. And they shouldn't make a mistake. The girls began dressing her early in the morning, explaining that the butler would show her the property, to which Isabel did not object. Of course, she was more surprised that the reapers, Cardiego's servants who wielded dark magic, whom she was so afraid of, turned out to be really caring. Soon the servants finished dressing her, holding a mirror so she could admire while they showered her with compliments. Looking at her, they thought she looked sleepy, so they asked, but the girl said everything was fine. However, Isabel looked at Rose, which reminded her of the girl among the blinders she had seen. So she couldn't believe the Duke sent warriors to serve her. Only the maid distracted her thoughts, showing that his lordship had sent her a bouquet of roses, and lilies wishing her a good day, while the girl thanked him and asked him to leave her in her room. The maid turned away, and Isabel became tenser, because the Duke had again given her what she liked. Lilies have always been a symbol of the Fieldsburg family, so roses are hard to find. And yesterday she had realized there were few things in the castle that suited the Cardiego family's taste. She couldn't believe he really cared that much, as she asked Riggs about her tastes, which made her think they were the same person. The girl immediately dismissed this thought, calling this kind of nonsense, because she cannot doubt her friend. Although he appeared in the castle so suddenly, and he and the Duke were born in the year of the solar eclipse, something unexpectedly struck the girl in her thoughts, raising her head. She could no longer believe it was the same person, even though everything led to it. While the butler led Milady to the main garden, telling her that it was absolutely symmetrical on both sides. The girl was a bit lost in her thoughts. She remembered the first time she asked Rix's age when he said it, and she realized he was 1 year older than her. Due to her thoughts, she didn't hear the servants at all while walking through the garden. And realizing that her friend was indeed born on the day of the eclipse, the butler tried to catch the girl's attention by telling her that, according to tradition, lilies and roses grow in the garden. Only Isabel remained silent, still floating in her thoughts, which slightly offended the man. Calling her, the butler honestly asked if she really didn't like it, why she looked back. Anne said no, because the garden was simply wonderful. Having honestly asked if the Duke really liked lilies and roses. The butler said it was a tradition, mentally understanding that it appeared 3 days ago by his order. But he only said that they simply didn't spread this information so as not to damage the established image. The servant also asked about the room. To which Isabel had a question: shouldn't guests live in a separate place? But the boy explained to her that she was the Duke's fiancée and that she was in a separate room before the wedding. After which she lives in the same room as him, my lordship. Looking at the butler, the girl couldn't believe that after the wedding she would sleep in the same room as the Duke. As if reading her thoughts, the servant tried to tell her that the rumors outside were quite bad. But the boy was not like that at all, because rumors often lie, which Isabel simply no longer believed. Because everyone denies everything too often. Because of this, the girl again remembered her friend, that they had the same problem of not being interested in girls at all. While the butler faded into the background for her again. Again, she remembered the appearance of the boys and compared them as one person. Addressing the butler, calling him Bill, she asked him to show her the library. After taking her there soon, he said that the Duke was very proud of his library. Because no one else in the empire had an equal one. Only Isabel wondered if there were rules here, until the butler told her that the books. And the doors were enchanted, so she could take any book, except the books in the secret compartment downstairs. Because only the heir could go there. Looking around, the girl was fascinated by the size of the library. And the number of books in it, which at the same time scared her. Thanking the servants, she asked to look around here herself, and that if anything happened they should call them when they needed help. To which they bowed and left. Isabel immediately felt inspired to look for evidence in the library. She knew Rig's birthday, but first she needed to find the exact date of the eclipse. Therefore, she hoped that in case something happened, she could find out the Duke's name. Only now, she needed to find the right book in the huge library. Walking past the books, the girl searched for something by title, thinking of finding a book with notes about the Duke's family. Only after stopping and looking around, she awkwardly realized she had already walked past here. Isabel looked away and suddenly found a luxurious wardrobe, only she couldn't remember it. Even though she was walking here already approaching it. Examining the books, the girl noticed that they were all leather-bound and organized by year. Finding a book with Cartiego's signature, she took it out. Unfortunately, the other book was pressed tightly against it, causing the others to fall after it. While all she cared about was the one she found. Isabel remembered that Bill had said she could take any book, so without thinking she opened the one she found. Flipping through it, still wondering if she could read anything. Upon finding the correct page, the girl was surprised to read aloud the line where it was written that the boy born in the year of the eclipse was named Ephorix Cartiego. Covering the book, Isabel kept turning the name Ephorix over in her head, realizing that it could be shortened to Rix. Her hands trembled. She couldn't believe that her boy, her fawn, and that monster Duke were the same person. Isabel couldn't believe it and mentally asked Rix why he was deceiving her. Sitting on the floor, she couldn't believe it, thinking they simply had similar names. Taking another book, she hoped to find the birth date, thinking they might just be siblings. Only unexpectedly blue butterflies began to appear around her, which only further confused the girl. Suddenly, a voice called her, which made her turn around and see no one. Hearing the same voice again, Isabel turned around and heard the voices of the servants who were worried. And they approached her asking if everything was fine. Only the girl heard another voice telling her not to panic, as in recent days she had felt something she didn't want. Someone's shadow gently took her by the shoulders, whispering that he was calling her. And there he was. Only from this, Isabel received a bit of shock, falling to the floor unconscious at the servant's worried screams. As soon as the boy found out about this, he immediately asked angrily why his fiancée had fainted. Even after hearing that she was probably very surprised by something. He did not relax and glared at them. Looking at Isabel again, Riggs gently stroked her cheek, thinking that such a gentle creature. And fragile had no place in a world full of dangers. It was as if the obsessed boy believed that only he could be there. When the girl is in such a state, why should she live with him? To the servants outside, such an image caused some discomfort, because their lord seemed to shine next to his fiancée. Then Riggs' eyes fixed on a book, and he immediately recognized it by its cover. Because there were entries for the year she was born. Looking at it, he couldn't understand how the book from the secret compartment ended up in Isabel's possession. Suddenly the boy realized, so he turned to the girl with concern. Disbelievingly. Looking at her sleeping image, he wondered if she really understood everything. Riggs told the servants to take care of Isabel and asked them to take the books to her room. Sitting next to her and stroking her, he looked at her with a smile, mentally saying that she could have asked directly. Of course, more worried about how she would react when she woke up. Despite this, the boy waited impatiently for her to wake up, wondering if she would want to know more about him. He also wondered if Isabel would call him Ephorix. Rix's face changed quickly when the figure of a man, whom he called Keel, began to appear from the shadows, reprimanding him for being late and asking about the completion of the task. A boy appeared reproachfully and said that tracking a group of people was not so easy when he asked for it himself. Keel immediately noticed the girl, asked what she was, if it was really for a sacrifice, and offered to eat it together while Riggs refused him. The boy looked closer at her and asked, a little excited, what was wrong with her. Only asking if the girl was breathing, the Duke took Keel by the neck and told him to stay away while he told Jen. Turning around, he happily asked if they would really eat her alive. While Riggs was very upset by this, rudely saying that the girl should not be eaten. Only his facial expression quickly changed when he started explaining to the little girl that she would live with him. Keel's long-forgotten full name was Kierkegaard, which was noted to be shorter. The boy knew it was the same girl from the rumors, but he thought it was some kind of witch. Since the Duke was in love with her, even taking into account the goddess's blessing. Walking next to her, simply examining her, he mentally admitted to himself that she was more beautiful than he thought. Moreover, he was more surprised by what his eyes saw, as if deceiving him. He did not believe that in front of him was the king of the underworld, who had summoned him when he was 7. Then the boy begged him to wait a little longer, because he was taking the appearance of a summoner. Although now he was satisfied with the appearance. While calling the boy, Hyen Kil asked if she was Isabel, while the boy told him not to dare call the girl that. While the boy explained that he was embarrassed by the way the Duke behaved. The boy said that he read many magazines in the underworld, and that now every man loves a bad boy. While Riggs flatly said that he would not treat someone he loved badly while calling him weird. Keel rudely said that the fact that a man cannot seduce a girl he likes affects his self-esteem. Because other wives ask him why his master is still alone, if he is truly impotent. Here Riggs angrily suggested that it was the boy who was spreading rumors, which he disagreed with. He loudly said that, on the contrary, he actively denied everything, telling everyone that he was the best in both size and quality. Touching the boy, Keel said they still didn't believe him because he was still alone. Seeing Rick's angry face, he clumsily asked if they were finding out who had started to dissolve them. The guy clearly said that if he can, then let him do it. While Keel asked, even if he is true. Then the Duke remembered a new task for him, because he found some evidence as to why he needed to prepare the soul of the Iron Man. Now Keel happily recognized his Duke Cardiego, who gave him the task of killing him. And now his soul. Riggs carefully started lifting Isabel, and asked the boy how long it would take him to achieve it. Having lifted the girl, carefully pressing her against him, he asked if 10 days would be enough for him. Until this seemed to offend the boy. Keel confidently said that 1 week would be enough for him. Late at night, Isabel was still getting up, only worried, mentally screaming about ghosts. That there were ghosts in Duke Cardiego's palace. Raising her head, she told herself again in the palace, remembering what she had learned when calling Rix. Facing the detective within her. The girl tried to understand what the conclusion was, and realized that if Riggs was really the Duke, then he wouldn't hurt her. She couldn't believe she knew nothing about him when the worried voice of a servant arrived asking if she wanted to go for a walk. To which she said yes. A moment later, the blinder people appeared next to her and explained that they were waiting for her at tomorrow's ball. So they decided to check on her well-being. Rose, bowing her head, admitted that she still didn't understand if the girl was feeling better. Because she didn't understand well. Then Isabel herself realized that she was simply scared of the ghosts. But the servants knew it, while they waited for her to soon feel better, saying they would bring her something to eat. Very soon they brought the girl a fruit pie, while the servants told her it was a pie with special berries from the Duke's garden. These berries only grow in Cardiego's palace and have a strong analgesic effect that lasts more than a week. And it also relieves nightmares, because Duke Cardiego personally ordered them to be prepared. Then Isabel realized that the boy had asked her to make her a pie with red berries that he gave her to relieve pain during menstruation. The girl loved reading scenes about balls, how people dance under a shining crystal chandelier, and confess their love. Rix prepared delicious food and drinks, as this festivity will be only for one person. Hoping that she will soon see everything he has prepared for her. He remembered that the girl said she wanted a ring with a big diamond, hoping not to refuse it. Isabel soon appeared in a luxurious dress and cute hair braided into a bun. For him, there were only the two of them in the hall, literally facing each other, not noticing anyone. Here Riggs smiled tenderly and walked towards Isabel. She, shyly and awkwardly, admitted to herself that they were actually very similar to each other. Her childhood friend and the Duke. Only her friend always had messy hair and simple clothes, which was no longer the same. Extending his hand for Isabel to dance, she awkwardly reached back and placed her hand in his. As soon as she touched him, the boy immediately requested music and asked if she would agree to dance with him. Isabel couldn't believe she was now dancing at her dream ball, even though recently she thought all this was an illusion from the underworld magic. Even Duke Cardiego's palace seemed too fabulous to be true. She honestly hoped everything would be dark and scary, looking awkwardly at the boy. The girl didn't believe this could be true, much less that her friend was the Duke. As they leaned forward in the dance, Isabel awkwardly said the name of Ferrix, to which the boy was a little surprised. Having clarified if that was his real name, he just nodded silently, smiling at her. Awkwardly, the girl brought her hand close to his face, which alarmed him a little, but the boy did not resist when she removed the carnival mask. Now she was sure that her childhood best friend was standing in front of her, while he mockingly said that she had been guessing for a long time. The girl Isabel still couldn't believe that her old childhood friend was standing in front of her at the ball. Asking in disbelief if he, Rix, was really a Ferrix Cardiego, the Duke of the Underworld. The boy simply smiled awkwardly and calmly said it was true, but that only she could call him Rick. Calling the maid Rose, the boy suggested that they were squeezing his fiancée's shoes so that she could pick others. While the girl was in shock upon realization, Riggs looked at them thinking a bit about his own things, not noticing the people around him. The boy really liked how Isabel called him Ephorixov, because she finally realized that it was the same person. Even recalling her expression, Riggs couldn't be happier to have finally understood. Despite being uncomfortable and shocked. Blushing awkwardly at such memories, the Duke asked his servant Bill to bring him a glass of cold water, while little Keel asked him if he liked such holidays. When the servant offered them the good wine they had, the guy flatly asked for cold water. While Keel, approaching him, began to wonder what he would do now. Only Riggs rudely told him to stop asking questions, clearly answering that the wedding would be in 2 weeks. Because he was embarrassed. When Isabel returned, she couldn't believe that Riggs had literally stabbed her in the back for her. The girl was still angry because he had lied to her more than once. He lied about work, about savings, having already summarized that he was constantly lying to her. Awkwardly approaching him, relaxing and calming down, she quietly called him, only by his full name. Riggs looked at her tenderly, focusing of course on her question. Isabel gathered her courage and called him to say a few words without indiscreet glances. Closing her eyes, still smiling tenderly, the guests began to look at her. She kept telling herself mentally what Riggs would still get from her, because as soon as they were left alone, he would definitely get it. As soon as they left, the boy immediately started assuring her that she didn't have to address him as you, because everyone knew she was his old friend and now his fiancée, while the girl closed the balcony door. When she finished, Riggs asked her what she wanted to talk about, looking at her a little confused. Isabel immediately turned around and indignantly asked him why he lied to her. Riggs calmly began to explain that she lived in the Fieldsburg Temple and that they, in turn, cannot stand Cardiego. Then the moment was lost, and somehow it was already inconvenient to admit it. Moreover, without even having time to continue, Isabel interrupted the boy by asking what. Riggs reminded her that she herself did not give him a chance to tell her everything, especially since he even washed the dishes at her request, although he himself would never have touched them in his life, which embarrassed her a little, making her remember that she only wanted to play with him longer. Only the boy looked at her with tenderness, with a smile and happiness, despite the girl being confused. Caressing Isabel's cheek and gently pushing the hair from her face, Riggs asked if that was all she wanted to ask. As if encouraging her, he asked if she wasn't interested in knowing why he brought her to the castle. To which the girl was already thinking. Smiling at him, she said it didn't matter at all, because the main thing was that, after all, he didn't buy it. Riggs said without secrets that the one who bought her came to the temple for her. It was the Iron Man. He was the eyes of the Iron family and was not the last person in Cardiego. He clearly bribed someone to expose everything, as if he, the Duke, had given the order. While Isabel clarified that Mateo's father sold her to the man, which Riggs agreed with. But he assured that it was over now. And now it remains to find out who is behind everything. The boy told her not to worry. Because of this, the girl felt a little embarrassed, not believing, because he had been deceiving her for so many years. Only smiling happily, Isabel still trusted him, especially because his words even made her feel better. The girl was still angry, saying that when he proposed to her without knowing anything. Now she didn't see the point. Riggs soon interrupted her, saying that he hadn't thought about breaking off the engagement. So looking at him, Isabel asked, puzzled what. The boy gently knelt in front of the girl and pulled something out of his jacket. Having finished his search, Riggs raised his head, smiling tenderly. And looking at Isabel. Handing her a small box, the boy asked her if she would marry him, while the girl was perplexed. She couldn't believe it while the boy was already asking her to open it, hoping she would like everything. Upon opening it, Isabel couldn't believe it was as if her deepest dreams were coming true while looking at the ring. The boy knelt down and asked her to marry him. He took out a ring with her name engraved. Then the girl realized that she could kiss him when she was bored. Only she didn't dare say anything, silently looking at the boy and holding the box with the ring. Isabel had already started calling him Efrix Cardiego, while the boy looked at her with burning eyes waiting for an answer. As if realizing that she wanted to refuse, he immediately interrupted her, telling her that she couldn't refuse, which surprised her a little. Riggs remembered that she was the first to propose to him, already closing the handles with the box, reminding her that among all local men, he was the closest to her ideal. Isabel then asked him what her ideal was, just as the boy reminded her that she herself said she liked tall men, sophisticated, who smelled of soap and slept almost without clothes. She also remembered that on their wedding night, she didn't want to stay awake and break the bed, but wake up in the morning on the sofa, wrapped in a curtain torn off during the night, and have breakfast together. Taking Isabel's hands, Riggs said he could give her everything she wanted. Gently putting the ring on her finger, the boy remembered that she had always dreamed of a surname. Well, raising her head to her, Riggs said that she could take his surname then. Therefore, Isabel must marry him, which the boy madly hoped for, taking her hand. Only the girl looked at him embarrassed, a little surprised that he remembered everything. And did it for her. They continued standing on the balcony in the silence of the night, looking into each other's eyes. Riggs was the first to break the silence, asking Isabel why she decided to propose to him, which confused and surprised her a little. The boy looked at her tenderly, waiting for the answer that interested him so much. Only the girl honestly admitted that she was only waiting for this day, so she really wanted to consider other options. Riggs then asked honestly. Everyone was intrigued because she chose him while being embarrassed. Isabel turned around embarrassed and only awkwardly admitted that he was still her friend. And that nobody knew her better than him. Adding further that he was not like other men, that the girl was sure with him in that regard. It made the boy a little surprised, not understanding in what way. Of course, without expecting to hear that she loved, but the reason seemed ridiculous to him, thinking that he is performing some kind of act again. With an innocent appearance, Riggs clearly said that the wedding would take place in just 2 weeks because he wanted to get married as soon as possible. Only after letting go of Isabel's hand, he calmly said that he thought she wanted to marry him so much. Although it turned out that the girl was simply using him, so he warned that he would not force her. Looking at her the same way, he suggested that if she wanted, he would immediately cancel all preparations. Only Isabel, grabbing his hand, flatly asked not to cancel anything, because everything was already agreed upon. And there was no point in canceling anything, while Riggs, confused, directly asked if the wedding would take place. Hugging her friend, the girl told him that of course yes, calling him towards her, because it wouldn't do if everyone saw how he. Duke Cardiego cried. Closing his eyes, he hugged her, telling himself mentally that he knows he looks pathetic now. Only if it helps to be with her, and he even thought a little. Hugging Isabel tighter and tighter, Riggs admitted to himself that he was willing to be at least the most pathetic in the world for her. Already from the morning of the next day, the maids were whispering about a girl with a 7-letter name, for whom the Duke was crazy, commenting on what they heard, that he even burst into tears in front of her. On his knees begging for her. Although with amazement, they still called her a truly wonderful lady who walked down the same corridor. She simply turned awkwardly towards them, smiling modestly. Only Isabel didn't understand what was wrong with the maids, because they looked at her thinking how kind and strong she was, with love and respect, while the girl was a little surprised why they looked at her so much. She arrived at the meeting in a beautiful hall where she was already greeted by Earl Grey, one of the Duke's closest assistants, who greeted her and introduced himself, warning her that starting that day he would begin training her. Isabel also introduced herself and promised to study hard, mentally understanding that she would eventually become Duke Cardiego's wife. She knew that many would envy her and hatch intrigues and spread gossip, so she didn't want to look like a fool. And she would have to work hard for it. Sitting at the table, the girl realized that she stumbles every time she needs to introduce herself by her last name. That she doesn't remember. So Isabel tenderly remembered that, for now, she could use her sister Maria's last name. After all, she was like family to her. She would just have to ask her. The Earl immediately told her not to forget that he has a lower status than her. And that status plays a very important role, is the basis of social interaction. Only Isabel was interested in what she would learn and asked directly about it. The man, placing the papers on the table, said that his lordship would become emperor. And therefore many guests would come to the wedding, and that she must learn all the names and titles as well as who, for whom, and for whom. Having said that they would start with other ladies, Isabel was surprised not to believe that all the nobility really had to remember so much. Looking at the girl, Earl Grey was a little surprised by her appearance and found something familiar. Bringing his hand to his chin, he really compared her remembering. The man thought that she looked like a lady who was always the center of attention. However, Earl Grey loudly stated that this was simply impossible, while the girl asked him, puzzled, what he was talking about. After looking at her, he nevertheless asked her where she spent her childhood, while the girl quickly said she grew up in a temple on the borders of Cardiego's land. Subsequently, the man confirmed that he was apparently mistaken and had been wrong. For it seemed to him that, at one of the receptions, he had seen a woman who resembled her. Only this explanation only interested the girl more, asking what she was like, and which reception he had attended, as he had not been told before that she resembled someone. Assuming it was at the Emperor's ball, Count Gray immediately apologized. Because he was already old and forgot. After finishing the topic, the girl wrote down a bunch of papers, asking what they were. To which the man quickly replied that they were those who would not come to the wedding. Thinking that she would be interested. To which Isabel, undoubtedly smiling, said that of course yes, because she would become part of the Cardiego family. That she must figure everything out as soon as possible. Looking at her with a smile, the Earl was a little surprised by her determination. He only said that then they would start. The first was the Iron Man, head of the Iron family, but not long ago the Duke deprived him of his title. And of his life. As she read, Isabel decided that even if she saw someone like that at the banquet, she would control herself. Because self-control in high society is the most important thing. As he looked around, he encountered another person of similar appearance to the Duke, who turned out to be Buiscard Diego, his lordship's now deceased uncle. Only Earl Grey interrupted his further reading about him, saying he would tell her later. Mentally understanding that it was too soon for her to find out about this. Maybe later, when she becomes a duchess. While the man was surprised by the confidence with which she behaved and grasped everything on the fly. The girl didn't think it was so bad, especially since Sister Maria allowed her to teach more. Earl Grey thought the blinder people were exaggerating about her, although it turned out that he simply had prejudice towards her. However, for such successes, the man only increased the volume of what he studied. So the girl was only even more indignant. In his office, Riggs was more interested in how Isabel managed her affairs there. Only the arriving Earl started praising the girl in every way, which even confused the boy. Because Earl Grey himself praises her. However, smiling, the Duke mentally admitted to the girl that she simply never ceases to surprise him with her ability to adapt to the situation. Riggs admitted to himself that Isabel was perfect for the role of Duchess, without doubting that she would later become a worthy empress. Still sitting in the office, introducing the girl, the boy suddenly remembered that she, putting a necklace around her neck, she wanted to marry that day tomorrow, looking at him tenderly. Warning her that he wouldn't survive rejection. Embarrassed and as if falling more in love, Riggs considered her charming and intelligent. No matter what they said. Poking at the table, he called her the best, while in the silence someone called him brother. Keel, looking at him, called him a pervert with that smile, while the Duke asked him how long he had been here. The boy said he came as soon as he finished the task, while the boy was interested in what he had learned. Keel merely replied that everything revolved around Buis Cardiego. This name immediately overshadowed Duke Cardiego's mood, because he simply hated him. Especially because he would never forgive him for daring to covet his fiancée. Riggs, without thinking, told Keel rudely and seriously to bring the Iron Man here. Right now. The boy, obediently, began to open the magic circle on the floor, sitting down at the table. Watching the shadows thicken. Instantly, a pitiful voice from the circle began to ask for his lordship, only the boy interrupted irritably, saying he didn't like dealing with the dead. His mood only deteriorated further, so he rudely asked who had ordered the man to attack the temple. While he started to say that it had all been Buis Cardiego. Only Riggs quickly interrupted him, saying he killed him with his own hands. While the man said that his soul still wanders the world. Bowing his head, the man said that due to the contracts he had made during his life, he was obliged to obey the will of the one who appears in his dreams. Only the Duke was not interested in the fact that his uncle's soul was not resting, nor the fact that he could use the power of the underworld. He was only interested in what Isabel needed. Directly asking what he commanded exactly. While the Iron Man said that he had to steal and take the girl to the Vilsburg Palace. Which surprised both of them, especially Keel, asking how he could know about Isabel if he himself only saw her the other day. Riggs immediately realized that he was right about something, because the Vilsburgs contracted consanguineous marriages to monopolize the goddess's blessing. And if the girl really has her blood flowing in her, then it's not surprising that they are chasing her so much. Although why is still unclear. Suddenly, the boy seemed to have an epiphany, asking himself for a minute mentally to think about how Keel interrupted him. The boy said that the blinder people were talking about blue butterflies that have been flying everywhere in recent days. Even though it is not yet spring, holding one of these in his hand. Riggs immediately remembered that blue butterflies are a symbol of the goddess Isis. Still mentally hoping that this was just a coincidence, striving. Then the Iron Man raised his voice, asking his lordship for mercy, to tell everything he himself knew. While the Duke, glancing at him, asked again if he was really asking for mercy. Duke Cardiego only seemed angrier, and sarcastically said that, of course, he would have mercy, adding that he wouldn't tear out his tongue. In another palace, someone opened the doors with a loud bang, asking if there was news of His Majesty. As he entered the hall, the people around him began to stand up, as if trying to say something. Looking at him, the man was Royhan Filsberg, a member of the Blue Blood of Filsberg. All irritated and angry, he walked past the people who were standing silently near the common table. Sitting in his seat, Royhan cursed a certain old man for failing to complete a task he had entrusted to him. Then a girl from the circle of people began to say that he was doing everything in his power by adding medicine before bed. Another man interrupted him, saying he was already 70 years old and that it was very difficult to leave an heir at that age. While the man sitting next to him added that he lived through the year of death 15 years ago. After which he became very discouraged. Interrupting the noise of voices that had accumulated so much, the Lord loudly asked when his family had come to this. Thinking and leaning on the table. The year of death was the time when, as a result of an incident, all direct descendants of the Fieldsbergs died. Except for the one who, until now, had lost all successors of the Fieldsberg family. And he was desperately trying to keep the throne. Around him, people continued to discuss the situation, while Royhan just sat and thought about this noise. Covering his face, he quietly said that these people were useless, becoming increasingly irritated. Isis, the owner of all things, in the end everyone simply began to pray. Which did not surprise the Lord, he expected nothing more. Now everything depended on him. Only the goddess had abandoned his family, and he was still waiting for her to return. However, the stone on his chest that he was gripping in that manner was considered good luck, so that he would finally find her. The hall emptied quickly, but a voice asked if Roykan really desired the throne so much. The gentleman, raising his head, only said that he simply wanted to save the family so that they would finally have an heir. An alien voice added that this could also be considered a great success for Isabel. While Roykan examined the stone, the man thanked him for knowing about the girl's existence thanks to this Cardiego stone. He believed that heaven itself had given him the opportunity. Now he has Isabel Filsberg, and having married him, she will give birth to his future emperor. But now he decided to act on his own and not rely on the pathetic old man, and decided that they would do a great thing if he gave the country a true heir. Of course, he knew that the girl wanted to marry Cardiego, but he didn't consider it a problem because he only needed her body. The gentleman believed that a woman of royal blood should be willing to make any sacrifice for the good of the country. At Cardiego Palace, the bride and groom attended the council of nobility known as the Zampon, until Isabel couldn't believe that she would be deciding and discussing matters related to the wedding. While in the hall, Riggs warned those present that in a few days the girl would become a duchess, and they should treat her with due respect. Reading the information sheets, Isabel looked up for a moment, wondering how they would react. Only everyone looked at her with great sadness, so she quickly realized that it wouldn't be easy seeing curiosity in their eyes. Doubt and envy. When someone said it was time to start discussing, the couple looked at each other as if smiling in support. After some time of conversation, one of the men stood up and asked his lordship that, although he had control over his own funds, he believed that for a commoner this was an unaffordable luxury. He clarified his opinion by saying that their wedding was of a scope worthy of the imperial family. This statement enraged Riggs, while Isabel understood that he was looking down on her. Seeing his cunning expression, the girl admitted that she hadn't been in such situations. Only such an attack was too obvious for her, calling him Viscount Letter. Only the Duke's mood worsened even more, so he wanted to start being indignant. Isabel immediately interrupted this, saying that the man's words made her think. She agreed that it wasn't right to spend too much on the wedding, which the Viscount confirmed, adding that the Duke had not yet become emperor. He also angrily added that it would be good to find someone suitable for the position of empress. Which is why the girl started considering him assertive, as if he had told her she was just a girl for a night. She had to accept that, after all, the fate of the people depended on the empress. Remembering that Sister Maria taught her to smile and not be fooled by provocations. By evening, when the council ended, the girl was already in her room. All angry and irritated. More or less calmed down, she understood that they didn't like her, knowing they had many reasons for it. But that was no reason to neglect the wedding. Then, after examining the papers, Isabel loudly suggested how to reduce expenses. For example, the amount of pearls that were imported from the territory of Viscount Letter. Looking at him, she asked if that was what angered him. While the man stuttered, Isabel kept smiling, wondering why there were so many pearls in the mountainous area. Most likely, they bought them abroad at a low price, and then resold them here at exorbitant prices. Only the girl continued saying that they could quite well reduce the expenses of their wedding by using pearls, because they don't need that much to buy them at a lower price. Why did he thank her? Because thanks to him, the economic problem would be solved, which only irritated him more. In her own room, Isabel understood that Viscount Lether was provoking her with his words. But the others could go much further, because she was already in the middle of the battlefield. She should be ready to defend herself, and, for example, her magic only got better every day. Which surprised her, especially the amount of power that was hidden. Previously, she had not progressed, no matter how hard she tried, because she wanted to look for more books on magic. Even though she hadn't been to the library since the day she fainted. But now, on the table, she noticed the book she was reading then. Isabel didn't understand how a book about the Filsberg dynasty ended up among the books, with the history of the Cardiego family. But in the end, even the power of the underworld was granted to her by the goddess Isis. Upon opening the book, she remembered how the great mages said that, if you want to know magic, you must first know its goddess, and how a blue light appeared around her. A strange voice returned with blue butterflies, calling a girl by name out of nowhere. Raising her head upwards, where the voice could have come from, she continued that she had finally found her. That these butterflies she sent towards, the girl turned into just a snack for the blinder people. Only Isabel didn't understand what was happening, thinking she had brought the ghosts from the room with her. Running quickly to the library, the girl ran among the shelves like crazy, looking for that very beautiful cabinet. Sitting on a chair, she didn't understand anything, as they told her that all the books were enchanted, and that if she returned them, they would go back to their original place. Only nothing happened to her book, which was truly perplexing and stupefying. Walking among the shelves, she began to look for other books that were interesting to her, while the female voice continued to chase her, calling her by name. She asked Isabel if she had really abandoned her, her goddess, for lewd books while looking at the butterflies. Abruptly lowering her head, the girl dismissed this nonsense because the goddess would never say lewd books, especially since her voice sounded more like a grumpy old woman. Then the voice rudely told her to stop ignoring her because she really is her goddess, especially since Sister Maria really didn't teach her manners, while Isabel just made more faces, deciding that they were definitely ghosts. So the girl decided to use a backup plan, maintaining harmony, thinking about calmness, because that's how you can weaken demons. However, this did not help much. The voice continued to complain that she supported her too much, while the girl stuck her nose into the book. Reading. In the book, she came across a moment where moonlight illuminated the muscular chest of the main character, imagining a naked man walking straight towards her. Riggs immediately came to mind, which made her ashamed and unable to believe she was thinking such a thing. Only the voice kept talking about her, while Isabel, ignoring her, decided she was too tired. That it was no wonder that, after all, her friend appeared in her fantasies. While the voice said she only had trouble, the girl remembered Sister Cecilia's words that if she read wicked books, she would grow up strange. Which annoyed her a little. She didn't want to become a strange duchess, so she decided to pretend nothing happened and go to his house. Following the butterfly's steps, Keel arrived at the library, noticed the girl, and walked towards her. Before even having time to greet, Isabel suddenly shouted in surprise and turned to look at him. As if even happy that she paid attention to him, Keel called his little sister with a smile, while she mentally called him cute. Hugging him, examining him, the girl even thought he looked like a doll, while the boy was surprised by her sincerity upon realizing from the butterflies that she was the one. Then Isabel asked his name, and he introduced himself as Keel, noticing that his name was very beautiful when introduced. When asking Keel what he was doing here, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a book from the secret department in her hand, while the girl just smiled and said she was reading. Not understanding how she could enter the secret department, he felt the aura of another girl who did not want to show herself to anyone, only to Isabel. While the girl squeezed him, he wondered if she had any connection with the Fieldsburgs. Knowing that nobles were always dissolute and that illegitimate children were abundant there. Only upon remembering that there were butterflies here, Keel realized that she was not an illegitimate daughter and understood why everyone was looking for her. Looking at her with shining eyes, the boy invited her, calling her sister to be friends. Isabel, looking at him, nodded happily, especially since it was impossible for her to resist. Because he was just a love. Thinking that he reminded her of Riggs' fawn, she kissed him tenderly, leaving him in shock. Riggs immediately came from behind, and the boy was a little afraid of him because he was very sad. Trying to smile, the boy asked Isabel what she was doing, while she asked him if he was really asking about the slap. While Keel realized that he was screwed now. After hearing the girl's answer, the Duke then asked Keel what he was doing here. As the boy approached, the boy wished him a good day, calling him brother. Getting off the girl's lap while she was incredulous. Isabel, as if angry, asked him if he really didn't like children. This question greatly puzzled the Duke, and Keel froze for a moment, feeling uncomfortable. Riggs quickly guessed that if he said he didn't love her, it meant he didn't want the baby. And he hesitated. Grabbing the boy, he began to tell her that she couldn't even imagine how crazy he was about children. While both felt disgusted by what they were doing, the boy explained to Isabel that this child is actually a member of the Reaper family, and his appearance is deceptive. In fact, he is over 200 years old. He simply doesn't want to change his appearance and walks around everywhere with this look. Putting him aside, Riggs asked if he likes children. No. Having said yes, that he would hug them if he had them, the boy immediately asked if she would like to have children. As if to remind Isabel that he was her husband, he asked if he would someday be the father of her child. Looking at her tenderly, only the girl immediately spoke about adoption, which bothered him greatly. Looking at her with pity, Riggs said that since childhood, he had done everything possible to become the ideal husband for her, because she deserves a worthy man for a husband. Looking at him, Isabel quickly agreed that they would have their own child, and if he was happy now. Only Keel, who was next to him, was slightly moved by such an image, thinking he would go crazy, without understanding how much longer he could endure this. While escorting the girl out of the library, Rick's mood changed quickly, and he became angrier. Taking the book Isabel was reading, the boy called the goddess Isis, saying that we felt her presence. Receiving no answer, he warned that he would then change the holy scriptures. When immediately, the same voice that spoke to the girl answered him by calling him the unfaithful Cardiego. By saying that such a frivolous attitude tormented her soul, Riggs only said that it was definitely a reaction to Isabel's appearance. While the voice asked him to leave the scriptures and they could talk. After leaving the book on the table, the goddess noticed that it seemed like everyone except Isabel knew the truth. Next, she said that from now on she was a spirit associated only with this boy. While Rick sat, touching his hands, and sadly repeated to himself that the girl was from the Fieldsburg family. The goddess Isis only disappointedly said yes, that she was the last direct descendant. Irritated, the Duke asked her if she knew that her blessing for the women of the Fieldsburg clan was like a curse. To which the goddess herself, annoyed, said she knew. She just quickly added that she wanted the boy to understand that she was completely on Isabel's side. Which didn't help him much. Moreover, for her, the goddess Isis, seeing Cardiego think about the girl every night was something she had no idea about even in her sickest fantasy. Which of course surprised him, slightly indignant. Putting everything aside, she said she needed to show him something, surrounding the space with butterflies and bright lights. The goddess showed Rix the people praying to her and asked him to bless the imperial family because they knew about the descendant. The boy stepped away surprised, not believing his eyes, while she continued that. Although she had lost the ability to foresee, she heard their prayers asking for help. The goddess also suggested that sooner or later their Isabel would be attacked, probably immediately after the wedding. So it's better for the boy to be prepared for this, even if he is unfaithful to the goddess. She promised to do everything possible to protect her girl, who exudes the scent of ripe grapes. Until Riggs interrupted her and said no. Recalling the image of the girl, the boy was sure she had the scent of green grapes. With the same confidence, he looked into the void, hoping the goddess would see his perseverance. Only the voice fell silent until he confidently decided. On the morning of another day, the Duke asked Bill if the food was going well, to which he simply replied yes. Continuing that today was a solemn day in Cardiego's history. Unfolding the scroll, he said it would be a grand wedding and began to recite. The scroll described in full every step of the servants. What they decorated. With what? And why, for example. A pearl decoration would become a symbol of leadership, as well as what Isabel was dressed in. Even the boy was dressed completely, to the lady's liking with 2 orders, as a symbol of nobility. And the hair combed back, which emphasized her attractiveness. Everything was perfect both for Bill and for Rix himself, who shone with happiness because everything was going so well. The boy also asked if everything was delivered without delay and how the fulfillment of his rules had gone. Walking down the aisle, the servant continued reading that guests were denied entry and that they were not in the agreed dress code, speaking to the spirits to watch over the guests and not dare to hurt the girl with their looks. Bill also added that everyone wore outfits that completely covered and were not revealing, which also pleased Riggs. Keel, being nearby, surprisingly heard a bunch of other prohibitions and wishes that made Isabel a little perplexed. The only thing not following the list was the absence of Sister Mary, whom they had invited, which caused Bill to ask what he should do. Such a small flaw in all its splendor greatly bothered Rix, because he wanted her to receive the blessing of her closest people. When asking about the other sisters, the servant turned the scroll and said that due to the injuries sustained during the incident with the Iron Man, it was difficult for them to move. Then the Duke ordered him to schedule a separate visit after the wedding, and asked if he had missed anything. As soon as he opened the door, Isabel stood behind her in a magnificent wedding dress, and asked him if Riggs had really come. His beauty instantly captivated him, making the boy embarrassed while she asked him how he was. Isabel was the first to break the awkward silence and said that the boy was going crazy. To which he replied, stuttering slightly. While the maids themselves admired the girl's beauty, she said that their marriage would be a union of natural beauty and talent. Only Riggs remained embarrassed, mentally surprised and realizing that it wasn't the guests he should worry about. Until Isabel understood what was wrong with him and asked if it was really that emotion. She thought that if a girl attended a sacred gathering, the temple would surely receive generous donations. Even the long-revered Cardiego family, by the powers beyond the grave, was thinking about changing religion. Covering his face, Riggs, of course, knew that no man would burst in here and challenge him to a duel, but there were some uncomfortable feelings. Isabel tried to distract the boy, inviting him to go greet the guests. Holding hands, they walked out into the hall, while the happy girl said she had been rehearsing very hard. So he didn't have to worry about her, calling him her dear husband. The servants escorted them from behind as the couple walked in silence. Looking at Rix, Isabel understood that the ceremony would start soon, but the boy seemed quite gloomy. Worried, the girl nevertheless tugged the boy and asked if everything was all right. And how he felt, because his face was pale. Still, he excitedly and worriedly said everything was fine, sighing. Squeezing her hand tighter, the boy asked her to stay by his side from the beginning to the end of the ceremony. Stopping, turning Isabel towards him, Riggs continued saying that if someone behaves extravagantly, she must not pay attention to him and definitely has to tell him if she feels uncomfortable and needs something. I asked the Duke, laughing, if he really thought someone would break in, but the guy just looked amused. Gently kissing the palm of the girl, the boy said he just hates it when she smiles while looking at someone else. He had this feeling because from now on he is her husband, which Riggs honestly told her. The confession greatly embarrassed Isabel. She couldn't understand what it was about, because nothing unusual had happened yet. However, observing his behavior, the girl decided that he must be very worried. Upon entering the hall, they were greeted and introduced loudly, smiling and walking together. Amidst the beautiful music performed by the musicians and the admiration of other ladies invited to the ceremony, they walked towards the altar. Everything was dazzling white, surrounded by flowers and bright lights, as the couple walked amidst the applause of the crowd of infinite glory to the Cardiego family. Looking at each other, they listened as they announced the birth of the new Dukes of Cardiego above them. After the message, they were asked to exchange rings, which were brought on a tray inside a red box. Isabel, holding a bouquet of flowers, began to look around the hall with great admiration. Everything was shining crazily. There were guests with congratulations in the wedding palace, decorations made of beautiful roses and pearls. For the girl it was perfect, according to her taste. Riggs called Isabel softly, distracting her from looking around the hall, and looking at her tenderly. A little embarrassed, the boy asked her if she liked organizing the wedding, because that worried him. Only the girl herself, smiling awkwardly, said that everything was simply wonderful. When the ring was placed on her finger, both felt incredibly happy. Isabel felt especially good. Her happiness quickly turned into discomfort as she looked at the boy in front of her. He gently took her palm and leaned in to kiss her, pressing her against him. Riggs, resting the girl's palm against him, happily called her by name, looking at her with love. The girl herself was on cloud 9, smiling shyly and happily at him. Taking both palms, the boy happily expressed that he would be the ideal husband for her, which even amused her, laughing tenderly. They quickly left the night and headed to their rooms, where Riggs, looking at himself in the mirror, heard Bill say that they were expected, although clearly everyone was already drunk at that time. Only the boy wasn't interested in this, because he lovingly looked at his hand, realizing the facts. On his finger, he wore a beautiful ring that Isabel had gifted him as a sign of love, which made him smile. Recalling her, the boy remembered how many times he had imagined this day and finally stood beside her. Yes, recalling his past self, he remembered how he gained sympathy through a deceptive act, as well as the fact that they reproached him for cowardly using the Iron Man crisis. The only thing that mattered to him now was that it was in self-defense. Taking a break from this, Riggs discussed the general situation with Bill, to which he replied that he hadn't noticed anything suspicious and that it was quiet outside. Recalling the Fieldsburgs possessed by the goddess, the boy understood that they would invade the moment they relaxed and became vulnerable. Frowning, he only admitted that most likely this would happen after the wedding. Only remembering the dialogue with the goddess, he recalled that she had distanced herself from all the Fieldsburgs, becoming a protective spirit of Isabel. Only the Duke was not sure if he could believe these words, because one must not forget that divine standards and human ones are different. Riggs warned them to keep watching and not to relax under any circumstances, to which the servant nodded affirmatively. Having found out where Isabel was now, the boy walked down the corridor to the terrace where she was waiting for him. Only when he approached and opened the terrace door did he hear someone's voice talking about someone, and that she had no idea where she belonged. The unknown woman behind the door with a glass, mentioned that this woman didn't know her surname due to her low origin and, most likely, thanks to the Duke's weaknesses, she seduced him with sweet speeches. The girl continued saying that she was just a smooth-faced idiot who had no relatives to look after her, asking how she managed to become a duchess. And Rick's guessed who they were talking about, getting irritated. Before this, Isabel was sitting on the terrace. But the maid approached her and said she would stay with her until the Duke returned. Only the girl explained that the banquet hall was full and she wanted to get some fresh air. But that it was fine here. To which the maid herself said that, compared to other families, the wedding was quite lively. Moreover, his lordship appeared without a mask for the first time, which surprised everyone quite a bit. Even the maid herself was delighted with her partner, so when they come to the banquet hall, people will definitely flock to them, so it's better to be prepared for this. In her mind, Isabel remembered that the boy had told her that he hated dealing with people. And now she seemed to understand the reason why he was annoyed. Immediately, a slightly strong wind blew, so the maid decided to bring Milady a blanket. Isabel looked at her and thanked her for coming later with a blanket. While drinking a glass of wine, the girl realized that now was a moment of solitude, remembering how long it had been since she was alone. Until recently, she always looked at the stars alone, but the reality is that she and her fawn have now become spouses. Isabel remembered that once, after reading the book, she told Riggs that she wanted an engagement ring with simply a huge diamond. While the boy joked that he knew what the book was about, which she held without even reading it himself. She remembered that the boy kept every word she said in his heart, telling her directly beforehand to tell him any thought. Now Isabel looked at her hand, where the very ring she had dreamed of since childhood was. And now she and her childhood friend were together forever. Suddenly the terrace door opened, and a dark-haired woman entered. Noticing that it was spacious and cozy. Having already noticed Isabel, she asked if she was alone here. She could join because there was no free space anywhere. There were already drunken guests everywhere. The girl herself realized that she was quite drunk and said she could stay until her entourage returned. While apologizing, Isabel examined the guest and realized that she had seen her in the book that Earl Grey had offered her. Only the woman raised her eyes, looked at her, and asked if she was invited, because her face was unfamiliar to her. Not understanding what she was talking about, the woman explained that she shouldn't pretend she didn't know. Because all the young ladies who were here were brought by her father to somehow find the Heart's Lady of Duke Cardiego. To which she simply nodded her head, listening. Only the girl in red realized, and asked her friend if she thought a wedding was absurd. Which she didn't understand. Drinking wine, she couldn't believe the Duke was so handsome, because if she had known earlier. Despite the rumors, that impotent man would definitely have tried to seduce him. Such words shocked Isabel, but she remained silent and kept listening while the girl kept talking about him. The same woman, drinking wine, continued saying that she didn't believe in his divine justice. Just as she didn't believe he would marry such a woman. Isabel, not hiding her curiosity, asked what she meant by the words of such a woman. With a malicious smile, the woman cheerfully said that she didn't even know her surname due to her low origin. And she, penniless, knowing the Duke's weaknesses, simply seduced him with sweet speeches. While continuing to condemn the new Duchess, she looked at her friend and asked if everyone really agreed with this. But she soon realized that she didn't know who was next to her. The girl seemed to pronounce her name with pride, confirming that she has no family or fortune. So she doesn't know her surname. Only now her name is Isabel Cardiego, while the girl's face twisted in horror when she saw who she was talking to, thinking about saying her name. However, Isabel was ahead of her because she knew that she was Lily Lether, Viscount Lether's youngest daughter. As soon as Lily started explaining her opinion, the girl calmed down thinking she must have drunk too much. Realizing that she would be embarrassed to speak, Isabel herself remembered what they were talking about. While Lily remained astonished, moving a little closer, the Duchess remembered the rumor that Duke Cardiego was impotent. Standing next to her, Isabel whispered softly to her that this was simply nonsense. Mentioning that the girl was talking about justice, saying that the world was inherently unfair. As if she had won this way, the Duchess got up from her seat and walked away, leaving the drunk Lily perplexed. Thinking such a lie would be appropriate, she stopped when she saw a man in front of her. In front of her was the Duke himself, smiling awkwardly and as if satisfied with what he had just seen. Isabel didn't even believe it was Riggs, which is why when he approached awkwardly she asked when he had arrived. While the boy enjoyed looking at her, Lily stood up loudly asking for forgiveness, while the girl admitted to herself that she had forgotten about her. Suddenly Riggs, stroking her cheek, said that, in his opinion, she was the best, while the embarrassed girl couldn't understand what had happened. Recalling their first acquaintance, the boy mentally told himself that a bud appeared in his heart that day. A bud that has been growing alone all these years has turned into a blooming tree. And it seems that right now, it has finally started to bear fruit. Looking at Isabel, who was looking at him confused, Riggs couldn't believe she had spoken his name with his surname on her lips. It seemed to the boy that this was the perfect moment to tell her the truth, but also to ask the girl, why are they married now? She remained there and still didn't understand anything, asking him what he wanted to tell her. Bringing his face close to Isabel's face, from the outside it looked like a kiss, only the boy only whispered to her so closely, dragging the words that she was for him, taking a break. Radiant with happiness, Riggs continued saying that for him she wasn't just a friend. For him, she was the only woman since he first saw her. Such a confession greatly confused the girl, so she looked at him with her mouth open, as if speechless. Stroking her hair, Riggs admitted that if he had known she was so frozen with surprise, he would have kissed her, confessing that she always annoyed him with her vulgar jokes. Only from now on he is the girl's husband, and he is going to make her experience the same feeling. Soon they returned to the hall to the astonishment of the guests, where a familiar voice was also heard. Isabel watched everything happily, while the boy commented that she was in complete stupor, which means the wedding was going well. It was Keel who contacted Isis, suggesting that since they hadn't seen each other in a long time, they could have a drink while chatting. Only the goddess-shaped butterfly. Calling him by his full name, Kierkegaard, she said he was too young to drink with her, which displeased him greatly. Isis noticed that he was full of doubts, convincing him that she would protect the girl, hoping that he suspected so much not because of the agreement they had signed before, which clearly didn't interest the boy. Here Keel honestly told the butterfly that no matter how much he thought about it, it seemed strange to him. Because being transcendental, she loves people very much. Simply saying that this was despite the fact that she had been betrayed. The boy simply left, approaching Bill and telling him that he feared not living to see his older brother's wedding. The Duke inviting the servant to relax, eating a snack, as he said the most interesting thing would happen now. After all the palace workers had high hopes for their wedding night, until the boy understood why they were preparing so much. After the event, Isabel bathed in the bath under the supervision of the servants. Thinking about her own thoughts, she couldn't believe Riggs's words that he saw her as a woman. Then a door opened, and the girl, blushing, couldn't believe someone had already entered, because it was very unusual. Thinking of her friend, she couldn't believe that he had become such a man so quickly, because he had always been like a brother to her. Isabel remembered how she used to hug and comfort him when he cried, like a little brother who always needed to be taken care of. Sitting in the dark bath, she couldn't believe how quickly time passed and everything happened. Remembering that every time Riggs was hit, she kissed his forehead, even blushing slightly because of this. The girl even wondered if the boy felt today as he did back then, only realizing how different everything had become. Especially this care, which was so different from what her sisters did for her. When Isabel was hugged by one of her sisters, she felt like a cloud filled her heart. And now, with Rix taking care of her, it was as if she was at the bottom of a deep sea. Silently all this time, the goddess Isis flew near and soon called her, which startled her a little. Realizing she was dreaming, the goddess said she was overthinking. As Isabel relaxed, everything went well today. Turning to the butterfly, the girl asked the unsurpassed goddess Isis to stay away, because the blinding ones, who were her servants, were scared. Then the butterfly said that if she accepted him by kissing the mark, then all her doubts would disappear. While trying to remember how many days had passed since she wanted him to accept her. While dressing after the bath, the goddess said she must take care tonight. Just as Isabel remembered that Rix had told her to be careful. However, the butterfly kept warning that the one she should be careful with was the unfaithful Ephorix, calling her naive. Then the goddess Isis said that, for the first time, she saw a man who was preparing so carefully for his first wedding night. Which stunned everyone. Why did she warn her that if it was difficult for her, she could offer her a prayer, while Isabel was in shock? What kind of night are we talking about, after all, even though they are married to a boy now? Then her thoughts were diverted by Rose, calling her towards my lady, holding a tray of scents in her hands, telling her they would help her dress, while the girl couldn't believe it. Riggs, meanwhile, bathed himself, went out, and dried his hair while the boy called Bill, an enthusiast for not leaving towels. Looking at Keel, the boy asked him if it was true, to which he replied that he even said so while getting towels. Then the boy invited his brother for a day trip around the town, because then all the dirty rumors would instantly disappear. While Riggs called him too noisy, Keel immediately offered to bring the suit, to which the Duke immediately refused, saying that everything was in order. He mentally recalled that his wife wanted him to leave the bathroom wearing only a towel, and casually shaking his hair while drying it. Although the guy didn't express it, Keel understood everything and quickly disappeared, saying he would go patrol later. As he walked down the corridor wearing only a towel, the boy wasn't sure how Isabel would react, because she might get scared if he appeared like that. A moment later, Keel returned shouting that he had seen some bastards, that it looked like someone had broken into his house. In horror, Rix immediately thought of Isabel and quickly ran to her room. As soon as the boy opened the door, looking for the girl, the bathroom floor was covered in blood, which made him incredibly tense. As if hopefully, Riggs called her again. But before he could, a voice from behind began calling his name. Isabel was behind them, looking at them clumsily and blushing, completely unharmed. However, the boy felt incredibly embarrassed by this image of her in a light shirt, until she began to apologize fearfully. She was just looking for clothes, and upon finding a huge wardrobe with a pile of clothes, she wanted to die when suddenly an uninvited guest appeared. Then Riggs asked whose blood it was and if the girl was okay, while she explained that she just used ice magic and accidentally killed him. She said the ice was just starting to melt, so she took him to the bathroom when a loud buzz was heard behind the walls, which made the couple jump up to see what it was. Taking Isabel's hand, the boy told them to leave because first they needed to hide somewhere, finding no better place than the wardrobe. The boy, concentrating on his thoughts and feelings, realized that the signs of someone's presence had diminished slightly, so they could only wait for the binders to solve this problem. Isabel looked at the boy clumsily and called him softly. Pulled out of his thoughts, he looked at her and asked what was wrong with her. The girl awkwardly touched his chest, not thinking that very soon she would see Rix's face so closely. Recalling Lily's words about seducing the Duke, Isabel admitted to herself that she hadn't thought the boy was so handsome. Looking him in the face, the girl said he looked great, which clearly embarrassed her friend. She confessed to him that she liked handsome men. She touched his chest. She noticed that he had a muscular body, calling it a display of dignifiedly dressed muscular men. Riggs, blushing awkwardly, admitted to her that if she placed her hands even lower, he would find it hard to restrain himself. As he awkwardly removed her hands, he said that he is her husband now, so she can touch him whenever she wants. Only a little later, which already embarrassed the girl. Outside, there were some fights between the alien soldiers and the underworld binders. As soon as they attacked, they caught up with one of the Duke's soldiers, who thought the blow was tickling him. Appearing in the air through the thick shadows, Keel noticed that these guys had brazenly invaded here. The Reapers were incredibly happy to see him, enthusiastically calling him Lord Kierkegaard, while he with a scythe asked if everything was all right. Only the warriors seemed to ignore the question, looking at the sky, some calling him a ray of light. Others almost cried for his light. It turns out that the uninvited guests who arrived were people from Fieldsburg, or rather from the ground forces, a detachment of special forces that received the patronage of the goddess Isis. Keel sank to the ground and quickly realized that the Duke's lady was really related to the Fieldsburgs by blood ties. Suddenly, a strange feeling appeared, and the boy took a different form, examining it. Realizing that the master had temporarily released his powers, believing he could really have some fun. The binders also noticed his appearance and began to praise and shout that he was their king. And master, by attacking the Filsburg troops, Keel only understood that this kind of ability was poison to them. From below, Cardiego's binders loudly supported him, raising their swords. And without ceasing to make noise, shouting especially loudly in honor of the beyond. Continuing to sit in a secluded spot, Isabel for some reason squirmed, settling differently, until the boy asked her not to move. The girl, apologizing, said she felt very congested and mentally realized that she still felt somehow strange. All red, she awkwardly pressed against the boy, which mentally embarrassed him without understanding how long they would have to remain in such conditions. Gently hugging her, as if whispering his name in her ear while she squirmed, and asking her what was wrong with her. The man immediately explained to her that the ground forces had arrived and wanted to find her, because it was better for them not to run into them. And wait for Keel to return. The girl also quickly realized that the ground forces were Imperial soldiers, and asked why, looking at the boy in hope of an answer. Rix Kuoho Khan quickly explained that they must have received orders to bring her as a Filsburg person. Although this is not exactly the case, because she was chosen by the goddess and they would try to take her away anyway. Upon hearing this, Isabel did not want to believe in blood ties, that Filsburg could be the change. The warriors walked nearby, realizing that they might be close. At first, they asked everyone who discovered her to check if there were any tears of the goddess Isis, and guarantee her safety. Upon hearing them say that Mrs. Isabel had tears stored, she looked at the necklace she gifted Rix. Without realizing, she had something similar to what they were looking for. Then she remembered how her sister put this necklace on her, realizing it was quite a valuable decoration. The boy quickly understood and asked softly what would happen if he kept it, while the girl knew nothing. Deciding not to risk it, Riggs began to quickly take it off, handing it over, and asking for a minute. Only Isabel intercepted his attempt, offering to do it herself because she could handle it faster, which confused the boy. As she tried to take it off, the Duke felt embarrassed by this closeness, admitting to himself that he would really go crazy like this. As soon as she said she managed it, the wardrobe door immediately opened, where the Filsburg guards were. With a harsh shove, Riggs threw the guy away as he screamed heartbreakingly that the heir of Filsburg was here. The Duke, quickly putting on his robe and asking for his sword, became annoyed that they still found them. Moving forward with Isabel following him, he promised to protect her so she could rest easy. At the man's cry, a group of warriors gathered in the room, looking at the couple, ready for battle. The leader of them, approaching, ordered Cardiego to release Mrs. Isabel. With a threatening look, Riggs, looking equally rude, defending the girl, asked them why they didn't get out of here. It seemed to Isabel that something had occurred to her, so she asked him to buy her some time, which the boy was a bit bewildered by, but agreed. He also understood that they were unlikely to reach an agreement, so he was seriously prepared. He stood at the front with a huge sword, while the girl watched closely. A crowd of warriors flew towards her friend without hesitation, shouting something after her. Isabel, wasting no time, began to talk to the goddess, holding her necklace in her hands. She knew that the ground forces would not abandon their target, because they were blinded by faith. They would unconditionally follow only the goddess, fighting to the end, which is what they did. Attacking Rix, Isabel began to ask the goddess Isis for help so that she could stop the warriors. The pendant, called the goddess's tears, was still held in the lock she held in her hands. In an instant, butterflies appeared around her, causing the boy to freeze. Looking around at what was happening behind him, freezing. The army also watched with admiration and awe because the girl was shining with a bright light. And dazzling. After a while, they quickly saw a deity in the floating lady, looking at her. Isabel, opening her eyes, looked at them, but as if not with her own eyes. The warriors immediately fell to their knees in front of her, which is why Riggs stepped away looking at them. Having almost fallen to the ground, as if praying, they continued calling the goddess as the girl approached. Behind her, with a butterfly, the goddess urged her to think of the divine image, speaking in such a way that she preserved her dignity. Only Isabel didn't understand what to do, because then the goddess Isis suggested a separate path to her. The army looked at her radiance with some joy, some of whom cried as if from happiness seeing the goddess in front of them. The goddess Isis said that when it opens, everything will definitely work out. That's why the girl shone, with her smile only brighter. In the palace, having gotten rid of the uninvited guests, they quickly restored order. So Bill thanked all the servants for their hard work. Yes, although there was a little commotion, it was the eve of an important event for everyone. At first, everyone began to praise Isabel, because she, now their duchess, personally repelled the ground forces with her own strength. But continuing, Bill added that their owners are full of romance and are now about to have their wedding night. Although he said motivationally that it was time to start, Keel warned everyone to keep monitoring the sights, jokingly adding to the maids not to attract the Duke's attention, because he was still walking naked. In the couple's room, Riggs gathered and began to restore order in the bedroom. He instantly turned off all the lights and candles, because he remembered there shouldn't be candles. The boy remembered how once a girl, while reading, asked him about the candles, thinking they would interfere with the newlyweds' concentration. He also opened the curtains to let in the moonlight, doing everything as the girl had once told him. Standing with his back to the door, looking out the window, Riggs thought for a bit, because Isabel had already shown her muscular body. And he was supposed to feel the atmosphere, hoping that would be enough to seduce her. Without even having time to think about it, her hand immediately touched him with the question of what he was doing. Without thinking it would be so early. Turning to look at her, because he was red, the boy tried to remember if he had just spoken his thoughts out loud. Worried, he already asked her if she was really here, while Isabel called him a little perplexed. Only she changed her towel and asked him why he was wearing it like that, wanting to know the truth, thinking that maybe he hadn't had time to change clothes. Only Rick explained that he found it uncomfortable to dress when he was about to go to bed, which surprised even Isabel a little. Looking at the Duke, she mentally admitted to him that he didn't even suspect how dangerous she was, and how madly she wanted to defeat him. However, she simply decided to go to bed, because there was nothing she could do. She could only accept it while the boy looked at her surprised. He smiled and looked at her with joy in his eyes, already walking towards her. Smiling mischievously, he settled onto the bed while Isabel lay embarrassed on her back. Looking at the ceiling, she felt a little strange because she was very worried and nervous before entering the room. However, when she quietly entered and saw the Duke standing by the window thinking about something, she felt strange. The girl felt that this literally took her breath away. Only distracted from her thoughts, she wrapped Riggs in a blanket, making excuses that he had a cold, taking care of his body, which is why the boy looked at her in shock. Isabel lay on the pillow shining with happiness, closing her eyes and smiling widely. Riggs immediately noticed this and thought she was in a good mood, which he confirmed, and added that it was simply amazing. Opening her eyes, the girl assumed this was probably because she accepted the goddess's power, although she was too tired after what happened. Besides, she said it was incredibly great to lie down with him like this, which Riggs was also surprised by. And he asked her if she really liked everything. Without hesitation, the girl said she liked everything very much, the bed and the fact that the boy was very strong and reliable, which she found pleasant to hear, smiling. Seeing Isabel fall asleep, the Duke mentally apologized because he didn't open up the romance and the passion she desired so much. Only when he snuggled closer to her did he realize that he felt the warmth of the girl falling asleep next to him. And it was much more pleasant than he had imagined. Only Isabel suddenly opened her eyes, thinking that she had called Rix reliable. After having lifted the boy, she directly asked why, since he was so strong. Why did he allow the neighbor's children to beat him? Then she realized that perhaps the crying was just a game, as if she were a little angry about it. While Rick stammered and asked if this wasn't something common among children. He liked the fact that she was giving him medicine. Just before he could finish speaking, Isabel began to hit him, shouting that she had been worried about him the whole time. Asking him to stop, because it hurt her, she only got angrier with him, while the boy found his hands now spicier than usual. This might shake his resistance. Only if he were like all men, he would run out of the house crying. But his resistance is amazing, smiling awkwardly. Only the girl didn't know what kind of laughter it was, being more annoyed that Riggs was laughing. She remembered that, up until now, she had endured him posing as a commoner. But she had no intention of tolerating that deceit while the boy asked to let go. Only the girl wasn't going to listen to him and kept hitting him with a pillow, demanding he shut up. The servants behind the doors were in shock from what they heard in the room. The next morning, the maid set the table, treating Isabel with pampering, offering her a variety of dishes to regain strength. Smiling early in the morning, the girl looked at the boy, wondering if he really had no appetite, since he wasn't eating. Looking at her with a tired gaze, Riggs mentally replied that it wasn't a question of appetite, but of Isabel because she couldn't sleep last night. Without answering the question, the boy looked at the people nearby without understanding what kind of atmosphere there was, and why everyone was so happy. Furthermore, the binders began to obey someone, looking joyfully at the girl. Isabel herself was incredibly happy, smiling at everyone, while Riggs realized that something had changed. At night, the boy couldn't sleep while the girl was already dreaming, sleeping peacefully next to him. Before he had time to come to his senses, Isabel had already thrown her leg over him, which made him blush and look at her. There was nothing to do, so he silently turned her on her back, covering her, and trying not to wake her. Such pranks from the girls kept him awake for a long time looking at the ceiling. For a moment the boy turned towards her, looking at her sleeping, blushing too. Isabel seemed adorable to Riggs, sleeping next to him, and he looked at her with silent surprise. Only that tenderness didn't let the boy sleep, so he immediately moved to the sofa with a pillow. Lying alone, he hummed to himself the hymn of the Cardiego family. Recalling that night, Rick shamefully swore that the girl's sleeping habits were terrible. Only, looking away, he still admitted to himself that there was something like that in them. Early in the morning, as soon as Isabel woke up, she tenderly wished him good morning, calling him by name. Why does the boy, looking at the ceiling, admit that the habits of these girls make him happy, saying that everything is fine and in order? Keel appeared nearby and began to complain that he was now a husband who enjoyed teasing his wife, and that now he couldn't talk about the fact that he was Efrix's servant. The guy grabbed the boy by the cheek, asking him what he was talking about, to which he shouted, and asked him if he really wasn't aware of the rumors. Why did the boy tell him that everyone heard how they teased him all night? Wondering how many hits he took and if he liked it. Only the Duke continued pulling while Kill shouted, admitting to himself that it didn't matter even if new strange rumors appeared. Isabel walked down the hall with flowers, still looking around a bit confused, without understanding where she was going. Then she must have found the right door because blue energy was coming out of it. Approaching the door, she knocked softly several times and asked if there was anyone outside. Only no one answered Isabel, so she knocked on the door again and called for Lady Isis, saying it was her. Unfortunately, this method did not help open the door, so she faced a problem. Today, after breakfast, she heard something from the Reapers. She was very surprised by this news, as they said that the goddess Isis was crying. The two Reapers who conveyed this information honestly admitted that they thought the goddess was imprisoned in Isabel's necklace. But she took a visible form and descended directly from heaven. It was rumored that last night Bill, the butler, found the goddess Isis after the evacuation ended. And she was crying. Feeling guilty about this, the girl kept knocking on the door, telling her she was very sorry. because she didn't know that she had come down from heaven in human form and brought her a bouquet of lilies. A nice girl opened the door, which made Isabel feel lighter because everything turned out well. She was also enchanted by the image of the goddess Isis, saying she was very beautiful. Standing at the door, only the girl immediately approached the sofa, annoyed, saying she didn't expect such insensitivity towards her from her. Until she began to apologize to her because she didn't want to offend her. Bowing her head, the goddess said that appearing here had cost her some effort to know. Isabel, upon looking at her face, immediately realized that Isis was very upset about something. Listening intently, only then did the girl's expression change, sternly asking how she could present herself as a goddess and utter such a speech. Isabel quickly realized her mistake and apologized for the goddess's spoiled image. Recalling that moment, she even felt uncomfortable for misinterpreting the goddess's instructions upon realizing this could be called blasphemy. Out of shame, Isabel quickly burst into tears, while Isis immediately flew towards her, thinking that she had raised her voice a little and bothered her. After saying that her God is merciful, she asked if she wasn't happy to have accepted her power, although she admitted that she was harsh in her statements. Sitting together on the sofa, setting the bouquet aside, Isabel awkwardly asked if she really forgave her, while the goddess calmly said yes, because she accepts her apologies. Trying to calm her, the goddess Isis began to show her butterflies, asking if they weren't beautiful. Isabel wiped away her tears and thanked her awkwardly, calling her madam. Only the goddess Isis smiled widely at her silently, looking at her tenderly. Placing the stone on the table, the girl asked the duchess if she had ever seen anything like this, saying she had something to tell her. She told her that, when the girl left her and went swimming, she picked it up where the ground troops were passing. But those precious stones are called succession stones. With the help of these stones, she, the goddess, distinguishes the genealogies of the Fieldsburgs who have received her blessing. She also tells that the necklace Isabel wore is called Isis's Tears and has the ability to control magic. She decided that the girl should know that she, her goddess, had made sure they wouldn't find her in Wilsburg. Isabel, without hiding her curiosity, asked if they were true goddess tears. A little grumpy, but Isis replied that this was so, that it was the second time she shed tears. As if distracted by vague thoughts, she invited the girl to attach her necklace to the stone of succession, which she began to remove from her neck. Only after applying the stone, the girl felt invaded by a slight shock and horror at what she saw when she looked at her. She immediately felt a sharp pain in her chest, breathing with difficulty and clutching her chest. A moment later, Isabel immediately felt better and was already breathing deeply to process what had just happened to her. At first, she didn't understand why it hurt, and then it became as easy as if she had been released from something. Now the goddess Isis invited the girl to try to create a small spark. Isabel obediently created a small light that flew off her finger. The binders passed by, chatting pleasantly among themselves and discussing current palace topics. Before they had time to go far, a huge flame of fire immediately erupted from the room where the goddess Isis had settled. Looking back, they were sincerely horrified because the fire instantly engulfed everything around them. Standing in front of them, Isabel began to apologize for the trouble caused, while the boys started assuring their mistress that everything was fine. And the main thing for them was her safety. As soon as the door closed, the binders, upon leaving, began to discuss how strong their mistress's magic was, calling her the best. Himself, returning to the sofa, felt some discomfort and guilt as Isis was having tea. Taking the cup, Isabel raised her eyes and asked if this was due to the goddess's influence. The girl explained that due to contact with the stone of succession, the seal on her necklace was removed. This was the power of the direct descendants of the Fieldsburgs, because it was given to Isabel from birth. She then remembered that her magic became more powerful, apparently, even when Riggs got the necklace. Moving away from memories, Isabel asked if she was a direct descendant of the imperial family. Then her parents did not dare to continue. Having lowered her eyes, the goddess Isis understood her at a glance and said that it was so. She belongs to the 12th Fieldsburg with her wife, which surprised the girl when she looked at her. Looking down, the Duchess began to ask why this was happening to her, because there was no way to understand it. She didn't understand why the goddess chose an unfaithful girl, why her parents sent her to the temple. Only Isis remained silent when asked. She mentally wondered what the consequences would be if she told so much, especially if she had to tell so much about this terrible and grand plan. Gently touching the palm of her hand, Isis said that she found it difficult to trust people. Then Isabel asked if this wasn't contrary to the scriptures. The goddess explained that she cared about people and tried to protect them. But in the end, they always disappointed her. The Fieldsburgs were especially such people to the goddess. That's why from now on, she will not bless the Fieldsburg family. Isis is here to protect her, because she is the last of the descendants to receive her blessing. Only she honestly admitted that she didn't know what awaited Isabel in the future. That's why she remained silent for a while. Isabel no longer listened, examining the goddess's appearance, wondering if she really wanted to scare her. And this way, she demonstrated that the truth was so cruel. Taking the girl's hand, Isis said that she could learn from her everything she wanted, that she would not hide the truth. After a while, the goddess, sitting on the sofa, began to look out the window. Recalling the past, she recalled the girl who called her asking if she knew the meaning of her name. Blessed by the goddess. At another time, the same girl, now an adult, cheerfully told the goddess that she would never marry because she wanted to stay with her for the rest of her life. Only then did the bright memories give way to dark ones, where this girl was already kneeling, with her face buried in the floor, saying that she was very worried while looking for Lady Isis. Upon getting up, it could be understood that she was pregnant, shouting and asking where she had been when she begged to kill her future husband. Such memories caused discomfort to the goddess, so she closed her eyes and tried to forget everything. After thinking for a while, Isabel turned to Isis and told her that she was interested in two things. Turning around, she wanted to know if her parents were still alive and why they abandoned her. The goddess Isis looked at the girl with pain, silent for a moment. Then she began to say that, although she knew Isabel was a curious girl, she wondered why she wasn't interested in her own story. After a while, the girl was already walking down the hallway, knowing mentally that her parents would still be dead. Only her mother, Isidora, didn't abandon her but tried to hide her, the goddess told her. This was done under the patronage of Isis, because her mother loved her more than anyone in the world. And she still remembers her words. Isabel's mother said she was sending her somewhere else because she loved her very much, recalling this moment in front of her. She cried awkwardly, apparently out of happiness, perhaps sadness, and continued walking. And moaning. Immediately someone called her, which made her a little suspicious as she wiped her eyes. Uncomfortable, the girl looked around wanting to know who it was. Riggs ran up from behind to Isabel, asking her worriedly what was wrong because he heard she was crying. The girl was glad to see him, which only made her cry more, looking at him and calling him. Just as he was approaching, the girl approached him telling him that her parents had died. Wiping her eyes. Clinging to him, Isabel said her mother loved her until the end, only she cried more as the boy stroked her. Soon they were sitting together in the room while Riggs asked her if she felt a little calmer. Having said yes, the boy began to wipe the girl's nose, realizing that the goddess Isis must have told her about her parents. After confirming it, Isabel said that it turned out she hadn't been abandoned. And this fact was sweeter than any comfort, as if the ice in her heart had melted. Only the girl was unsure if her words were true when Riggs interrupted her doubts, saying he didn't believe she could lie. She told the boy that Mrs. Isis allowed her to ask questions that interested her, but that she couldn't wish for more. If you believe what the Holy Scriptures say, then the goddess values the continuity of the Filsberg family above all else. Only Isabel learned something she didn't want to know at all, if there was even a fundamental reason why she should sacrifice body and soul for the good of the Filsbergs. Immediately, the boy interrupted her, telling her that everything was fine, that she had to do what her heart told her. Then he asked her if everything would be all right. Riggs smiled tenderly and promised that if problems arise, they would solve them together. Then the girl looked at him, thanking him quietly and smiling slightly. Riggs immediately hugged Isabel, gently embracing and caressing her, doing everything with incredible care. He whispered quietly in her ear that he was very happy that she had finally learned about her family. And her mother. He believed that her parents loved her very much because they considered her cute, to which the girl blushed slightly, burying her face in the boy's shoulder. Soon she hugged him back and thanked him as they hugged. There was a noise in the mansion of Royhan Filsberg because the master didn't understand why there was no news. After all, 15 days had passed and they still didn't know anything. While the servant apologized to Royan because they were short-handed because the ground forces had deserted. The guy expressed himself angrily. He couldn't believe they had missed an opportunity like the wedding day of Duke Cardiego. And that all the ground forces had sent an elite unit. Only they didn't lose the battle, they simply deserted. That's why not a single one remained. Royan mentally didn't understand what they saw in the Cardiego mansion in the morning. What scared them so much only angered him more. After a while, they informed him that they had captured one of the deserters, to which he demanded to be taken to him to interrogate him personally. Soon, a wounded soldier was sitting in the gentleman's office, feeling unwell while holding a crutch. Royan knew his name, asked Keynes if he was a believer, and looked at him mischievously. He confirmed his name, as well as the fact that he is a believer, because for generations he has served the goddess Isis. Then the master realized that he hadn't deserted out of hatred for Isis, and asked him to tell him the whole truth about what happened there then. In return, he promised not to punish him in the name of the goddess, which the boy did not believe. And he asked again. Having received a yes, Cain began to say that everything seemed like a dream, simply a dreamy memory. Blue butterflies were flying around, and it seemed as if it were an illusion, as if sunlight was filtering through their crystal wings. Then, Royan asked where so many butterflies came from, immediately suggesting that perhaps it was the goddess manifesting. To which Cain said that it was so, Isis was with Lady Isabel. Remembering that this girl is still a direct descendant of the Fieldsburgs, the goddess will cherish her. Demanding that the boy describe everything more specifically. He remembered how the butterflies were reflected in the girl's blue eyes, and there was a magic circle on the floor. It was the first time he had seen this. Only when the lady spoke, her voice was definitely the voice of a goddess. And she said they were all her lambs. Nothing was left. Everything disappeared, and then the soldiers of the ground forces were touched by the goddess's words. Quickly everyone dispersed, like him, going to their homeland. After hearing the end, Royan ordered his servants to place him in a mental hospital. When they instantly grabbed him and took him away. Shouting that he promised him freedom, swearing in the name of the goddess, soon the office was empty. And in silence. In this silence, the man laughed quietly, while a voice from the stone asked him if he was really happy to have lost a soldier. Royan said he had no reason to be sad, because the goddess Isis descended for Isabel Fieldsburg. Now he only had more confidence that this woman would give birth to a son, and that he would definitely become emperor. While the stone continued to recall that she was already married to Efrix Cardiego. Only that didn't matter, because if he found out about the terrible massacre committed by the Duke, he would hate himself for becoming his wife and let himself be touched by his mercy. Now he eagerly awaited the imperial conference to say everything. Now, some clouds were gathering around the residence of Duke Razelin, where two priests were on guard. Suddenly a girl appeared next to them, crying slightly and trembling, looking towards the gates. Suddenly, a boy jumped out and cursed worriedly, looking at the girl in front of him. She seemed only more frightened of the man, looking and trembling more, until tears appeared in her eyes. In Philipsburg, there is complete confusion with the succession to the throne, because he was supposed to. Jan Riesling become the next emperor. Only Cardiego challenged the previous emperor, capturing a white-haired woman. And blue eyes. The guy cursed the Duke, calling him insults, while the girl calling him brother. She asked him to calm down, because nothing would happen. Jan turned around and told her, calling Iris, that she was too attached only to the Rieselin castle. and that she didn't understand how serious the whole situation was. The girl assured him that she knew Cardiego was married so he would calm down, only the guy couldn't believe it, thinking it was some kind of stupidity to unfold the sheet. Upon examining her, he noticed that the girl had a rather cute face and, moreover, looked very familiar to him. Turning the document towards Iris, he asked to read it, demanding information about the woman and her future. Immediately, the girl hesitated, saying that the information was about a person she had never contacted. Before she could finish speaking, Yang grabbed her head and squeezed her hair with his hand, saying that he had become the head of the family, so he must show what he was capable of, telling Iris that they must succeed before the imperial conference begins. The goddess Isis asked Isabel if she was ready. Then the girl confidently said she was ready for anything that might happen. At the same moment, the girl showed her how to conjure enough water to put out the fire she had created. Isabel was incredibly surprised to have succeeded, laughing slightly, but rejoicing in her success. They were on the street, near a window from which someone was looking. It was Riggs, and he watched them study, smiling awkwardly. Looking with love, he was sincerely happy that the girl clearly felt better. It seemed to him that the goddess's words could break Isabel's heart, because it's not so easy to accept the death of parents in one night. With slightly lowered spirits. Looking back, there was a pile of papers on the desk behind him, knowing that he would be beside himself about the Imperial Conference. It takes place once a year, when influential people from the Empire gather in one place where they can stay for a few days and discuss politics. Wives and children also attend this meeting. It was a tradition that should not be broken. Riggs understood that Isabel, who had become a duchess, should be present at the meeting. But he was worried about the situation. It was hard to say what people who didn't hesitate to enter the castle on the wedding day were capable of. But it was impossible to refuse to be present, as something pulled the boy. There was an envelope on his desk that was different from the other papers, thus attracting his attention. Upon opening it, the Duke asked Bill when the letter arrived, to which he replied that it had been delivered this morning, believing it was from the Emperor. Listening to him, the boy read the content attentively, which was beautifully decorated, when a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. The butler immediately noticed this and asked if it was good news, to which he replied that His Imperial Majesty was not in good health and therefore could not attend the conference. Obviously, this did not bother the boy much, but he cunningly said that he was very sorry to hear this. He then instructed Bill to send a letter to the nobles, inviting them to hold a meeting with them. There was still time, so there should be no problem changing the location, especially since the person inviting them was the next emperor. In such a situation, families who refuse to attend will be in an awkward situation. It is clear that the Duke did not make an effort to achieve this result, until Riggs asked Bill if he was interested in knowing how they would turn out. To which the butler said it would be interesting to know if the one who organized the attack on Cardiego had appeared. His opponent was the Filsberg family, but there was nothing to worry about, as the Duke could ascend to the throne at any time. Isabel looked at the scroll and mentally wondered if it wouldn't be too expensive. The ladies looking at her laughed and said that it's not just about the price, calling her a naive sweetie. They asked her if she, despite being from common stock, wasn't used to living in a palace. Holding a cup, the girl remembered that in novels, at such moments, misunderstandings often begin between the main character and her partner. The ladies in front of her were trembling for some reason, which worried the girl. While the one in front introduced herself to Susan, telling her that she was responsible for the design of her dress. She realized that most likely the Cardiego family had entrusted something to someone else. So, wanting to reassure the girl, she told her that she had heard she was a talented seamstress, and thanked her for coming all this way. Looking at the dresses with the maid, Isabel admitted in her heart that it was simply beautiful. Here the girl awkwardly admitted that she hadn't handled everything properly, and that she still needed to learn how to choose the right clothes. Just before she could finish speaking, the goddess Isis instantly pushed her flying towards Isabel. She held in her hands a beautiful white dress with blue ribbons, inviting her to try it on. Isis immediately began to push a bunch of dresses towards the girl, asking her to try them all on. While the ladies were outraged about who she was and why she wasn't looking at their dresses, Isabel turned worriedly towards the maid, looking for her with her eyes. Rose was pushed against the wall, which of course caused her to bump and rub her shoulder. Only the girl was not annoyed by this. She looked at the image of the Duchess, admiring how beautiful she was. The goddess Isis did not calm down, brought different dresses, and asked to try them on, until Isabel realized that she didn't like being surrounded by strangers. Smiling awkwardly, she postponed everything, because she wanted to try them all on one by one and choose her own. Then Susan invited the girl to look at her dress, trying to get attention. It was a beautiful red dress, made exactly in the Cartiego style. The design was created by herself when she thought about preparing for the Imperial Conference. Isabel instantly fell in love with that dress, looking at it and rejoicing, saying it was beautiful. The girls happily dressed her quickly, correcting her appearance in the mirror. Susan said she was the most beautiful, while Isabel looked at herself, thinking the dress was magnificent. She couldn't believe the dress was completely ready and the sizes were perfect. Without flaws, Isabel quickly realized that Riggs had told them her measurements beforehand, which made her smile awkwardly thinking of him. Addressing the girls, she awkwardly asked Ire to see her husband for a moment, explaining that she wanted to say that she really liked the gift. While the girls looked at her with excitement, only Isabel didn't understand what was happening until one of the girls stepped aside. Behind her was Rix, who was looking at the wall, which surprised the girl. Looking over her shoulder, she asked when he arrived, but the boy didn't answer. Then she asked him why he was there and heard silence again. Suddenly, the boy turned to her, gently taking her hand, but without looking at her. Looking away. Isabel asked him worriedly why he was looking away, if he didn't really like the dress. The boy calmly said it wasn't like that without looking at her yet. Then the girl asked again what it was and why he kept looking down. Riggs explained that he didn't look because he couldn't, because she looked crazy, to which the girl looked at him embarrassed. Taking his hand, Isabel herself said that she liked it very much too, smiling widely. Everyone around her was upset except for her partner, who was happy, and the ladies, who were watching the cute scene, crying slightly from the tenderness. The man began to beg His Excellency the Duke for mercy, because he started killing as he fell to his knees. And begged. Only Riggs rudely said that he had already forgiven him, the Viscount of Lether, when he embezzled the budget and when he started keeping double accounts. He had mercy on him even when his daughter spread rumors about him. He also remained calm, which made the man's chest swell. Looking rudely, Riggs said he could say anything in hell, hitting him abruptly and killing him. Heading later to the carriage, the binders asked him why he went with his own hands, if it was enough to give orders. He, looking back, remembering how that man behaved, decided that his daughter had behaved with extreme arrogance. Now he wanted to punish anyone who bothered Isabel, to which they bowed and accepted his order. In the carriage, Riggs asked Bill, who was traveling with him, if the preparations for the Imperial Conference were going well. The butler immediately said that everything was so, especially since the girl began to study etiquette and learning the names and family information of the imperial nobility, as if she were proud of it. The boy even smiled awkwardly, knowing that this was his Isabel, proud of her success. Only one problem bothered Riggs, who stayed with them. Bill himself quickly realized this and asked him if he was really worried about who would help the mistress during the event. The boy admitted that this is so, because at this moment he will not be able to be constantly near her, and he needs a noble lady to help her while he is away. The butler suggested the Chialist family, to which the Duke was already thinking. Remembering, this was a chivalrous and loyal family that served the Cartiego house from generation to generation, protecting her like a shield. He then clarified with Bill that his daughter was not currently in the capital studying. As she said, she returned to the duchy a year ago. Thinking, Riggs understood that quite some time had passed since the seal he had placed was removed. But it was time to make amends with Isabel. He told the butler to arrange a place where the two of them could meet casually. During the day, Isabel sat in the Duke's office, looking at the letters in front of her, wondering which one to take. She pulled one out at random and began studying what it carried, lost in her thoughts. On the map, she immediately recognized the coat of arms of Riesland, one of the three great families of the empire. They inherited the divine powers of purification and foreknowledge of the future. Duchess Iris Rieselin has the ability to see the future. Her twin brother Ian Rieselin has the ability to purify, although usually the powers come from one of the twins. Wanting to pull out the next one, a knock was heard at the door, from where Rose answered asking to come in. Slightly opening the door, she told the lady it was time to get ready to leave. Her image was corrected by two maids, examining and preparing her. Then, Rose noticed that Isabel reads about the nobles every day, although she had already memorized everything a long time ago. The girl explained that this was so that nothing would get confused in her head, asking if she really shouldn't worry so much. To which Rose said it was just a party, and she would need to relax. Others started adding that Count Grey, although childless, does not like the emptiness of the mansion. So he organizes tea parties for the young nobles. Only Isabel explained that she had asked to organize a dinner for them at Rix's, so she could learn how to receive guests. The maids were incredibly moved by this and called her very attentive towards them. Then, Isabel remembered that they were moved just like her sisters in the monastery, wanting to know where her sister Maria had disappeared to. Going down the stairs accompanied by Rose, who had dressed differently for the meeting. Then some sounds arrived from the street, about which the girl immediately asked the maid. On the street, the binders tried to explain that it would be very difficult to travel with Isabel. Only the goddess Isis called them arrogant and asked why she couldn't be with her son. The maid who stepped forward began to explain that if Isis followed her mistress, she would be in trouble. She rudely said that Isabel knew obedience and that they were only servants of an unfaithful master. And everyone asked why it would cause trouble. Then the Duchess had already approached them and asked the goddess what had happened. Hugging the girl, Isis told her she would go with her to the party to at least see this place. Then Isabel herself said there would be no uninvited guests at the party. This greatly surprised the goddess, and she became a little indignant at such words. Nearby, the binder said there was no room in the carriage, so in the future he made sure to prepare everything for the goddess. Falling to the ground, the goddess Isis began to moan, indignant that if only she had a little divine power left. Feeling a little humiliated. Amidst the agitation that surrounded the departure of Duchess Isabel, the goddess Isis noticed Rose. The Duchess's maid worried. Then a great idea came to her, like Ira with the girl approaching the binder. Calling her a faithful servant, which made her a little tense, she asked what it was. The whole radiant goddess said that she urgently needed her clothes and was incredibly grateful for such a sacrifice. Without even waiting for an answer. Just as Rose wanted to protest that she was helping her mistress, Isis waved her hand. She snapped her fingers and enveloped her in white magic. Other binders witnessed this, but quickly started moving away from this light. Ashamed of what they saw and left. The maid watched in horror that she was no longer wearing her clothes, not believing she was wearing a white dress. While the goddess Isis assured that she would provide the best protection for her Isabel. The Duchess herself observed all this chaos while someone climbed, someone cried. And there was only noise. This irritated Isabel quite a bit, laughing ironically to herself and looking disgusted. Rix approached her from behind, already wondering what she was doing here, while the girl looked at him surprised. Without even believing it was him. Approaching her, the man quickly realized what was happening here. Looking at this noise, along with his wife. Isis had already jumped into the carriage, waiting to leave, when the guy finally asked what kind of mess was going on here. At dusk they arrived at a beautiful palace, where guests were already waiting for them, wonderful music. And bright light. Riggs and Isabel walked arm in arm down the aisle, exchanging glances, enjoying the moment looking at them with love. Earl Grey greeted them cheerfully, and said he was honored that they attended his event. In addition to the boy thanking them for inviting them in the first place. He explained that this place was purely for socializing and asked the Duke what seemed to be his first time at such an event. Riggs did not hide the fact that he had not been there before, but now he and his wife would appear more often. While Isabel remained standing and observed silently. It was the first time she attended such an event, especially since the boy was not very social. Which surprised her a little. Here the Earl asked his lordship for a moment, because he had a speech about the Imperial Conference. Isabel, realizing she needed to leave, calmly said everything was fine. That he should hurry, which even embarrassed Riggs, who thanked her. Now the Duchess walked alone among the crowd, feeling a little uncomfortable as she looked at the guests. She knew that all people related by blood to the Cardiego family generally had hair and dark eyes. Then she remembered how Earl Grey had told her about Uncle Riggs, only mentioning that she would meet him later. Continuing to walk, catching people's gazes, Isabel realized that the Cardiegos were quite a mysterious family, and that she knew nothing about them. So, smiling at everyone, she decided for herself that she must brilliantly fulfill her mission at this conference. Her mission was to establish herself as the Duchess of Cardiego to confirm her status. But she also wanted to know more about Rick's family because now she is his wife. Having joined the other ladies for tea, Isabel only heard a lot of praise directed at her. Smiling cheerfully and radiant, she crazily thanked each lady by name, because she felt flattered by every word. Isabel sat happily in their company, drank tea with pleasure, and rejoiced at the reception. Suddenly, a lady in a beautiful dress entered the hall, causing whispers among the guests that she looked beautiful as always. As people passed by, they commented that a girl at such a young age was already quite famous in social circles. Isabel looked at her in astonishment, thinking that this was probably Elizabeth Chelist, the Count's daughter, known as the Shield of Cardiego. She remembered that she and the Count still lived in the capital, but Riggs said they had moved to Cardiego for no reason. Behind her, Isabel heard people talking about the status of the lady who had arrived. Thinking that the Duchess should be alert, wondering if Lady Chelist would oppress the Duchess. An adult lady approached the girl's seat next to her and assured her that young people were often too energetic. Looking around, she quickly recognized her as Countess Grey, while continuing to say that the problem is not energy, but how to deal with it. Upon finishing, realizing that the girl recognized her, Countess Grey asked if she could sit next to her, to which she happily agreed. She continued by saying that she thought Isabel already knew that Countess Celeste was the Shield of Cardiego upon looking in her direction. She continued that Lady Elizabeth was the youngest in the family. She was lively from childhood, handling defensive arts better than her brothers. As she clearly felt her gaze, feeling uncomfortable, she started drinking champagne. Isabel took her cup of tea and noticed that Lady Celeste was very talented, something Countess Grey could not help but agree with. Only the girl was a little embarrassed by the image in front of her, not quite understanding what happened in the aisle. The crowd split into two parts. One part looked askance and the other admired. Here the Countess quickly explained that Lady Elizabeth's virtue also lay in the fear of other young ladies who preceded her, adding that there was a rumor that Lady Chelist's attendants were pressuring her subjects. So Isabel asked if she had seen it herself. Then the elderly lady admitted that she had never seen confirmation of this, only that the rumors continued. Deviating from the topic, Countess Grey said it was very interesting, which made the girl uncomfortable. After a while, Isabel looked towards Lady Elizabeth and made eye contact with her. Only the lady quickly turned away, apparently even blushing, without looking the Duchess in the eyes. Then Isabel got up from her seat and headed towards Chelist, while Countess Grey asked if something had happened. She sweetly said it was a pleasure to meet you, approaching the lady and smiling gently at her. Only she looked at her with a little arrogance, observing silently and without saying anything. In the hall, among the crowd, a silent whisper began to circulate about whether she would now bow like a duchess, pointing out that she probably wouldn't due to her dubious origin. Although she thought there would be a battle, Isabel knew they were very excited, as if watching a movie while she was in front of Lady Chelist. Bowing slightly and looking askance, she introduced herself as Countess Elizabeth Chelist, as if without any tenderness. Then the crowd began to whisper more and more such things to the noble lady, whispering for someone to protect the Duchess. Someone loudly said to be quiet nearby, because the ladies could hear them while Isabel looked at her new acquaintance in front of her. Although she saw her tension and clenched fists, unexpectedly she called her fawn with a soft thought, looking at the lady with warmth and a smile. Only Lady Elizabeth did not understand such a happy face, as if looking with sadness. Not understanding anything. The Duchess continued smiling widely, closing her eyes with joy with such admiration. As she walked through the hall, Lady Celeste heard the whispers of other ladies asking if the Countess might have pushed the Duchess. Then they decided yes, thinking they had never seen such an innocent smile because Duchess Cardiego had no experience in communication. Lady Elizabeth walked softly and quickly towards the balcony, holding a glass of wine in her hand. She picked it up and drank a little, softly and gracefully, looking forward without understanding. Having finished, she finally tried to understand what it was, because those clear eyes that shone so strangely. Because it seemed to her that the Duchess was a terrible person. Elizabeth admitted that secular society frightened her from the start, as if she were being suppressed. Because she had a magnificent appearance. But it was just a cover created to survive in this terrible place. She thought that misunderstandings of this type were already familiar to her while looking at the sky. Only that even in the sky, instead of the moon, the girl saw Isabel's face smiling and looking at her with bright eyes. Elizabeth dropped her glass frightened, which shattered with a loud noise as she clutched her head in pain, which caused a woman to run and call Miss Lissy. Sitting on a bench, the woman whom Lissy called Renee had arrived, asking what was wrong. While the girl, worried, asked if the Duchess had misunderstood her and accidentally told her Grace the Duke. The woman gently reassured the lady, asking if she was still afraid of Duke Cardiego to worry so much. With a pain in her chest, Elizabeth remembered how once her family had already disturbed the tranquility of Cardiego. That now that they had been released from punishment, she could not imagine what would happen if her words angered him. This incident happened 6 years ago, when 2 low-ranking drunken knights from the Celeste family accosted a young lady at a festival. Her father became furious upon learning what happened, punishing both of them and ordering the master of the order to strictly enforce knight discipline. Only they had to pay a huge price, because the girl who was abused turned out to be the one Duke Cardiego truly valued. With pain, Elizabeth remembered that she was still small, but she forever remembered that image of her lordship. His gaze and the blood on the floor. Covering her face with her hands, hiding the tears, she was afraid to imagine what would happen if we interfered with such a man's woman. When Renee started handing the lady her favorite book, saying that reading calms the soul. Having already taken the book, the girl examined it and quickly recognized what kind of book it was. Happy, she couldn't believe that Renee would take this book for her, which was called Madame Will Not Be Alone in the Night. Turning to her, she tenderly thanked her with a smile and without tears. Clutching the book to herself, Renee, looking at her, remembered how people always made fun of Miss Lizzie. So fragile and beautiful because of her excessive kindness, but now they suffered because of the Duchess. Imagining this image of how Duchess Isabel made fun of her lady, she worried about getting sick from such an experience. She then stood up abruptly, promising Elizabeth that she would protect her, sparing no effort so that she would not worry. Because, turning towards the exit of the balcony, she said that she would no longer allow the Duchess to come near her master. While she, looking over her shoulder, did not understand what she would do. Left alone, Lady Chelist looked a little embarrassed in the direction of the departing Renee. Feeling uncomfortable, Isabel appeared behind her, asking if Lizzie was a diminutive of the name Elizabeth. Due to a sharp voice behind her, she turned around, very afraid that the mistress was behind her. Isabel smiled gently, understanding her fear, and asked if she could come a little closer. Not wanting to pressure, Elizabeth did not refuse. She said what she wished, still looking a little scared. Approaching the lady, Isabel asked her if she could also call her Lizzie, to which she simply did not deny. Because as the lady wishes, so it shall be. Then the Duchess began to examine the girl, especially her eyes, seeing in them the same gaze as Rix's. And she continued to mentally call her fawn. After remaining silent for a while, Isabel said that she had no idea that she was afraid of social events, which the lady began to actively deny. Then the girl said, with a smile, that she had overheard their conversation, to which Elizabeth could not believe that she had heard everything. The Duchess, with a wink, said she had heard it all, except that she was afraid of His Excellency Duke Cardiego. Unfortunately, Isabel Lady Chilis did not share such joy. She turned around and grabbed a book in her hands. Then the Duchess invited Lizzie to try the cake, which she politely declined, but immediately suggested they go for a walk because the roses were blooming, to which Lizzie again refused due to her allergy to flowers. Isabel, looking at the lady, asked her what they would do together then. Only Elizabeth did not seem to share that thought with the Duchess, looking at her slightly askance. Looking at her silently, already turning towards her, the lady bowed, slightly placing her hand on her chest. She said Luna Cardiego. Bowing her head slightly and closing her eyes, she continued by saying that Isabel must learn to build mental barriers and reliably hide what is in her heart behind them. After all, a girl should never show her weaknesses to anyone, to which Isabel already lowered her head slightly while listening. As soon as Elizabeth finished, the Duchess noticed that she was worried about her, to which she shuddered slightly. Lifting her head, she looked at whom, looking tenderly, continued to smile with such innocence and tenderness. Lady Chalice was a little embarrassed by her appearance, but mentally told herself that she must not relax, and asked her to recover. Turning around, she said it was part of her to talk to Isabel, only to start leaving. The book began to slide gently from her hands, falling to the floor, which frightened her greatly. A moment later, the open book lay at the Duchess's feet, which worried Elizabeth even more. The lady realized in horror that the book was opening to a page with the title, praying mentally not to read it. Only Isabel had already bowed, recognizing the name and not at all indignant, quite the opposite. She even smiled slightly, embarrassed. Isabel abruptly held the book up to the Duchess's nose, while she charmingly asked if this was the second part, realizing that she still hadn't read it. Such a question even confused Lady Cellist, making her look at her, not believing she knew this book. Which is why the atmosphere immediately changed. In the palace itself, guarded by 2 butlers, the goddess Isis admired the crowd from the balcony. She was so pleased with the tea, tasting that the boys were very bewildered. They only remembered that the Duchess said everything was fine. They were even more confused because they had to stand and watch, because they were uniformed binders, while the other understood that such peaceful events were alarming. Renée approached from behind them, calling them rudely, but the 3 of them turned around instantly. With her hands crossed over her chest, she asked, not too softly and politely, to be given some time to talk. However, among the crowd in the hall, a soft whisper could already be heard about the overly happy ladies who had found something in common, that they were already walking and conversing together. They laughed with joy, while the guests wondered what they could talk about to be so happy. Only Rena's and Isabel's people had left wanting to talk in silence, away from prying eyes. One of the boys quickly introduced the Duke's maid, the goddess Isis, to her, stuttering slightly. However, Rena's gaze did not change at all, looking askance at the people. Breaking the silence, she immediately asked why they were spreading bad rumors about Madame Cellist, wanting to know who ordered them to do this, while the boys were lost, calling it nonsense. Now the Duchess has entered secular society, so new encounters with Madame are inevitable. Renée mentally understood that if any conflict occurred between them, they would change everything in such a way that her mistress would even be forbidden from approaching the Duchess. Without softening her gaze, she continued thinking, realizing that the Duchess was not one to punish the whole family for the misdeeds of a single maid. Why would her plan have a chance of success? She understood that if she, as a maid, started a dispute with the Duchess's servants, she would definitely die at the hands of the Duke's henchmen. At the same time, the relationship between the Duchess and the lady will become tense. The Duke's wife will feel uncomfortable in the lady's company. Overwhelmed by this feeling, she will avoid her mistress, and then Miss Lizzie will be able to quietly enjoy secular society. As before, after mentally conveying to Lady Chelist that she was happy to be her maid all this time, she was determined to find out who would be right in the dispute. She pointed her finger at them and conveyed that she was going to give them a couple of slaps for insulting her mistress. And if they simply left, then even their owners, because the world would know that they were spreading bad rumors about people. The boys looked at her surprised, while one asked the other what she was talking about. Feeling excited, only Renaa didn't hear them, asking who would be the first to defend her mistress's honor. While the boy got angry and realized that she must be very strong. Then the goddess Isis raised her hand upwards and said she would be the first, smiling broadly at her. Smiling, she began to approach her, telling her that she was a faithful servant and that her willingness to put herself in danger for the good of her mistress admired her greatly. Bringing more light to her surroundings, she continued by saying that she was glad to see her enduring hardships for the sake of those she serves. Softly she says that if she wants, she will allow her to slap her on the cheek for the good of her mistress. Lowering her head for it, covering her eyes with her hand, Renaa thought that if she hit her, eternal damnation would await her. Because of this, she couldn't believe that Isis served as a simple maid, not understanding then who this duchess was. Realizing that the duchess was more dangerous than she thought, she quickly ran away, saying that they were simply wrong in their thoughts. Finally, Earl Grey announced that today's meeting was over, while Riggs looked out the window towards the street. He mentally said that he had sent a letter to the Celeste family in advance, but that it would be good to meet the lady in person. Wondering if Isabel would like him, his eyes fixed on the painting below on the street. His girlfriend and Lady Cheels herself walked there, mentally not understanding when they had time. Examining each one, he especially looked at Isabel, how she smiled cheerfully and was happy. Only this did not entirely please Riggs himself, who looked at the ladies with more sadness when Count Grey approached. He immediately realized that the guy was gloomy, and his lordship asked if the conference had not been very successful. Approximately saying that there was no need to worry about it, he praised the Count for his good work when he left. Moreover, he quickly ran down the hall, mentally calling Isabel as if with some jealousy asking the girl not to smile like that at Lady Elizabeth. Lady Chelist advised Isabel on other books of the same genre that they read, and in which they found common interest. The Duchess carefully memorized each of them and thanked Lizzie for all the books she recommended, and promised to read. Then Isabel offered to give her some of her books, because many were no longer published, which only made the girl more grateful and happy. Elizabeth honestly admitted that she was very surprised that the Duchess read such books. She didn't believe that such literature could interest someone like that. After asking her why she had such thoughts, the girl explained that it was probably due to her status. And she fell silent before another idea. Then Isabel herself asked her if she really thought that because of the rumors about her husband, which surprised her a little when she looked at her. Mentally, the Duchess realized that these wild rumors about Riggs's masculine weakness greatly affected his reputation. And she told herself that she must defend her husband's honor, while relaxing Lizzie by telling her there was nothing to fear in telling her. Pressing her hand to her chest, she herself said that she knew Isabel would obviously be aware of these rumors, but she would never think of talking about it. When the Duchess asked Lady Celeste who told her this, she became a little sad. She immediately remembered how Riggs was bloodied, ruthlessly killing and looking coldly. Elizabeth remembered how, as a child, she personally witnessed the scene after which the rumor spread. Immediately, Isabel arrived in shock, not believing that she could have witnessed that terrible incident. Only she immediately began to apologize for daring to bother her, mentioning the powerful force of His Grace the Duke. Isabel did not immediately understand what the power had to do with it, clarifying if it was really about the rumor about the Duke's strength. Then Isabel was surprised that the Duke still had other rumors, and looked at her surprised. A moment later, the girl realized what kind of power the Duchess was talking about, and immediately felt very embarrassed. Worried, she quickly babbled and explained that she had never seen anything like it, especially after returning to the Cardiego Duchy. Only today did she meet his lordship for the first time. In her mind, Isabel herself realized that however careless Riggs was, he would not show himself in front of women without pants, and told Lizzie that it was a false rumor from the beginning. At that moment, Elizabeth was bewildered, not understanding why it was a false rumor. And she calmed down a little. The Duchess remembered the vision of Rix without a top, and told her that even she, living in a temple and observing chastity all her life, almost crossed the line. In her ear, she told Lady Chelist that the passion of the Duke's words about love could not be compared to anything, which even made her feel a little embarrassed. Therefore, she would never have married simply by falling in love with something like that. But she really shouldn't believe the nonsensical rumors, as Riggs started approaching them behind her. While Elizabeth was surprised that he came, Isabel continued by saying that for some reason her husband slept wearing his clothes. Her speech was soon interrupted by Riggs, who put his arm around her waist, saying that he didn't know his wife had almost crossed the line, thanks to Lady Chelist for listening to such a nice confession. Isabel immediately recognized him by his voice and hands, looking around a little in shock, and embarrassed that it was definitely him. She greeted him with a smile, noticing that he was having a lot of fun here, looking at her with tenderness. Soon in the square, before leaving, everyone gathered to say goodbye. Riggs turned to Lady Chelist and noticed that she had learned a lot about him in the past, and told her that he would not touch her, his wife's friend. This name confused and surprised Elizabeth a little, as she pondered the boy's words in her head. Immediately, Isabel hit Riggs on the side, asking him to be kinder, surprising everyone with her action. Then the Duke said that he was counting on her at the Imperial Conference, even smiling. Such changes were a big shock to the lady, but when she regained her senses, she said yes, feeling uncomfortable. Exhaling, she soon called the lady, to whom the girl quickly responded by turning to her. Bowing slightly, she happily said she would be by her side at the next Imperial Conference. Thanks to the Duke's grace, Isabel even felt a little uncomfortable and said that if she didn't want to, she shouldn't force herself to go at the Duke's request. But Elizabeth honestly admitted that before talking to her, she would have had to do it by force. Lifting her head, smiling tenderly, she said that now she herself wanted this, asking the girl to stay close. Hand in hand, they looked at each other with admiration and tenderness, while the others watched with some disgust. Especially Renee, who noticed how Miss Lizzie let her guard down, not believing that the Duchess was really that interested in her. Thinking that she had misunderstood everything at first, her gaze fell on Isis, immediately frightened. The goddess Isis immediately noticed that she was looking at her, smiling tenderly and again, emitting a bright light. The boys also saw this divine light and whispered that when they returned, they would need to buy sunscreen ointment. Only when the couple returned home did Isabel not feel happy, which Rix noticed. She thought to herself that Lizzie was definitely afraid of the boy, because that story stems from the fact that in the past she had to face his uncle. She had heard that there was talk of such fights for supremacy in aristocratic families, because they often ended tragically. Because of this, the girl was more interested in what happened to Riggs at that time. The boy, gently taking Isabel's hand, asked her with concern what was bothering her so much. Although she said she had questions, the Duchess mentally understood that these were bad memories for Rix, and she didn't want to offend him accidentally. Having said that she would ask about this later, the Duke became a little gloomy and remained silent for a moment. Later, looking at Isabel, Efrix asked her to promise that if she was interested in anything, she would ask him as she was, because he would not want her to find out the answers from strangers. The girl hugged him, telling him she would do the same next time, asking him not to act as if he was about to cry. Only the boy, leaning in to hug Isabel, only thought a little in response. Then Donna broke the silence and asked Rix, what would he do if he started crying after he said he saw her as a woman, wondering how he had her today. The boy honestly said that it wasn't easy, everyone was looking at him, but he refused the tea the girl offered because he only wanted her to be with him. Isabel felt incredibly warm at those words, so she happily accepted and offered to always be together. Mentally, she even asked where he would go without her, while the boy closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment with her. Only something still clouded the Duke's thoughts, so he quickly changed. In another palace, a brother and sister, under the protection of the people, sat at a table where there was a photograph in front of the girl. With fear, she hesitantly approached the image, looking at it in horror, not knowing what might happen. Iris just touched the photograph with her fingertips when everything around her lit up with a shimmering light with butterflies. She started reading information about Isabel, saying that she was not a noblewoman and seemed to have grown up in the temple. Saying her name. Not a moment passed before the light illuminating, the girl disappeared, causing her to withdraw her hand while her brother asked what was happening. Upon telling him that she could not continue reading, her brother Ian, angry, called her completely useless because he decided that she wasn't doing it out of fear of pain. After grabbing her, he asked her what she was doing while he was out of the house all day yesterday. Yang also reminded Iris that her celestial powers would disappear as soon as she left Riesland Castle. Why, if she wanted to see the world safely, did she need to be near Ephorix? Why does he use the power released from Isis? The Duke's strength can stabilize her, as the girl said he was already married. Only her brother just threw her to the floor, shouting at her that she shouldn't talk nonsense. And she didn't dare give such a pathetic reason. Ian started shouting at his sister that they would soon forget about that low-born woman, and that she should take her place, because at the Imperial Conference she would personally seek this out. Turning away, the boy said that Iris would stay here in the room for several days, since she didn't control her powers properly. The girl only sent him away with tears in her eyes, mentally calling him brother. Meaning, realizing that she saw the goddess Isis next to Isabel, she wanted to tell her brother that they couldn't harm her. The next day, early in the morning, Royan was already sitting in the carriage and driving towards the conference venue, examining what he held in his hand. It was the Empress's key, as the voice from the stone said, to which the man said that Isabel would give birth to a child who would become emperor. Only the voice asked him if he was sure this would help him win Duchess Cardiego over to his side. To which Royan said that she shouldn't refuse to escape the disgusting Duke and become the mother of the future emperor. Later he asked, calling the voice Buies Cardiego, mockingly asking how he could return to his native duchy after so long. Because an imperial conference would soon be held here. The voice remained silent at this when the man noticed them approaching, saying that no matter how you look at it, this is not the place for Philsburg, blessed by Isis. In the palace, general cleaning for the reception of guests had already begun, where the butler began checking all surfaces, running his finger over cleanliness, which is why the maids were happy to learn that everything was clean. He was glad that the preparation of the mansion's interior was completed, and he said it with pride. He left the rest only to Kierkegaard, who was in nature, looking into the distance. He was glad that the 5 entrances to the estate were finally cleared. Only the binders were unhappy because they were using their death scythes as picks. Kiel immediately looked around, asking if they were really going to complain. To which they squirmed and said no, that they wouldn't even dare. Then one of the binders asked his master where they would put these cobblestones, and if they could simply throw them into the forest. However, Kiel cunningly said they couldn't, assigning a couple of binders to place all the stones on the path he was showing them. Only the binders asked worriedly how carts would move on that path they couldn't, and they might even damage their wheels if they got stuck. Kiel explained that Roykin would travel this path, who had sent ground troops to a lady with a 3-syllable name. And that for such an act, when the Duke found out, they could be rewarded as binders. Then they ran with great enthusiasm to place stones, praising the master's idea, wanting to get revenge to the fullest. In the palace, Isabel asked Bill to correct her if she made a mistake anywhere, to which the butler calmly agreed. While decorating her, she said the conference would last about 2 weeks, people would start arriving starting today. And even if someone was delayed on the way, they would arrive no later than 3 days later. Isabel continued by saying that people would be accommodated in the annex and in a separate palace, and that luxurious rooms had been prepared for the representatives of the three main families in the main palace. And that tomorrow there would be a small formal dinner, which Bill totally confirmed while the maids decorated the lady. Moving away a little, they said they had finished everything, bowing. Isabel, getting up and looking at herself, understood that the main part of the meeting would begin in 3 days. And the key topic would be the appointment of the next emperor. Distracted from her thoughts, the girl already began to enjoy the picture they took of her. But she still remembered the central figure of the Fieldsburg family, the man seeking the position of the new emperor. And his blood. It was Royhen Fieldsburg, and the Duchess understood that he clearly already knew she was a direct descendant of his family. She was the only one who cared what he might be doing. Even if he wasn't, she considered him an enemy and kept her head down. Before she had time to lose her thoughts, her beloved voice instantly called her. To which she looked back. Riggs was heading towards her, where he noticed how wonderfully dressed she was. Seeming a little embarrassed, Isabel realized she wasn't alone next to him. The boy in front of her was support and backing for the girl, which she appreciated. Just thinking that he was her companion, that he would always be there, she brought her hand to her chest. As if she were worried. Riggs extended his palm to her, wanting to take her hand, inviting her to go with him. More relaxed, Isabel smiled, nodding and extending her hand to him, looking closely at each other with love already. They were distracted for a moment by the arrival of the butler, who brought them the news of the arrival of Royhen Bilsberg's carriage through the main gate. Realizing that the Cardiego Duchy was receiving guests like this for the first time, the boy asked to make sure everything was in order everywhere. Obediently, they said yes to his lordship as the couple headed towards the exit. Soon, everyone was on the street waiting for the first guest to enter the palace. The carriage arrived quickly to them in a rather unpleasant state, with the wheels especially damaged. Isabel waited with excitement and contained anger for the man who was about to get out of this carriage. A moment later, the carriage door opened, from where Royhen Vilsberg himself emerged. The girl couldn't help but notice that of all the people she had met, he was the one who looked most like her. It was especially pressing for her that he looked her calmly in the eyes when he sent people to kill him. Bowing weakly, Royhen thanked them for inviting him to the holy place of the Cardiego Duchy. He also greeted the new hostess separately, Duchess Cardiego, introducing himself as a representative of the Vilsberg family on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor. He added sadly that he had learned about the attack in mysterious circumstances, and said mockingly that he was sorry. As Isabel became sad, he continued by saying that such misfortunes would not happen during the imperial conference, because his family would not allow this to happen. Riggs, taking the girl by the shoulder, said they were happy to receive the guest, saying that they had prepared a room for him in the main palace, inviting him to rest. Then Isabel, looking around and calling the maids, asked them to escort the guest. The maids, nodding their heads, went with Royken to his quarters accompanying him. As soon as Riggs was sure that the representative of the Fieldsberg family had left, he looked at the girl with tenderness. Gently stroking her cheek, wiping away a tear, he called her tenderly, gently reassuring. The boy said she held up well and noticed with a smile that she was clever. Then Isabel raised her eyes to him, looking at him and gently thanking him for those words. The guests began to arrive in a continuous line, following the Fieldsberg carriage to the Cardiego Palace. As a couple, they met and greeted everyone, not forgetting the conversations. Introducing new faces. Only Kiel attentively followed the man's actions, without drawing attention to himself and clearly without good intentions. So the day smoothly turned into night. Isis and Isabel were in the room where the goddess was taking care of the girl's hair, saying that it would only be a joy for her. The excitement in the girl's soul did not disappear, even though she was busy during the day, which distracted her. She told Isis that he looked very much like this man, so much so that anyone would believe they were brother and sister, although she had never thought of it, which began to worry the goddess. Only Isabel paused briefly and shrank slightly, realizing that she knew what to expect. However, she didn't understand why the man who tried to kill his own cousin looked at her with complete confidence. The goddess Isis had nothing to say, so she clung silently to the girl. Gently touching the goddess's hand, Isabel said she was happy to stay with her because it was much better for her to leave the hirer. Because she also needed to rest. Isis left calmly, going out into the hallway, walking a bit and thinking about the girl's excitement. Turning her head, she immediately ran into Rix, who had come to sleep with Isabel. Closing her eyes, the girl quickly said she herself felt uncomfortable, but that she had to ask him to lend her his own strength. Wanting to explain, as the boy arrived late, he didn't even have time to start the conversation when the boy interrupted her. He clearly stated that he would not lend Isis his powers without looking at her. Only later seeing him, Riggs explained that in any case, he belonged entirely to Isabel, and that there was no other option. The goddess could not influence in any way, only remaining in the hallway, looking at the boy. She realized with frustration that people always leave her helpless. Before Riggs could even enter the bedroom, he immediately heard sobs and crying. Staring intently, he immediately saw Isabel sitting on the bed and shedding tears. Approaching. Calling her. She quickly began to dry her eyes, worried. She especially didn't expect him to come. Without even realizing it, the boy passed her water and offered her a drink. Looking at her tenderly, he said with a smile that now her moisture reserves were replenished. And she could cry until she felt better. Isabel didn't know how to respond to this. She just looked at him with some embarrassment. Quickly yielding, she gently clung to the boy, crying as he began to hug her and comfort her. Isabel didn't want to be Fieldsburg because they abandoned her. They didn't need her, but as soon as they needed her, they immediately found her, not understanding why she was something to them. Riggs gently reassured her, even though she herself wanted to know the secret of her origin. But as a result, she is suffering now. Pointing towards him, she continued to cry because those people were not her family. And there was nowhere in the whole world she could return to. Then the boy honestly asked her if this was really true, and if she really thought that way now. Moving slightly away from him, the girl admitted that it wasn't so, as if lowering her head with guilt. Because from now on she only has him, Riggs. Gently stroking Isabel's cheek, he reminded her that no one knew more about her than he did. Only she cried more, and said she was afraid because her only relatives saw her only as a naive girl who could be used as they wished. And only the boy by her side, only him. Riggs honestly asked if he alone wouldn't be enough for her, stroking her gently. The boy honestly admitted that he didn't want to leave room for others, so that Isabel would only need him. Taking her hand in his, he happily approached her and told her that he didn't need anyone except her. Gently brushing her hair away, he said that when she cries, there is only one person who knows how to calm her down. Determined, he kissed her tenderly, mentally continuing that it was him, ending the time pleasantly. In another room, Royan Filsberg was suffering in bed from a nightmare and tossing nervously. In fact, it was Keel who was having fun with his own powers, throwing balls at him, and annoyingly telling the goddess that he was holding up well. Adding to the nightmares, he finally started screaming, which could only please the boy. But the butterfly, which was the image of the goddess, only happily supported Kierkegaard, allowing him to load the man with all the nightmares he could. Keel asked if everything was all right with Isis, because this is her man, and prayed to him even before going to bed. Only she confidently said that now she was only Isabel's god, reminding him how the girl felt bad about this man. Moreover, in Rajan's prayers there was no respect for her, only that the boy couldn't believe the goddess's words. Then Isis took her human form, which allowed her to feel freer to leave her nightmares as much as she wanted. Isabel remembered that, when she was a child, she used to sit alone on the stairs when she was sad. Sometimes she cried loudly on purpose, after which the sisters approached her and hugged her, kissed her on the cheek. And then she felt warmer. A gesture as small as a kiss took on a special meaning for her that was important to them. That's why she kissed Rick so often when he was upset or crying. Then she remembered her tender childhood smile when she comforted her sad fawn. Now Isabel wondered what the kiss she was receiving from the boy meant. They did not let go for a long time, closing their eyes to the pleasant feeling of their first love kiss. Upon finishing, the girls' eyes were still full of tears, but they did not leave. Only the embarrassment of it all remained. Then Riggs gently kissed the girl's nose, which made her feel lighter and warm as she closed her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, looking tenderly at the girl, the boy noticed that she was no longer crying, smiling slightly. However, Isabel, pointing in the opposite direction of the bed, embarrassedly told the boy to go to bed because it was already very late. The boy looked where she was pointing and silently realized it was a sofa. Without bothering, the boy gently told her that she could call him when necessary, without resisting sleeping separately. Lying in bed, Isabel looked at the ceiling, mentally going over the boy's last words without feeling sleepy at all. Then she turned her head in his direction, looking at him and wondering mentally what would happen if she called him. Isabel looked at his bare back and realized that Roy Hanfieldsberg was no longer a problem for her. Only the thought of having kissed her childhood friend haunted her almost all night. When she woke up, she was a little scared because she woke up before the dream about them kissing ended, remembering that Riggs said he saw her as a woman. Having ascended, she couldn't believe their relationship was escalating to high levels too quickly. And she promised herself to be careful about this. Getting out of bed, she abruptly tugged the blanket, forcing the boy to wake up. Only she didn't understand why he suddenly, even while sleeping, grabbed the edge of the blanket. Seeming bewildered, Riggs, covering his face and butt embarrassedly, told her she couldn't do that. Then Isabel's eyes dropped, realizing what they were talking about, because the boy was sleeping completely naked. Continuing to hold the blanket, she immediately remembered several books about the male body, which already made her very embarrassed. Turning around, she started to explain that this was not what she had in mind, without even having time to listen to her to return the blanket. She threw it at him and ran out. When she left, Riggs himself got up from the sofa, wrapping himself in it a little annoyed. He quickly realized that the girl had run away before telling him to sleep on the sofa. Confused, he realized that most likely she was embarrassed in his presence, because she started to understand that he was a man. Only one question: why she started taking the blanket off the man early in the morning. As if not expecting what she might see underneath, it bothered the man. Down the hallway, Isabel met Rose and Isis, who happily told her that Roy Han could not attend the dinner due to lack of sleep from nightmares. Only the Duchess didn't listen, thinking about her own things, that is, about the rumors that were unfounded. Then the goddess herself asked if she, as the girl's god, could ask what was bothering her. Isabel did not say no very gently, because she wanted to solve it herself, which surprised Isis a little. The girl simply continued thinking about her own thoughts, while the goddess walked behind annoyed. During dinner, Rick sat on one side of the table, hearing the fact that Royhan would not come due to health issues, and the suggestion from the guests that it was due to a long journey. Isabel sat at the other end of the table, mentally pleased to be sitting far apart from each other. When the topic turned to the Raiselin family, who promised to come, despite the illness plaguing their area. Taking a glass of wine, the girl learned that the head's older brother was acting as the representative of the Raiselin family, because his sister was sick, while her gaze rose towards the boy. At the same moment, Riggs also put down his glass of wine, smiling happily at the girl who apparently looked at him by chance. As soon as she quickly lowered her gaze to the plate she was eating, mentally not understanding why even from here she saw the boy's smile, feeling how her vision suddenly improved. Subsequently, all the invited ladies began to gather in another hall to discuss the topic. One of them, looking around the hall, honestly said that she was very surprised that there were so many empty seats. Another, at her own table, looked back and didn't expect that there would be so many girls at the conference. She didn't even believe that they were all interested in politics, while the third said that she really liked chatting while having tea, not knowing anything about political matters. Then, the second still happily noted that such an innovation had appeared, for example, while the men talked about politics and the women could gather for tea, which would create great opportunities for this. Then the first girl agreed with everyone, because in this matter, Duchess Cardiego showed herself to be a wise woman. Immediately other ladies, led by Isabel and Elizabeth, walked down the hall heading to the foyer. The Duchess walked a bit looking at the girl, noticing that Lizzie was very worried. Only one of the ladies stepped slightly forward, called Isabel, and asked if they could definitely attend the meeting. To which she turned around and said that of course they could. Looking at them, she confidently said that just like the men, they can share their proposals for the well-being of the state. So they should not be afraid. The girls were blinded by the Duchess's tenderness, just as Lady Chelist was looking at her tenderly. From behind, a voice was heard calling the girls, a whole garden of beautiful flowers because of the wonderful aroma. Only Isabel glanced at who said it. It turned out that Royan Filsberg was walking down the hall and began to call Duchess Cardiego as beautiful as a young lily. The girl only had to sketch her smile, noticing that he seemed to have aged 10 years from a bad dream. Only Isabel understood that the man praised her appearance every time, possibly implying that the lily was a symbol of the Filsbergs, but without saying out loud that she knew his origin as if she were afraid. She said with some rudeness that she would like to return the compliment, but fell silent, thinking for a moment. Smiling tenderly, she said that it seemed to her that lilies were not the most suitable option for Royan, as if equating that he seemed to have nothing to do with the throne. Isabel also added with a smile that this is only about appearance, because it would be impolite to compare a man to a flower. He himself, clearing his throat, began to talk about something else, that he was simply surprised to learn that ladies would be present at the meeting. Moreover, he clearly pointed out that since antiquity the responsibilities of men and women were divided. And it seems Cardiego himself doesn't know that the ladies haven't been interested in politics for a long time, which offended the ladies who attended. Isabel, upon hearing Royan's nonsense, that his wife would not attend such meetings. She would embroider and collect outfits to be a respected aristocrat. She couldn't understand why he was saying this. Only the man continued with his narcissism, considering himself an unrealistic romantic. Approaching Royan, Isabel stated that there isn't a single woman who isn't interested in politics at all. The only question is whether she will have the opportunity to prove it, secretly adding that she is thinking of fully dedicating herself to politics in the future. Furthermore, upon approaching, she only told him that just as the ladies were given the opportunity to attend such a meeting, the day might come when a woman like her had the right to inherit the throne. Such words greatly affected Royan Filsberg, who looked at her with surprise, even with some horror. Only Isabel paid him no attention and walked past the man, wishing to see him at the conference. When the girls caught up with the Duchess, Isabel began to whisper to her that this man was talking nonsense, and that there was no need to listen to him. After asking what it was about, the lady immediately resumed the topic, and said that it is a very well-known topic for Royan, like rather strange statements. The girls even added that the man even said that about the flower, hinting at a non-cultural context. And even Isabel felt disgust realizing he wasn't a gentleman at all. In the Imperial Conference Hall, His Majesty's illness was being discussed. That despite all treatment methods, it was only getting worse. Another pointed out that the Filsberg family had occupied the throne for 350 years. But now Royan immediately interrupted the air. He showed everyone the document he held in his hand, in which this letter indicated that he was attending the meeting on behalf of His Majesty, the Emperor. At the head of the table sat Rix himself, listening to Royan's speeches. Having already called him, noting that His Majesty, the Emperor, had entrusted him to represent him at this meeting. He was stunned for a moment by his words. Looking at him, the guy asked if he really intended to participate in the election of the next emperor. Isabel also caught his gaze, feeling like metal in the tension between them. Because the boy's words almost equated to the fact that he would have to fight him in the elections. Hiding his anger, the man said that being emperor is actually a great responsibility that only someone chosen by the great goddess Isis can undertake. And since he belonged to a secondary branch, he was not suitable for this role. Isabel then realized that, counting the Fieldsbergers, only 5 families in total had the right to vote in the emperor's election. And Dicardiego was undoubtedly Rix. Of the Fieldsburgers perhaps existed Royan, although he actually had no right. Only the heir of Rislin had restrictions that prevented him from running directly for the emperor's election. Although she understood that in the end, the election of the emperor would depend on which side the Southerners would take. Including Rislin, the butler managed to approach Riggs and passed him something. Having difficulty getting permission, he coughed and called everyone present, saying that nobles from the southern lands had just arrived, including a representative of the Raiselin family. Isabel was incredibly interested to see what kind of person he was, as the boy who entered immediately apologized for being late, because unexpected circumstances delayed him. Taking a seat next to the girl, he explained that he was late due to both the miasma and another problem. Without saying it directly yet, Yang said that animals began to appear in the Raiselin Duchy, mutated under the influence of miasma into democratic beasts. Only this year, their number increased unusually and reached the point where mutated animals captured entire regions, increasing both their territory and power. Therefore, they put all their efforts into maintaining their spread, but their forces are no longer enough. And the people suffered greatly because of these animals. Therefore, he officially requests support funds for the time being until it can be identified, and eliminate the cause of the unusual activity of the demonic beasts. Then, Royan sang that the goddess would not want people to starve, diseases, or monsters, and offered not to spend money to help those in need. While everyone else also supported the idea that it was important to save people. Riggs thought about this topic in silence. Only everyone was interrupted by the uncomfortable voice of Isabel, who agreed on the need to draft a budget to provide assistance to save the people. However, she also confidently added that investing money blindly could prove problematic for Rieselin in the future. Isabel remembered that the county of Rieselin gets its income from agriculture. And if they get used to relying more and more on patronage and less on agriculture, even after solving the problem with the animals, the farm will decline, which clearly irritated Royan. Smiling, the man, although he said that Duchess Cardiego's zeal was praiseworthy. He wanted to remind her that initially women did not get involved in matters of governance. So he was interrupted. It was Riggs who asked the lady what measures she wanted to propose to help the duchy. Isabel felt flattered by this, looking at him confused, but telling him her idea that the animals had not yet reached the lands near the Raiselin castle. She proposed uniting the people on free lands for joint farming and on the fertile lands of the county, which surprised not only the men, but also the women. The Duchess suggested planting fast-growing crops like barley and rye to earn money, which clearly pleased Riggs. The only thing he didn't like was the look of Jan Rieselin, who listened to Isabel with some indignation, as if he hated her. The meeting finished, Isis did not abandon the girl, so she asked if she could continue appearing at such public meetings, to which she calmed down and thanked for so much care for herself as well as for God. She said that Isabel shouldn't worry about her, as she had almost no strength left, because she couldn't be a deity, because no one would accept her as a god. Only the Duchess felt uncomfortable, mentally wondering whether she should laugh or cry about this. The goddess Isis warned that it was better for the girl to prepare herself and keep her ears open for the people coming here. So she looked back to find out who had come. The same 3 ladies from the audience who did not attend the conference approached her, but who already knew that she had performed well in today's meeting. The first told her that she was very proud of the Duchess, hoping that all her daughters would grow up and be as worthy of a lady as her, which made Isabel shyly thank her, and explained to her that she was just making a proposal. Having invited her to her estate, the ladies left until the girl couldn't, that she had the opportunity to put into practice everything that Sister Maria had taught her. Remembering how they read books together under the tree, Isabel admitted that it was as if she knew she would need it someday. Soon Lizzie also met her, and noticed that the lady who had just spoken to the girl in person was extremely stingy with praise. Then Lady Cellist noticed that the Duchess greatly surprised her with her courage and sharp mind. To which the girl awkwardly explained that she was simply lucky, because the topic of miasma is resonating now. Only Elizabeth seemed not to listen, rejoicing with a radiant smile that perplexed her. The lady asked Isabel if she could go look at the mutated beast, to which she said yes as they walked down the hall. In this way, the girl hoped that, after everyone saw the monster with their own eyes, the matter would move forward. Upon exiting onto the street, the ladies immediately saw an infected wild boar in a cage, around which people were already crowding. Isabel, awkwardly admitting to herself, understood that she was seeing a demonic beast for the first time. And then she immediately saw a guy with a weapon in the distance. She quickly recognized him as Rick's, noticing that he had already changed into more comfortable clothes. Awkwardly admitting that this outfit emphasized the advantages of his body well. The boy quickly noticed the girl's gaze, smiling tenderly at her, calling her by name. Isabel remembered and imagined the Duke defiantly telling her to call him when necessary. Faced with such thoughts, the girl blushed, as if burning with shame. Waving her hand near her face, she mentally considered it a problem that her fawn had become disobedient. The people around them whispered that they were sincerely scared by this beast. Its size and the color of its fur, especially many began to believe that the Cardiego estate was doing it on purpose. But the Duchess was mentally sure that Riggs would never allow such a thing. Jan Rieselin explained that this beast is now safe, since it was put to sleep using magic. To convince everyone that they had put it to sleep, he knocked on the cage. Only the girl noticed how the animal's breathing rate suddenly accelerated. Isabel quickly realized that something was wrong here. After she shouted it, the beast was released. The wild boar crashed into the cage, thus getting out of it. And as the bars flew in different directions, the people around them fled in horror. The demonic animal, once outside, began to look around as if searching for some purpose amidst the chaos. Isabel immediately froze, holding her breath, her pupils constricted with horror. And she looked at it, hoping to go unnoticed. Before she could expect this, the animal stared fixedly at her, so she, tense, couldn't understand why it was looking at her. Lady Elizabeth also felt the approaching danger and immediately called her mistress and summoned a magic ball to protect her. Isabel seemed to freeze, not moving and not even knowing what to do, looking at the boar with fear. Riggs immediately appeared in front of her, whispering to her to close her eyes with a malicious smile. With a strong swing of his sword, the boy killed the animal while the girl continued to look at him fearfully. His gaze seemed absolutely cold-blooded, but looking closer, it was clear that the Duke was scared, and clearly did not want to kill the boar. Only on Isabel's part, this was not noticed by her. She only looked with disgust at the animal's corpse. Bleeding profusely, the boar lay on the ground in its own pool, but a tear could be seen in its eye. Immediately, Rick turned to Count Rieselin and asked him if he hadn't previously said that everything would be fine, since the beast had been put to sleep with magic. With incomprehension, Jan began to explain that it shouldn't have woken up, because he didn't understand why this happened. How his butler ran towards him shouting that monsters were heading this way. Amidst shouts that they needed to flee quickly, because the monsters were infecting everyone with evil. The people looked around fearfully, trying to understand. But the animals quickly attacked the people, clinging to their faces, and infected everyone. Despite the closed gates, wild animals arrived and began to break down the door, as if something was drawing them to the territory of the duchy. All the people began to feel unwell, foaming at the mouth and falling as if dead. Jan Rieselin worked to protect and help the people, striving as much as he could. Only mentally, he admitted that there were too many animals, and that they were also spreading filth. Realizing that he couldn't manage alone, Riggs also fought the beasts in a slightly brusque manner, and then realized that something was wrong with them. All the monsters were clearly aimed only at Isabel, which was incredibly noticeable. Immediately, the boy noticed how an infected snake began to crawl quickly and confidently towards the girl, causing Rix to shout her name, trying to run to her in time and protect her. Before she realized it, a blue glow appeared around Isabel, And the goddess Isis hugged her everywhere, whispering that these poor lambs should be given freedom. By the power of the magic that the girl radiated behind the goddess, the people of Razalin like him watched in surprise how there were more. And more magic. Isabel raised her hand for a huge cloud of magic to rise, while Isis said that these monsters were simply common animals mutated due to miasma. Perhaps they didn't even intend to attack people. Magic surrounded the entire territory of the attacking animals, so they were already flying towards the girl. But without any hatred, but with tenderness and warmth surrounding her. Thanks to the magic, people were also cleansed, gently rising from the ground. Not understanding what happened, except for the last thing, just like Rokin, clearing his throat. He tried to understand what happened. Other people, who had also gotten up, were already surrounding Isabel, whispering that they had seen a blue butterfly. And that, with the help of divine power, the girl had cleansed everyone in an instant. Someone even saw stigmata in the Duchess's eyes, but the girl just smiled and stroked the animals while the others discussed whether she was the goddess Isis herself. Late at night, Jan was in his room thinking that perhaps what happened today was the reason why the Fieldsburg people were spying on Cardiego. The boy recalled what kind of abilities she showed today, not believing how she rid so many creatures at once of the miasma. In addition to being angry that it wasn't Rysalin's cleansing magic that did this. Of course, Ian liked the idea of getting Isabel and completely ridding his lands of the miasma. The boy was particularly struck by how Cardiego's wife turned out to be the last direct heir of the Filsburg descendants. The boy felt like asking the chained woman in his palace how everything turned out well for the Duchess like this. The next morning, the goddess Isis continued to sleep even when the sun was high. Isabel was sitting nearby, mentally worrying about the goddess's strength. Because she had been sleeping for a long time, clearly tired from the recent cleansing. Last night, the girl remembered that Riggs did not return to the bedroom. Keel approached her and warned her that the boy was busy resolving what had happened. Isabel couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, especially since yesterday was the first time she didn't wish the Duke sweet dreams, which clearly bothered her. The girl silently left the goddess's room, trying not to make noise or draw attention to her. Still immersed in her thoughts. But before she could close the door, Elizabeth immediately greeted her and asked her how her maid was feeling. Isabel immediately said quickly that she clearly needed a little more rest, because she had worked too hard and exhausted all her strength. Leaving Lizzie in the hallway, she asked what they should do for now, because the official schedule for the Imperial Conference had been changed. To which Lady Cellist asked to show her the study room. The Duchess immediately asked if she really loved books so much, why Lizzie didn't hide that she was simply interested. Because here they even bring books that are very hard to find. When asked what book she was looking for, Elizabeth replied that she was looking for a book they called Every Night. She was happy because everything there was described in great detail. As they walked, Royhan Fieldsburg, with a key in his hand, listened to them without hesitation. Looking where the ladies were going, the man smugly thought of a plan to lure the Duchess towards him. In the hallways, people commented among themselves on past events, sincerely rejoicing that there were no victims. Remembering that if it hadn't been for the Duchess of Cardiego, something terrible would have happened at the Imperial Conference. The girls, without hesitation, commented among themselves that they had seen how Duke Royan was the first to faint as soon as the filth spread. But they also wanted to know how Isabel herself cleansed everything, remembering the blessing of the goddess Isis. Many quickly realized that the girl could be a direct descendant, whom the Fieldsburg were desperately looking for, which annoyed the man that everyone was talking about it. The stone in his chest spoke to him, trying to encourage him by saying that if they take the girl, the balance of power will shift in his favor. Trying not to think about it, Royhan asked if he was sure that what he was talking about was there. The stone answered, without a doubt, that the ring was definitely in the library. It could distort space and hide from the blinding ones so that he could speak privately with a woman of direct lineage. Only the Duke thought that they needed to see each other first, and the rest would be nonsense, because the past of Efrix Cardiego had enough stories that even his wife disliked. At that moment, the girls were looking around the library for the book that Elizabeth was interested in. While Isabel asked if it had a pink cover, the Duchess thought the book might have been placed on Riggs' personal shelf. But remembering that he wasn't interested in those genres, her thoughts were interrupted by Lady Celeste's call. She noticed how the side cabinet changed dramatically, pointing to golden shelves that the girl immediately recognized. Heading towards it, she said out loud that this was the successor's shelf, not understanding why it was visible, if this was only possible, in front of family members. In an instant, they froze upon noticing the Duke of Philipsburg standing near the cabinet. Leaning on it, Isabel hesitantly said it was quite unexpected to find him here, and immediately wondered why he was here. Since the office wasn't open. Royhan Philipsburg, taking a book from the shelf, said playfully that he was simply bored. And then he saw the books and decided to come in. Taking the same book the ladies were looking for from the shelf, he said he was simply thirsty for new knowledge here. The girls just eyed him rather sideways and with disgust, watching what books he took out. Royhan himself looked at the name, embarrassed and trying to justify himself, only they already intended to leave. The stone on the Duke's clothes immediately told him to act, saying this was a great opportunity to talk to her alone. So he touched the ring, invoking divine power. Elizabeth reacted instantly, protecting Isabel and telling her to stand behind her for defense. Despite this, the ring's power began to envelop the mistress, causing her unpleasant sensations. Opening her eyes, the Duchess looked around and realized she was alone with Royhan. And in the middle of dark smoke. Looking at him, who was walking towards her, Isabel immediately asked what he was allowing himself, warning that one more step and she would scream. Only the man shrugged and said she clearly already felt she couldn't do this, because they were in a place where time and space were distorted. The girl stood firm, also warning that she would still resist because he ignored her. And got closer. Royhan bowed and apologized to her with a smile, saying he only needed to tell her something in private. However, he sarcastically emphasized that she was Isabel Philipsburg, only the girl didn't react to such a comment. Looking at everything seriously. She clearly realized that this fact was important to him now, although when he arrived, he pretended not to know it. Royhan then explained that this was because he was avoiding the danger that might arise if everyone knew her origin. By explaining to her that his duties were precisely to serve the direct descendant, who was blessed by the goddess Isis herself. The girl mockingly replied that he was late. Only the Duke of Philipsburg insisted that everyone was waiting for her return and asked her to save his loyal brothers and sisters. Isabel noticed that he spoke of it as if everyone would die from her refusal, saying this while he replied that it was true. Several years ago, as a result of terrible events, all representatives of the direct Philipsburg lineage were killed. Both she and the emperor are the only direct descendants left alive. The girl couldn't believe in this mass murder and that the state was plunged into a crisis. And she also asked why Sister Maria didn't tell her. Only she decided to buy time and not listen until Riggs arrived, and caustically pointed out to Royan that the situation in the imperial family was much worse than he had imagined. The Duke continued by saying that she was blessed by the goddess Isis, and that the main duty of women in the imperial family is to have an heir. As if ordering, he told her that she must go to Wilsburg to give birth to a child, and only then save everyone. Only Isabel clearly realized that she was now Cardiego, and that her son would bear his surname. Royhan said he was talking about their union with her, which horrified the girl, while adding that the goddess would support his intentions. The girl began to scream and say that he had no right to think such things with a woman of his own blood, calling him crazy. Only the man bowed and said that holy blood flows in them, and that is why such a union is necessary. The Duke especially emphasized that the efforts of the Vilsburgs were always worthwhile, because their birth was the result of the same efforts. Isabel incredulously realized that he was referring to her mother and asked if that was all he wanted. Only Royhan, taking something out of his vest, invited the girl to check it with her own eyes when she arrived in Vilsburg. He took a key out of his pocket and said that it once belonged to the empress, saying that she was the deceased younger daughter of the current emperor. Her mother, which surprised Isabel even more when looking at the key. A butterfly flew out and immediately landed on the girl's hand while she stared fascinated. The butterfly slowly evaporated from her hand until she, lifting her head, clearly asked what the Duke was trying to achieve with this. Royhin said that the things Isidora Filsberg left behind are still kept in the Empress's room in the palace. This included many ornaments and valuables that she could open with a key. Extending his hand to the girl, the Duke invited her to return to her true family, because everyone was waiting for her help. However, Isabel replied by asking him if he really thought she would give up her life. That she only had because she inherited the blood of the Filsbergs. Such words greatly surprised Roykin, but mentally he understood why she rejected his proposal and, furthermore, she denied her fate. The Duchess continued by saying that he imprisoned her here, the castle owner, in this strange place, and offered to betray her husband by supporting her former family. Wanting to reply, she immediately betrayed him, asking where they were before, when she dreamed of a family. Increasingly angry, she added that he too naively thought that, by being there as if nothing had happened, she deserved to be part of their family. They continued standing and looking at each other. Only Isabel was clearly annoyed by the conversation. Only Royhin continued saying that he understood everything perfectly, but that this was only for her own good. Wanting to start with the fact that there is no more terrible and cruel person in the world than Duke Cardiego. She shouted that he didn't dare insult her husband. With mockery, the Duke of Filsberg held his head and realized that he did not know the dark past of Cardiego. Approaching her, the man sincerely asked if she had ever wondered why Cardiego abandoned his large castle in the capital and moved to the duchy. Only Isabel interrupted him, saying that even if she didn't know, she didn't want to know it from his lips. Twirling the ring in his hands, Royhin still said that he would tell her, even if she didn't want to listen. Because he knows many things. For example, the fact that Duke Cardiego killed someone while smiling wickedly. Before she could ask who exactly he would say, her mouth was instantly covered by a red hand from the shadows. Isabel immediately recognized Rig's magic, and after a second of realization, the boy appeared in front of her, smiling. His magic mercilessly surrounded Royhin, grabbing his body and squeezing it. Riggs, with a threatening expression on his face, noticed that he clearly wanted to challenge him. The barrier immediately collapsed, which the girl noticed, looking around. But the boy didn't move anywhere. He looked at the Duke of Filsberg, who was trying to break free from Cardiego's shadows, gasping for breath. Riggs quickly noticed the brooch on the man's vest, because it contained all the power of the souls from the beyond. And as a person who did not belong to his family, he used this power very skillfully. Squeezing his throat tighter, the boy became angry and realized that this was the power of his deceased uncle. While Roykin tried to resist with his magic. Concentrating his strength, the Duke of Filsberg hit him with a blow as strong as a whip. While he mentally exerted all his strength, his magic quickly freed him, knocking him to the ground with one blow. Standing menacingly in front of him, Riggs asked him if he had really touched the ring. While Roykin again asked confusedly. With more roughness, the boy repeated if he had touched the ring in the library. But the man quickly fainted. Having left him, Duke Cardiego immediately turned to Isabel and asked her if she was okay. Answering yes, the butler and Elizabeth were already running towards them, who rushed worriedly to the lady. Only the butler immediately looked at Royhin and noticed with horror that he had wet himself. The others also looked at him with disgust, until the servant angrily realized how he could be in Cardiego's same office. Seeing his anger, Riggs said to call the Fieldsburg servant to take him to the room and clean him up. Taking Isabel's hand, the boy noticed the annoyance this was, while the girl called him focusing on her waist. The Duke thought of something else, asking her what she had read early in the morning. That her head was filled with thoughts about a man's waist, placing her hand on it. Feeling his blood on her hand, she quickly realized. Only the girl was the first to run, feeling guilty and examining the wound. Starting to cry, Isabel began to apologize because she didn't think he could get hurt. Riggs remained in a kind of stupor, especially because of the girl's care. And because he was covered in blood. Kill was behind her, resting while she asked him if he was in pain, and offered to quickly take him to the doctor. The boy decided to take advantage, groaning ostentatiously in pain while she only became tenser. And the boy felt ashamed seeing such a sight. Looking at Isabel, he complained and started saying that he was suffering greatly, thus attracting affection. Keel, the blinder, and the butler looked at this bewildered, thinking they were seeing the wrong person. Since he had continued fighting for 4 days before, despite the hole in the ship. Noting good role-playing, they quickly sent him for treatment, first giving him a healing bath. While Rix realized that it had been a long time since he received such a major wound. Keel also noticed that judging by the time it took to heal, it seemed an unusual force had hit him. While the boy explained that it was the power of his office ring. Then the boy honestly asked her if she would like to tell this to her sister. Calling Isabel so, to which he downplayed that this was not the most pleasant topic of conversation. Keel abruptly recalled that Riggs himself wanted to know everything concerning the girl. From the book, her sisters surprised her reading to the herbs she collects. He finished by saying that she would also be interested in knowing the history of the past dukes. And Duchess of Cardiego, asking if it would be better if they both talked about their parents again. Only about him, at which the boy felt uncomfortable. As a child, he felt like in a cage that his own thoughts had created for him from what he had done in the past. The people in front of him said that his venom was good, calling him by his full name. Ephorix. The boy remembered Isabel's anxious look when he killed the boar, as if he was afraid to see it again. Keel realized this, so he peacefully said that so be it, for now the issue of the Duke. And the Duchess could be set aside. Then he offered to at least dispel the rumors about his virility, to which Riggs looked at him without fully understanding. The boy said that it really hurts him to see Riggs sleep separately on the couch. Spending the night, and not just lying down, sneaking into his bathroom. After diving in and coming out between the leaves, the boy didn't fully appreciate Keel's thought. And completely kicked him out of the room. Being left alone in the room, the boy honestly admitted that he would like Isabel to be interested in everything concerning him. Emphasizing that everyone, except the story of his parents and his uncle, fell. He didn't want to hurt her with this heartbreaking drama, remembering her smile and joy. Keel thought differently, approaching the room where Isabel and the Duke's bedroom were. Knocking on the door. Worried, the girl opened the door and came out, asking him what was wrong. Making innocent puppy eyes, he said that his brother's wound was not healing and asked her to help him. The girl immediately believed him, asking how he was, while the boy, pointing in the direction of the bathroom, said he was already there. Without a doubt, Isabel immediately ran there, leaving Keel behind, hurrying anxiously herself. The boy felt like a villain, but mentally told Riggs to see how he tried to help him hurry. And dispel his rumors. Riggs tried to remember at least something of what happened then, realizing that everything was like in a fog. Standing small in front of those people, he couldn't remember their faces, the faces of his parents, whom he saw every day. The boy remembered his father's words, who explained that in ancient language the name Ephorix means fruit. And it is the fruit of Cardiego's patience. Looking at little Rix, the man menacingly said that he must live up to that name. The boy understood that this was probably the reason why he never felt cared for. He was constantly being watched. Probably to detect the manifestation of poison in his body. He felt like some kind of animal in a cage, watched closely by his own father. Someone's magic was poisoning the boy's body, making him feel pain in his chest. Crying, Riggs then looked at his father, because even partial release of underworld power caused him a lot of pain. He just had to settle for his father's words about how good his venom was. He used to think it was a smile of approval, until one day he went to his uncle. Uncle Buies was the only family member who kept him. That day he did the same, handing him a bag and asking him to invite his parents for tea inside it. The boy then gladly took it when his uncle told him they would form if he gave them this decoction. Trusting his uncle, He didn't understand until the last moment what was happening when the Duke and the Duchess were drinking the tea he served them. They were bleeding. Only Riggs continued without understanding and watching them die. Only the father looking up, where the boy read the shock and pain of betrayal. He said that he had now truly become part of the beyond, even rejoicing in his action. Fearing that his parents would disappear forever, he sealed their souls in Cardiego's wedding ring. They drank tea with poison that was extracted from his own body. Only the little one didn't know it yet. He clearly remembered the face of his uncle, who, calling him a monster, said that now no one would hug him, and that he would never know warmth and love. Only he was mistaken, because Rix met her Isabel, who gave him a warm and gentle hug. She was the first one who cared about him, teaching him to feel love and warmth. Remembering her gaze then, near the poisoned boar, the boy was still worried about one question. He wondered what she was thinking then, looking at him, when he seemed to look coldly at the animal's death. Returning to reality, Riggs wondered if his powers were not terrible, feeling fear. Covering his face, he wanted to know if she was really not afraid of him at that moment. Isabel immediately rushed through the door. She called the boy worriedly and lifted her skirt to run comfortably. She immediately approached the boy, asking if everything was all right and if it hurt too much. While he, embarrassed, tried to understand what she was doing here, asking. The girl sincerely said that Keel told her that his wound was not healing, worrying that this case seemed more serious than the previous ones. Riggs continued looking at her confusedly, admitting that it hurt a little when she suggested rubbing medicinal herbs on the affected areas, because the effect would be greater that way. Gently placing Isabel's hand on his cheek, he said he couldn't move his free hand, and asked for help. The girl did not refuse, only warned that it would be painful and told how her sisters taught her. Only the boy was very embarrassed that she touched his body, ashamed and slightly trembling. Upon finishing, he raised his head and asked if she felt better, because it shouldn't burn so much now. With just her eyes, Isabel instantly scanned his entire body, returning to his gaze, which was obviously a little uncomfortable. She gently grabbed his face, moving closer to his lips, feeling some attraction to him. Suddenly, her thoughts changed, which made her wonder what she was doing. Moving away from him. Turning around, she innocently began to say it was time to leave, rushing out of the bathroom as quickly as possible. Before she had time to take a step, the boy's hand immediately grabbed her face, turning it and pulling her closer to him. Before Isabel realized it, Rix kissed her in an instant, closing his eyes while she looked embarrassed. After finishing the kiss, the boy said with a smile that if she was going to do something, she definitely needed to go all the way. Running his finger across her lips, he reminded her that one day he planned to break the bed and asked how she had planned it with such shyness. Isabel didn't answer and quickly escaped from him without even closing the door, while the boy looked at her with a smile. The girl was already sitting in her shared room, recalling what had just happened in her bathroom. Burying herself in the pillow, ashamed that she liked it, she angrily hit the bed due to the growing discomfort. Having calmed down, she admitted to herself that she constantly replayed the moment with Riggs in her head. Wanting to forget everything, Isabel remembered that the boy had brought her a book before, but not exactly the one she gave him to read. The new one was about broken beds. Thinking that if she used the knowledge she had acquired, she could, only immediately interrupting those thoughts. She didn't want to imagine this with Riggs, wondering mentally why he had even mentioned the beds, since he was already standing looking at her. Seeing how she tossed in bed with anger, he even liked it, smiling awkwardly and blushing. As if warning her that he was here, Riggs said she might suffocate if she kept sleeping like that. Isabel, without getting up from the blanket, asked him how his wound was, while he sat down on the bed, and said it wasn't all gone anymore. Only the girl didn't believe him. Then he explained that when she shows him affection and attention, he immediately gets better. But if she doesn't believe, she can check it personally. Noticing her hand reaching for him, the boy chuckled slightly as he looked. Realizing she couldn't reach it, he gently took her hand and placed it on the wound. Sitting under the blanket, she felt the spot, noticing it was now soft, smooth, and elastic. without even believing that everything was truly in order. Out of shame, Isabel just wrapped herself tighter in the blanket, wishing the boy good night. After turning off the light, Riggs didn't go to sleep on the sofa, as usual, but sat on the free half of the bed, which the girl also felt. Not understanding, she asked without getting up if he really wasn't going to the sofa, while the boy said his wound still hurt a little, and that he would sleep here. Isabel then jumped up, reminding him that he had said something completely different recently. That everything was over for him now. However, looking at her, Riggs didn't even say anything, looking at her innocently, asking her to stay like that. Indignant, she turned around, prepared to lie down and said, well, after all, Duke Cardiego's castle is hers, and he can do whatever he wants. Then, the boy honestly said it wasn't about possession, because it was her lips that allowed him to lie there. Isabel lay awkwardly on her side, aware of his words, blushing slightly, wondering mentally why she felt uncomfortable around him now. In a bold move, she quietly asked him if he knew what it was like to be comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. To which the boy asked in response if it was the same when one was hot and cold. Isabel turned to him, looking at him and telling him that this was exactly how she felt at the moment. Without understanding why, she wondered if there were things in that room that held memories of her mother, who comforted her as a child, knowing she would take anything her mother had touched to feel like she had found her roots again. Then, in the library, she had nothing to answer Royhan's words to, because if Riggs hadn't been in her life, she would have immediately gone somewhere convenient, ending up in an endless mire. She managed to resist temptation and continue loving her husband. Looking at the boy, she really used to think she wouldn't find a place to put down those roots. But now she is in his quiet refuge. As she fell asleep, Riggs gently stroked her hair and smoothed it away from her face. The boy looked at her affectionately, enjoying her face, gently withdrawing his hand. As soon as he got out of bed, he had already dressed, preparing to leave, leaving her alone in bed. Riggs approached Royan and extracted his own soul and understanding from his body. Looking at the blinders, he separately called Keel, who ran to him with great pleasure. Sensing the soul and something nourishing for himself, he asked the boy to read the memories of the Duke of Fieldsburg, allowing him to caress them after reading. Holding them in his hand, with shining eyes, Keel took the ball which were memories, rejoicing at the resolution. In the man's name, he told Riggs that he saw him showing his sister a strange key. That seemed related to the Fieldsburg Palace, forcing her to return. Her reaction was to yell at him to stop talking nonsense, looking nervous since she had a sad expression on her face since he showed her the key. The guy had to restrain himself, looking at the sleeping man, wanting to finish him off here. But it was unknown what precautions he had prepared in case his life was in danger. Addressing the blinders, he wished that Isabel would never find out about the previous empress, nor the incestuous marriage they leaned towards. They said that the monarchs would reach eternal darkness as long as he remained tense. Riggs raised his head and wished that someday Isabel would only have beautiful dreams. When Isis wakes up from her sleep, people who have contracted evil will also regain their senses. This is what happened. That's why the goddess looked out the window then. She was full of people, while other people were convinced they wouldn't have health problems. In view of the recent events, they have established a rather tight schedule of meetings on the race-align issue. In the end, everyone agreed that help should be provided at the state level, praising and applauding Isabel. At the conclusion, a dinner was held to lighten the discussion about all these topics. Isabel looked at Roy Hunt, noticing he looked depressed, although this was predictable after what happened. Taking the cutlery, she mentally realized that it was a pitiful sight to cut the meat on her plate. Only now did she wonder why Jan Rieselin bored her with his gaze so intensely. Seeing that the Duchess felt his gaze, Jan said he thought the meeting would drag on due to the schedule. But it flew by in an instant that it was already the last dinner. The girl sincerely thanked him for coming to her Cardiego estate, while he told her that the visit to the duchy was important to him. His gaze changed slightly as he talked about seeing hope here. Isabel felt this and tensed slightly, not understanding what it could mean. He continued, as if nothing had happened, that His Excellency, the Duke, recognized the importance of the issue of corruption and the demonic beasts, and that he would soon pay a visit to the Risalan estate. In such a subtle way, he invited her to his estate to help clear his lands, to which the girl awkwardly replied that it was difficult for her to make a decision now. Sensing that he saw she hadn't stopped looking at him, Isabel awkwardly joked that he was looking at her as if there was something wrong with the stake. As if there was something wrong with it. Changing the subject, the boy simply said he was fascinated by her when he saw her up close, while the girl invited him to taste the steak himself. Without waiting for Count Riesling to take a piece, he took the meat and tasted it. The boy's gaze only changed more when Isabel ate a piece, as if expecting something, mentally admiring its taste. Everything had a slightly spicy taste, which she definitely liked. There was truly dirt in the steak, which Yang especially added, now sitting at the table with sly pleasure because he is capable of cleaning. He especially collected this poison from a mutated beast and added it to the food to see the reaction. He was now eager to see the manifestations of her hidden power, smiling wickedly. Eager to see her now, standing on the balcony with Keel, Isabel watched with satisfaction as the carriages drove away, and happily said that the meeting was finally over. The boy was surprised that the Duke of Philsburg was the first to leave, even though the Emperor was not in such bad shape. Which surprised the girl, who could see how much life expectancy a person had left. As well as her noticing that he had grown, so Keel felt flattered and told her that it is important to control his life expectancy and stop immediately because now is not the time. Moreover, today he decided to try a different role, specifically that of Cupid. Then he honestly asked the girl what kind of man she saw her brother as. Isabel felt a little embarrassed by this question, but, as if with interest, clarified if he meant what kind of man Riggs was to her. Putting her hand on her chest, she remained silent. Trying to understand, only the last kiss immediately came to mind. She replied that he is the person who excites her heart, to which Keel only continued to ask if he is that great for her. Only Isabel awkwardly returned to the road and proposed talking about the Fieldsburg crew, which already outraged the boy, because he saw no point in talking about people who would soon die. Proposing to talk about Riggs. The girl was now worried about how they would die soon, while Keel thought that the Duke had not told him under any circumstances to tell her. Scratching his head, he innocently said it was nothing, because everyone will die when the time comes. In the Fieldsburg carriage, the servant warned Royhin that in a while they would open the door, and that perhaps he would shake a little. Although he was glad that he was leaving the Cardiego duchy, Isabel irritated him because, being a direct descendant, she refused to simply give birth to his son, the future emperor. He remembered that talking about Duke Cardiego's past had not earned him trust. But when he talked about her mother, he could see the doubt in her eyes. His thoughts were immediately interrupted by a strong jolt of the carriage, unexpectedly falling onto another seat. Grabbing himself, he irritably asked what was going on there, trying to get up, and returned to his seat. In his own office, Riggs wrote something on a piece of paper with a pen, so the carriage horses went wild and ran faster. As soon as, angrily, he put an end to this, the carriage overturned, causing Royhin to fall, lying on the ground and trembling. Getting up, he realized with a cry that the sticks that had fallen from the broken carriage had torn out one of his eyes. Only Rix, as if from the side, smiled wickedly, and with satisfaction enjoying the suffering of the Duke of Fieldsburg. The next day, the couple was already walking calmly through the streets of their garden, enjoying the pleasant weather. Isabel was especially happy, because lately there had been so much noise that the resulting calm seemed like a strange calm to her. But pleasant. Rix interrupted her thoughts, winking that if she wanted to see, she only had to say so. Lifting the collar of his shirt. Blushing, the girl asked him if he really thought she was that depraved, while the boy simply smiled wickedly. Moving away from him, hugging his elbow, Isabel mentally admitted to herself that it wasn't enough for her to simply watch now. Moreover, after that incident in the bathroom, the boy started sleeping with her every day. When Riggs distracted her, telling her that if he left, they wouldn't be able to see each other for a month. The girl then asked him if he wasn't going with him to the Rieselin family, to which he rudely replied that it was too dangerous, and that it was better for her to remain under security supervision. As he walked further, Riggs asked her if she was offended, to which she, a little further ahead, honestly said that she was very upset because while he was working, she would be resting in the castle. Here, Isabel honestly thought that the final goal of fighting the monsters in the Rieselin family lands is to raise the morale of the southern subjects. And their support will be of great use, as he wants to take the emperor's place. After remembering for a minute that she was invited, the girl firmly said she would go with him. While Rix, without even realizing it, asked again. Taking his hands, she firmly said that she could help with cleaning up the filth. Because if there was a skirmish, she could clean them up if the animals corrupted Riggs with their poison. Realizing that he had almost won, Isabel put on innocent puppy eyes and asked him to let her go with him. The last sentence was that she was, after all, Riggs' wife, asking permission to help him, to which he only became embarrassed, in silence. Giving up, the boy lowered his head as if by force and agreed. Then the girl slyly noticed that when she took Riggs' hands and looked him in the eyes like that, he seemed to obediently fulfill all her requests. Keel the butler watched them and noticed that the Duke had once again succumbed to the beauty of his lover, with which the boy could not help but agree, because the girl was his only weakness. Isis walked through the palace corridors, mentally noting that her mind was clearing as soon as everyone who betrayed the name of her deity left here. Opening the door for the girl, the goddess wondered if today she should show Isabel Pegasus and the crystal carriage. She, looking back, clearly did not expect to meet Isis until the goddess, looking back, asked her if she was really going on a trip somewhere. The Duchess did not hide that, in an hour, she and Rix would go to the lands of the Rieselin family, which made Isis happy, because now is a good time to feel happy and take a carriage ride. After learning that the trip would take an hour, the girl clearly hinted that she would go with her, which made Isabel a little uncomfortable. Once a decision was made, she said that Mrs. Isis would have to stay because her body had not fully recovered, and corruption ravaged the property of the Rieselin family. Riggs approached from behind, noticing that in the carriage there was space only for him and the girl, which is why the goddess looked at him again. The boy approached Isabel and asked why she had packed pillows and blankets, while she confusingly explained that they would have to sleep somehow. Despite the explanation that there was probably a guest room on the Rieselin estate, the girl clarified that they still needed to get there and that they could sleep on the way. Riggs awkwardly explained that this was only possible in those novels she had read, which is why both now felt some discomfort and blushed. Turning around, he remembered that he had forgotten to pick up something, not wanting to give this job to the blinders, but to see it with his own eyes when leaving the corridor. The boy looked at the girl tenderly, now understanding her awkwardness. From behind, Isis recalled his presence, calling him the unfaithful master of Cardiego, directly asking him what he was going to do with Isabel until she could watch over her. Turning back to look at her, he approached and slyly replied that he might do something bad to her. The goddess immediately imagined him worried in the form of a snake that was strangling her chick, named the girl. Looking at her in horror, abruptly realizing his intentions, she screamed and called him lecherous, reminding him that she had already warned him. And that's why rumors appeared about his virility, that after this Isabel would stay home. Rix was immediately surrounded by black magic, because he abruptly clung to those rumors that tensed the goddess Isis. After all, angrily, he directly asked her if she had really spread those rumors about him. Only no one answered, because they were facing each other, shining with their gazes, so even those around them saw the fire of their anger. At the Raiselin estate, Yang and his servants were preparing to meet the Cardiego family walking in the garden. One of them announced that the couple had already arrived here, until the Count, without looking back, ordered Iris to be brought. The maids, quickly and obediently, brought a beautifully dressed girl to the garden. Her sister. Only the boy clearly didn't care about all the beauty that was created just to receive guests. Looking at her sadly, Iris dared not raise her head, lowering her gaze. Only feeling his gaze and pressure, moving closer to her face, although he praised how the jewels suited her. Yang had one goal, to say that help had arrived for them in the person of the Duke, and that they must not be caught. Demanding not even to look at the basement, Yang, lifting his sister's chin towards himself. He ordered her to answer, to which with tears in her eyes, the girl replied that she had heard his words. He roughly and seriously demanded that she not disappoint him, to which Iris, bowing her head and trembling, promised to do everything he told her. Then the boy asked the butler if everything was finished with the preparations. Because everything should look perfect, while he answered affirmatively, Yang carefully plucked a flower from the bush, saying that cleaning is not spring, and that it is so easy to get dirty that even flowers as white as snow turn red as blood at dawn. Recently, bringing the white flowers close to his face, he was pleasantly surprised by the aroma and praised it. He said they were now waiting for a very important person to them, who was Isabel, who was traveling in the carriage. In the carriage, during the journey, the girl looked out the window as the sun set, and remembered that she had heard that the journey to the ducal castle of Riesland took about 2 days, feeling the energy of evil here. Nearby, especially the tension, added to the feeling of the poisonous energy of His Highness Cardiego's power, which was present both in the first encounter with the demonic animal and with Royhin. The girl immediately thought of the ring and the pendant, wondering mentally if Riggs knew about all this. Having made a decision, Isabel turned to him, looking at him and gently calling him, noticing that he was in a slightly bad mood. The boy's gaze seemed to her as if he was ready to kill several people in that second. Slightly tense, worried about his condition, she distracted the Duke by asking if everything was all right and if he was getting dizzy. To which he, looking at her with a smile, replied that everything was fine. Only Isabel's concern did not disappear, directly asking what bothered him. While the boy mentally understood that he could not say a word, he discovered that he was sharpening his sword the whole time to give a lesson to the insolent one who was spreading bad rumors about him, because it turned out to be the goddess whom his fiancé serves. Riggs abruptly turned towards her, looking at the pendant on her chest, glad that the goddess was not accompanying them on the trip. For Isabel, only this necklace reminded her of the goddess's presence, but it also made her happy to be able to use divine power. The girl felt a little forced by his gaze, looking away and saying that while they were on the road, she would like to hear something about him, and that she didn't care at all if it was a childhood story or thoughts that weighed on her last time. Riggs just turned towards the window, which made her feel as if he was pretending not to hear her, which outraged her. A little angry, Isabel noticed that the boy knew everything about her, because it was very unfair that he had secrets from her. Noting that friends do not behave this way, for he corrected her by telling her that they were spouses. Embarrassed and without looking at her again, the Duke said he had already told her what he had tried so hard to hide. The girl joked by asking if he was talking about wetting a blanket when she was 10 years old, or about Duke Cardiego. Rick turned around and explained that he meant he saw her as a woman. Isabel was a little confused by both the words and the boy's gaze, looking at him a little bewildered. Turning her head, she asked him to tell her everything else, also reminding him that he himself had said they were spouses. In a slightly threatening manner, she clenched her hand into a fist, looking at him and reminding him that they even kissed on the lips. And friends do not do that. The Duke was distracted by a whistle outside, immediately recognizing that it belonged to Kiel, who decided to go with them. Isabel, once she made a decision, asked what interested him most now. That is, the true nature of the pendant that Royhin had and the ring. Riggs awkwardly scratched his head and said that the former contained the soul of his deceased uncle, and that he didn't know at all how it ended up with the Duke of Philsburg. Then the boy fell silent, which outraged her because he only answered one, clarifying if he had said everything. Grabbing Rix by the face, pulling him closer to her, she asked, slightly annoyed, that his mention of the kiss meant the answer to just one question for him. Scolding him because the boy had become too insidious, she asked about his childhood. How the carriage began to stop. Having said that they had arrived at the first stop, the Duke quickly flew out of the carriage a second later, running into the depths of the forest. Having run further towards the river, Riggs finally stopped. He sank to the ground and breathed briefly to calm down. Thinking about revealing a secret every time their lips touched, he began to imagine what would happen then. Only the Duke realized that in an hour, Isabel could get everything out of him, even turn his soul upside down. When a crunch was heard behind him. Bending over, the boy began to wash his face with cold river water, thinking it was her who made the crunch, giving no indication that he heard it. From the direction he came from, a slimy tentacle extended and touched his shoulder. But the guy didn't sense danger, thinking it was Isabel's wet hand touching him. Quickly realizing it wasn't the girl's hand, Riggs, with a sharp blow, split the tentacle into several parts, shaking himself off. Demonic animals, poisoned with filth, approached him from the thicket with shining eyes. He stood in front of them, clearly ready for battle, but without attacking first, clearly not wanting to harm them. In the camp that the blinders had set up for the night, Keel sat with Isabel and asked her if she had never made a fire without eating that food. Although she awkwardly admitted that this was the case, she still enjoyed the marshmallows cooked over the fire. There was only anxiety in her heart, because Riggs had rushed off at a dizzying speed a long time ago, and still hadn't returned. Because of this, the girl never heard the story about the ring, remembering that the boy constantly avoided answering. After thinking about it, Isabel wondered if that object could be somehow related to Riggs' parents, and got a little annoyed. Then a great idea struck her, turning to Keel, asking him that no one knew the Duke better than him. To which he replied that this was so, because he himself served him longer than others. Adjusting his hat, he asked her if her reaper was really that magnificent, which already alerted the boy, asking her to give him compliments, as he was not a child. Only he agreed to answer with great interest to the question, asking her what interested her. Isabel asked him if he knew Rick's parents, wanting to know what kind of people they were, since Keel said he had heard of them before. Those words already baffled her, asking him what he was talking about, while the boy immediately corrected himself, saying that he probably doesn't remember well now. Immediately, with his sharp premonition, Keel stood up, calling his sister, while all the blinders stood up, standing guard before the Duchess, who looked at them bewilderedly. Only a second later, a demonic owl flew over her, eager to grab the girl with its talons. Yelling loudly at her to watch her head, Keel swung his scythe, destroying the dangerous animal that was among them. Isabel managed to sit up. Only the beast's blood and feathers fell on her, staining her, making the blinders tensely fear the wrath of their master. The girl, realizing what happened, told herself mentally that the demonic animals were attacking her again. The blinders continued to form a safe circle and fight off all approaching animals. Despite their determination, each realized they would be killed because the remains of the monster's corpse fell onto Isabel. While the Duchess dried and tidied her appearance, Isabel hurried to help her. The lady eagerly wanted to clean the girl, saying that a large amount of evil energy concentrated in the animals' bodies. Just by looking at Isabel, it was absolutely clear, as she herself started to smile. And thank Lizzie for her concern, but she was fine. Looking at the girl, Elizabeth mentally couldn't believe she was absolutely pure, wondering if she really managed to use purification magic in such a short time. Lady Chelist wondered that even with the cleaning magic from the Philsburg Temple, it would take more than a week to clean something that was initially corrupt, not realizing then who the Duchess was. Isabel also saw her gaze and called out again asking what it was, while she was surprised, and said it was nothing, just glad she wasn't hurt. Elizabeth took the napkin anyway and said that usually upon contact with a demonic beast, victims develop burns or poisoning symptoms. While the girls chatted, the animals didn't retreat and Riggs caught one of them and wanted to attack them. Slightly irritated, he walked towards them. His gaze was stern and serious. Only this did not stop Isabel. She was incredibly happy to see him and ran towards him with a smile. The boy quickly softened, stroking the girl's cheek, asking her if she was okay. and if she was injured, to which she happily said that everything was fine because Keel and the knights were protecting her. Still, he noticed the corpse of a demonic beast on her, and his eyes instantly changed. Without looking back, the Duke asked if his wife had really been touched by the remains of an infected animal, to which they only looked at their master fearfully. After having looked at them, wanting to know what they were doing at that moment, Isabel herself understood everything from his gaze. Wanting to relax the boy, she told him that everything was fine, she just needed to swim and change clothes, to which he agreed and asked her to wait while he cleaned up. The two girls headed towards the river when Isabel placed a ball in the water, which the Duchess observed with interest. A moment later, the ball turned into a kind of pool, where the water was very different from the rivers, so it was suitable for swimming. Seeing Isabel's admiration, the lady explained that the Duke took it, because with the help of this ball you can enjoy any body of water as if in a warm bath, without worrying about the depth of the water. The girl was the first to enter the water, and told Lizzie it was very hot, as it was necessary for that weather. After taking a dip, the Duchess became more comfortable and honestly admitted that she felt a little drunk. Looking around, she remembered that the atmosphere here was very similar to what it was then in the valley, because here she even had the feeling that she had drunk a little. Warmly remembering that this was her first intoxication, when she drank everything indiscriminately until she had such a hangover that fainting spells appeared. Wondering what she was talking about with the children, Lizzie distracted her and straightened the hat in her hands. It was meant for the head after washing her hair. First, she put it on the mistress and asked her to help wash her hair too. Isabel did not refuse. She took a large, dense piece of wood, gathered water, and poured it over Lady Cheel's head as she washed. They spent a pleasant time bathing, already wrapped in dry clothes, and with towels, they set off back to the camp smiling. Already sitting in the carriage, the Duchess worried about the gap in her head when she drank for the first time, trying to close the topic in her own head, which didn't work out well. Then Riggs called the carriage asking permission to enter, and upon hearing him, looked at the girl, glad to have arrived on time. Taking the towel off his shoulders, the boy said that before going to bed he must dry his hair thoroughly. Otherwise he could catch a cold, drying it gently himself. As Isabel looked at him, he smiled gently. His eyes showed love and care that he displayed. Suddenly, the memory returned to her of how the boy told her he didn't want to live like a tool. Why did he lock it in a ring so that he never had to remember the past? She especially remembered that Riggs later apologized and asked that this conversation not take place, which surprised her. Suddenly, something struck her in the head, causing the boy to ask worriedly if everything was all right, and if she felt dizzy. However, Isabel was still mentally in that moment, remembering what happened then, thinking that they were talking about Riggs' parents at that moment, recalling how the water gurgled and how the stars scattered in the sky. She clearly remembered the sweet taste of wine from the boy's lips. Looking at the shocked boy, the Duke suddenly felt uncomfortable when she looked at him like that. Covering her mouth with her hands, the girl couldn't believe what it was then. She just blushed more and more. Riggs didn't understand what it was. He made a guess and asked if she was really thinking about something vulgar again. Isabel said no and wanted to make sure, looking down and asking when their first kiss was. Before she could finish the question, the boy said it happened this month, in the bathroom, with which she couldn't help but agree. Taking the girl's hand in his, he asked what was wrong, but she changed the subject and asked if it was time to go to bed yet. Moving close to her face, Riggs asked if she was here and together, to which she awkwardly replied yes. Looking away, the boy quickly and willingly made himself comfortable to lie down with her in the carriage seats, looking at her crown, hugging her, while Isabel just blushed more. He relaxed her and gently kissed the top of her head, wishing her good night. The girl settled a little higher, now facing his face, mentally thinking that a moment she didn't know was playing a role. Looking at Riggs' sleeping face, she realized that no matter how hard she tried to remember everything, she couldn't concentrate like now, at Wilsburg Castle, the butler awkwardly knocked on Royhan's door, warning him that the doctor had been summoned to the palace to see his imperial majesty. Therefore, the night would have to wait, to which he irritably got out of bed, mentally cursing Duke Cardiego. He knew this was his doing, most likely for a private meeting with Isabel in the office. Cursing him again, but getting out of bed and heading for his cloak. Starting to check his pockets, Royan nervously checked everything again, refusing to believe something was missing. However, with horror, he had to admit, dropping the cloak, that neither the brooch nor the ring was in place. Having furiously broken the cup, the Lord now cursed Buies Cardiego, believing it was he who had used him to get the ring. Hatred filled his face, because if he had been on his side, then he would not have faced that humiliation in the office. Now Royan was literally irritated by everything, first shouting about Cardiego's own murder, then demanding a doctor, cursing that they seemed intent on killing him. After some time, dissatisfied people finally came to him and examined his condition. One mentally cursed His Majesty for asking them, who were in charge of his treatment, to take care of the health of the one who was the son of the side line. The person next to him did not hide his irritation, asking the man to think about his position. That the fact that he once represented the family does not mean that he became its head. Which the former also picked up, asking him to put aside his anger and simply relax. Royan got out of bed and checked with discontent that he had never considered himself the head of the family. Then the first doctor asked him to rest, repeating over and over, because Kira would take care of the demonic beasts in the Razalin domain. This name immediately irritated the knight, but he himself said he would obey and rest for a while. In the carriage, Cardiego Rix tried to distract Isabel by asking her to look out the window. However, she was lost in her thoughts, because no matter how much she forced her memory last night, in the end, she couldn't remember anything. The boy looked her in the eyes, which is why only then did she look back out the window, avoiding his gaze, which disconcerted him. Through the window, the Razalon residence was already visible, which the girl also noticed. Remembering with admiration that this family, using the power of heaven, is considered the greatest among the forces of the goddess Isis. She had heard that the people of Razalin had great arrogance and pride because they worshipped the power of the heavens. And they also said that they did not like the Cardiego family because they used the power of the underworld. Isabel looked out the window, awkwardly greeting the people as they whispered among themselves. She told the Duke that, despite his helpful answer, she did not feel that the atmosphere here was very welcoming. Riggs did not deny this feeling and pointed out that, as far as the people were concerned, this was really not something they should be careful about. Soon their carriage arrived at the gates of the Rieselin estate, leaving them without the help of the people who were greeting them. Only when they arrived, there were only 3 people on the stairs, one of whom could barely stand. Isabel looked at this a bit surprised, because normally, when the Duke of one of the 3 great families pays a visit, it is customary for a person of the highest rank to come out and personally greet the guest. Standing in one place, the girl was also tense due to the absence of at least one knight nearby. As those 3 people walked slowly towards them, barely limping, the one in the center, making a slight bow, said that it was a great honor for them to welcome him. The Dukes of Cardiego, because they had traveled a long way, apologizing for not having given them a proper welcome. Only Rix immediately spoke up, asking where Rieslin himself was while his appearance seemed a little grim. Bowing again, they said that the Lord had received a message about corruption and demonic beasts in his territory, so he hurried there, but the problem had taken on a huge scale. So he had to mobilize all the knights of the castle, apologizing again for what happened. Bowing, they asked for forgiveness, but Duke Cardiego was not moved and only asked where they should stay, to which the men asked to follow them. Upon arriving at the room, Isabel was immediately delighted with the beauty reigning here, because everything was done with freshness and care. Sitting on the bed, she instantly determined that it was made of marble, and that such beds were particularly durable, and immediately blushed at her thoughts. Scolding herself for the thoughts that came at the wrong time, the girl began to look towards the window, trying to distract herself. At that moment, Yang Rieselin and his knights were working to capture all the demonic beasts. Having created a special cage, one of the knights reported that they were all successfully caught, while the count tried to calm his breathing. Relation. Another knight asked if it seemed to the others that everyone was looking at the same spot. Ian felt the same way, so he looked in the same direction as them, finding out they were looking at his castle. He then wondered mentally what was in the castle that the demonic beasts might be coveting. Remembering that it was that woman in the basement or Iris, he immediately dismissed these thoughts because both had been in the castle for several days. So the animals only started looking in that direction. Immediately, another man ran towards them, saying that a message had arrived that carriages from the Cardiego Duchy had arrived at the castle. Not seeing the guy's face, the servant awkwardly called the master again to make sure he had received the information. Smirking slyly, Ian said with satisfaction that it was very good news, without turning towards the knights. Isabel, after finding some free time, decided to take a walk in the park near the Riesland castle. Feeling that the celestial energy here would be stronger than the demonic one. Earlier, the blinders wholeheartedly apologized for not being able to go with the girl, while she assured them that she would only walk a little and return. Then the girl thought about them, about how they would spend difficult times in this land, wondering if there was any way to improve the situation. Immediately, the twin towers caught her attention, so close they were visible. Something she had never dreamed of before. She had only seen this building on postcards, but now she glimpsed the silhouette of a man in the window. Isabel didn't even have time to notice how he immediately disappeared, leaving only questions. She knew that the tower was only used in special situations, such as during military operations. But now it was empty. Immediately, she thought then that silhouette could be a sign, becoming tense. However, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a guest who arrived to her and noticed that she had gone for a walk. Isabel immediately recognized Duke Raiselin, who sincerely apologized for not being able to meet her in person because he was busy hunting. She assured the boy that there was nothing to apologize for, because now she simply decided to look around. Glad she liked everything, Ian asked if she could consider the girl's visit a positive answer to his previous proposal. Isabel immediately remembered the moment when, during dinner, he invited her to come to his land too. Only now she was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why the boy's words sounded like a personal request. Not wanting to answer the question, the girl noticed that he had a wound, suggesting that he first receive proper treatment after the house. Add that taking care of your body is an absolute priority, having already admitted that it is better to avoid answering. Isabel bowed to him and told him she would let him. She turned around and walked away. While taking care of her, Ian realized that she had come here for the sake of her husband. Why would she do something for that? He had already decided to go his own way, and slyly realized that sincere women were easy to handle. Without even having time to take a couple of steps towards himself, he was immediately enveloped in black magic, mentally feeling Cardiego's energy in her. Riggs himself immediately came and said he sincerely hoped Duke Rieselin would not express personal requests to his wife, thinking that he didn't need to explain the reason. The boy was very irritated by the encounter with him, looking at him sideways and as if pronouncing his title through clenched teeth. Riggs mockingly suggested that they skip the grand greeting because there was no time for it now. The hospitality shown by the owner of Raiselin, who is in that tower, is enough for him. In addition to having announced that the punitive detachment sent from Vilsburg will arrive tomorrow morning, and they will be able to exchange all greetings together. Mentally, Yang cursed the boy, pointing out that even if the official head of the family is Iris, he cannot fail to know that he is the only real owner here. He then harshly decided to recall the argument about the Duke's marriage to Iris. How Riggs interrupted him by saying that he did not know such a story, because his uncle was the only one of Cardiego who wanted this marriage. But he was already dead. However, Duke Cardiego already decided to reply that if the marriage had taken place at that time, Jan Rieselin would now be the owner of the estate. So why is he not surprised by this old story about the marriage? Riggs also added that he should not be bothered by this, even if the current head of the family marries the head of another family, which slightly slows down the pace. Continuing that, even after becoming the head of the Raislin family, the Duke will be nothing more than a formal scarecrow, which clearly hurt him. Without answering anything, he looked at the back of the departing Cardiego, who with such words clearly intended to win this verbal skirmish. Only Ian immediately reminded him and asked, as out of pure interest, why the Duchess did not use the Cardiego ring as an engagement ring. This question made Rick stop, staring fixedly at the guy who clearly expected such a reaction. Tensely waiting, enveloping himself in the magic of the underworld due to anger, he suggested that Duke Rieselin should not cross the line for his own interests. Being left alone, Jan remembered that Royhan had told him that he had lost his left eye on the way back to Vilsburg. He also mentioned that he used some mysterious power to meet Isabel one-on-one. So the boy thought this was the work of Duke Cardiego. Although there are many rumors about it, Efrix could not be called such a demanding person. Although lately, his behavior has only been irritable and nervous. And now Jean Raiselin wondered if Isabel herself knew about this abnormal obsession of her husband. At dusk, Iris was sitting on the floor of a dark corridor while blue butterflies flew around her. Lifting her head, she realized that her god had given a prophecy stating that, when this punitive expedition ended, 2 would be on the verge of death and 1 would die. In her own room, Isabel tested a way to protect the blinders, asking Lizzie how she felt now. To which the lady noted with admiration how the discomfort caused by Rislin's celestial power had completely disappeared. The Duchess was very happy about this and offered to collect it tomorrow for other people who needed that shield. But mentally, she knew that everything would work out. She remembered how Saint Mary said that the power of the earth is a mediator between heaven and hell. As the blinders thanked her for alleviating their problem, the girl simply smiled, mentally realizing that if she protected everyone with earthly power, no one would have to come into direct contact with celestial power. Upon leaving the room, Elizabeth thanked her again, because now she could sleep peacefully. As she awkwardly bid her good night, the only thing that stopped Lady Cellist was asking her how her husband felt that discomfort, of which she was truly no longer sure, knowing that His Highness was incredibly strong. Before she could finish her guess, Riggs was already standing outside the room beckoning the girl. Saying that he also felt very uncomfortable, he asked for help, to which the Duchess approached him and awkwardly agreed. Just by looking at his face, she couldn't figure out why the boy was in such a bad mood. Isabel gently touched the boy's face and called him by his name tenderly, only he did not react in any way. So she mentally understood that he was upset about something and wanted to know now what happened. Remembering Lizzie, she asked her to return to her place and rest, to which the lady obediently agreed. Bowing as she left. Already in his room, the girl tested her magic on the boy, a little annoyed that nothing worked. Observing how the magic left the Duke, she sadly noticed that the power of the earth was still rejected, and that the resistance only increased even more. So Riggs placed his palm on himself, suggesting she try direct contact, which disconcerted her a bit. Concentrating well, she even exclaimed happily that everything worked out, observing a small shield on the boy's hand. Smiling, she suggested he use this method, although it might be a bit awkward for him. But she didn't even think of refusing. The only thing that bothered Isabella a little now was that the protective film had only formed on the part of the body where she touched. Asking if it was because Riggs was too strong. Starting to touch the boy, she took the opportunity to ask him if something was wrong. Because the boy was quite sad, while he awkwardly asked if it was really that noticeable. Looking her in the eyes, Riggs admitted that he was worried now, which worried the girl, and asked him why. Sitting on Isabel's shoulder, the Duke admitted that while she was out all day, he only thought about her and how she felt. As he apologized for leaving her alone, the girl felt even more embarrassed by the boy's words. Blushing, gently lifting him off her, she tried to reassure him, conveying to him that she was fine, and that he didn't have to worry so much about her, suggesting he continue with what he had started. Touching his chest, she looked up awkwardly, feeling the boy looking at her. Feeling that the situation was somehow strange, Isabel looked down, blushing especially awkwardly, and realized that she needed to carefully examine his entire body. Noticing how the girl was blushing, Riggs awkwardly looked away, blushing himself. Swallowing, her eyes suddenly looked towards the boy's pelvis, without having any idea what to do there. Here the Duke distracted her a little, telling her that he remembered a story about a price and attempt to make his son immortal. Isabel immediately remembered this story, as her sister once told her that when the fairy learned that immersion in the river makes a person immortal. She submerged her son in the water. Only the river water did not touch the heel the fairy held him by. Then the son was wounded by an arrow in the heel and died, because it became his weak spot. To which the girl sincerely asked him why he remembered this story. Gently pressing his hand against him, Riggs said that he did not want to die like the son of that fairy. And he asked her to examine his body as carefully as possible. Blushing awkwardly, the girl promised that she would make sure his body had not a single weak spot. As soon as Isabel began to create a protective whip, going lower and lower along the boy's body. He only became more embarrassed and breathed with difficulty, closing his eyes. She herself couldn't help but notice this, looking at him awkwardly, gently touching his leg to leave the magic. Before she had time to touch him, with a sharp movement, she found herself on the sofa, where Riggs was holding her hand, hovering over her. She looked at the boy in surprise when he said that every time she puts that expression on his face, he is sure what she is thinking. As he continued, he noticed that she had no idea how he felt when she acted like that. Leaning closer to Isabel's face, the boy asked her if he was really leading her so carelessly, deliberately pretending not to know that he saw her as a woman, to which she only looked at him embarrassed. Moving closer to her, the girl only awkwardly called him by his name, blushing, not knowing what she wanted to do. Asking him to stop was rather late, as Riggs gently bit her behind the ear, as she clung slightly to his back. After letting her go, the boy began to gently stroke her hand behind her ear, saying that this is how he felt every time she touched him. He felt it from the beginning, until now, and will continue to experience the same feelings. Isabel reminded him that he couldn't do what she wanted and gave him a hard headbutt in the face. Stroking his face in pain, Riggs himself awkwardly admitted that he was a little crazy. The girl abruptly left the room, closed the door, and pressed herself against it, trying to catch her breath. The maids met her in the hallway and immediately asked if everything was all right, and if something bothered her. Isabel understood that she couldn't say she felt strange because her husband had bitten her ear, because that would put him in a bad situation. After all, they were spouses, rolling until they sat on the floor. Despite her anger at the fact that her fawn was so skilled in such matters, she awkwardly and shamefully realized that she liked it. The next day, while walking down the hall for a meeting, Riggs asked Keel if the punitive squad had arrived without incident, to which he replied yes, but he didn't believe that anything from the ground forces could be called a detachment. The boy continued that then it was necessary to give them a proper welcome, since two opposing families were called, but Rieselin showed up for a second time. They didn't want to greet anyone, while the boy watched Isabel, noticing her excitement. Riggs turned to her and asked directly if she was nervous, which he didn't actually expect. Having lowered her gaze, the girl honestly admitted it was a bit, because she was uncomfortable with the idea of having to face Royhan. She felt disgusted by his actions, but the boy quickly put her at ease. He said he hadn't even arrived, which surprised her, and she asked why, if he was the head of the side line of Philsburg. Then the Duke already looked at her with satisfaction, saying that even the head can do nothing if he gets sick. And he is already sick. From behind, Keel added that Roykin wouldn't have been able to come even if he hadn't been sick, because that's how it was announced at the last meeting, especially since he doesn't have the strength to subjugate the demonic beast, losing consciousness even from a blow from a small amount of dirt. These words from the boys quickly calmed Isabel, so she went to the meeting more relaxed. Riggs then suggested that after the greeting she rest a bit, and he could join a little later. when the meeting about the punitive forces strategy was over, which the Duchess had already refused. Because, as planned, she was going to a tea party organized by the head of the Rieselin family. Worried that it would be difficult for her, she assured the boy that everything was fine. When Elizabeth shouted behind them, causing them both to look back. Excited, the girl asked what happened, while the lady said she definitely needed to tell her something. Lizzie explained that Isabel should know that she should show the face of an evil tiger instead of the innocent face. And soft like a rabbit's. Slightly blushing, she didn't quite understand what kind of rabbit face she was talking about, while Keel watched this conversation with some laughter. Lady Chelist continued that, although the Cardiego clan holds a leading position, we must not forget that the military power of the Rieselin and the Filsberg is among the best in the empire. Given that the situation is different from the last noble meeting, in the next part of the welcome, Isabel will definitely face an intense psychological struggle. Every person from the main families had their own psychological beast, which was felt with just one look. Elizabeth continued by saying that if she shouted, she would be treated as a person without an inner core. Because it would be good if a girl learned to threaten another person with just one look. She demonstrated this to the Duchess herself, showing how her gaze immediately turned into that of a threatening tiger. Trying to repeat it, her gaze was a bit awkward, which reminded everyone of a bunny. Elizabeth began to press slightly, demanding a more evil look, which was already slightly achieved while the boys in the background watched this. Keel noticed that when a girl gets angry, she is not scary at all, to which the Duke said he simply knows nothing. Not worrying about it at all, explaining to the boy that sometimes the worst are infinitely clear eyes. And a radiant smile, which Keel did not notice. Riggs himself looked at Isabel and admitted that she didn't look like a tiger at all, but rather like a bunny that woke up from hibernation too early and pouted. This look from the Duke made Keel uncomfortable, because his gaze reminded more of vulgarity. Here, in the welcome hall, Iris herself came out to the people, introducing herself as the head of the Rieselin family. Apologizing that due to an unfortunate incident, the welcome reception was delayed. Riggs expressed his regret and promised to do everything possible to normalize the situation, to which she thanked him with a bow. Isabel observed this from the side, noting that the atmosphere was very tense. Both tried to contain their facial expressions as much as possible and use short and dry phrases. Suddenly, from the silence, a somewhat childish voice of gratitude for the welcome was heard, saying that the palace intended for them was a complete delight. It was the young commander of the punitive squad from the Filsberg family, Kira Filsberg, who, due to the silence, felt uncomfortable, as if she had made a mistake somewhere. One of the knights began to whisper to her that they had already talked about similar situations where formalities needed to be observed, and hide emotions, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Turning to him, she asked if she should change her tone of voice to appear more dignified. While the knight awkwardly said she was late, Isabel looked in her direction from the side, surprised that her appearance was completely different from Royhan's. However, she was in no hurry to draw conclusions without recognizing her inside. Now the girl was interested to know if the commander knew that the blood of the Fieldsburg ran in her veins, and that everything she saw and heard would be reported to her family. Although she had come here to help Riggs, she could not forget about her body while grasping the goddess's necklace in her hand. Now Isabel was more concerned about the gaze of the head of the family, Rieselin, who was examining her closely. However, as soon as she looked back, Iris turned away, leaving the question of what that look meant unanswered. After the greeting, the girl and Elizabeth were already heading to the tea party. Behind them, Kira was calling and shouting at the top of her lungs, inviting them all to go together. Waving her hand. Stopping, Isabel immediately said she thought she was busy due to a meeting about the strategy of the punitive forces, to which the commander awkwardly admitted that she was still too young and why Robin was replacing her. Immediately, the girl suggested that the Duchess simply meet her by name, starting to shower her with compliments about her beauty, which made her blush slightly. Noticing that she was in a good mood, the girl asked the reason, to which she awkwardly turned away. And said it was a secret. Only, unable to hold back for long, she whispered to Isabel that they say this punitive expedition descended from the direct line of the Filsbergs, whose birth was hidden. Looking at the girl, the Duchess tensed slightly, but also relaxed, so she didn't know that it was about her. However, this did not inspire confidence in her commander, while Kira cheerfully continued that she had probably already met and seen this descendant. As if looking at her, she asked if the girl could also know the name of this roof. Being incredibly inspired, Kira enthusiastically told the girls that they say at the Imperial Conference that man used blue butterflies for purification, and that they are a symbol of Isis. She just looked at Isabel with great interest, suggesting that she had seen this man. The Duchess awkwardly admitted what had happened, answering mentally that she sees this man in the mirror every day. Kira said with great admiration that she envied her greatly, because they say that the descendant of the Fieldsburg is distinguished by incomparable beauty, which Elizabeth confirmed was true, embarrassing the girl. Then the army commander began to ask Lizzie about this man, while Isabel mentally admitted to herself that she didn't see the features of acting and conspiracy in the girl who looked like a puppy. The only thing that interested her was why Rajan didn't tell Kira his identity. Then the girl realized that if all the Fieldsburg knew about her existence, the first thing they would do would be to dedicate her to the Emperor and not to Rajan. It turns out the man wanted to prevent her from becoming a candidate for the role of Empress under the Emperor. Isabel exhaled and concluded that Rajan was simply a disgusting person. Then Kira distracted her thoughts, telling her pitifully that she wanted to hear a little more of Sir Royhan's story. But that, this time, he was stingy with words. She also awkwardly added that he was very hurt. Why didn't he say more, which surprised Isabel? Addressing the commander, she asked what had happened and why it happened. To which the girl replied that Roykin had an accident on his way back. He was seriously injured. And he lost an eye. He injured his eye because a corn stalk flew into it, causing the girl some discomfort. As Kira recounted more and more details of that strange accident, neither Isabel nor Elizabeth ever doubted that this was Rick's work. Although the boy went a little too far, the girl was in no way angry, and said with slight sarcasm that she felt sorry for the Duke of Filsberg. Already at the tea party, Iris told the guests that she felt relieved that the punitive forces had arrived, just as she was beginning to feel invaded by anxiety, due to the strange behavior of the demonic beasts. Isabel herself assured that they would do everything possible, no matter what, and Kira immediately accepted, and cheerfully told them that she ranks second among the representatives in terms of the amount of divine power. Furthermore, the girl noticed that there was a secret weapon in the palace, a hidden representative of the direct line of the Fieldsburg family. The people around looked a little angry at the girl's table, especially the young commander. She looked at those around her with bewilderment, worrying if she had said something wrong. Iris calmly raised her cup, confirming that many people felt relieved that Duchess Cardiego had joined the punitive forces. Kira realized this and asked why she suddenly started talking about the Duchess, while Isabel herself was a little nervous. Then, suddenly the commander noticed that these girls had the same hair color and eyes. However, before she could start, Kira's attention was drawn by Elizabeth's cough directed at her. She used her tiger gaze, literally terrifying the girl with just one look. Isabel, looking at this from the side, smiled awkwardly and picked up her teacup. After a while, Iris asked for a short break because she needed to step away for a moment to clear her mind. Caring for her, the Duchess noticed that she was too pale and asked if she was really feeling unwell. Then someone's whispers rushed towards the Duchess, where they discussed that her hair was whiter than Miss Iris's. They noticed a necklace on her and discussed whether they were tears of Isis. Elizabeth also heard this whisper, looking angrily at the other ladies who were in the room, wanting to know who was talking about Isabel behind her back. Immediately, the conversation turned to Riggs, where the girls wondered how he could marry her when he had problems with his lower body. They also spoke ill of the coincidence that the Duchess resembles the head of the family. Iris, who was once mentioned as Duke Cartiego's fiancée. Isabel could not stand such a discussion behind her back and approached the ladies, which obviously frightened them all very much. Smiling at them, the girl simply said that she could not stand her husband being talked about without her participation. Therefore, the Duchess, smiling affectionately, asked if the ladies would mind if she also listened to their conversation. Among the bushes, in front of the window where they were having tea, sat Keel and Riggs without giving any sign of their presence. The window clearly showed Isabel smiling in a circle of women who had recently been talking about her. And the boy. Looking at her, Keel realized the innocent smile the Duke was talking about, while giving him a kick to breathe. The boy didn't understand why Riggs was being so dramatic with him because they saw the girl mention her husband, which made the boy feel embarrassed. Although he didn't know exactly what the conversation was, the Duke was sure that those were the words. Blushing even more, thinking that Isabel was seriously angry when someone started talking about him. Only the conversation was suddenly interrupted by a slightly disgusting sound of nausea turning in that direction. Iris was standing near the tree, looking sickly and clearly feeling unwell. The boy just looked at her and quickly realized that this was because the girl still needed to create celestial power that Yang would use. As night approached, he stood on the balcony, looking at the sky, which was all dotted with stars. Noticing how the moon began to shine brighter when Isabel appeared in Rieselin. Iris was very annoyed that the girl could completely replace her existence, feeling that she would soon be thrown overboard. With her hands crossed in front of her, the girl began to pray to the goddess that she no longer wanted to be unhappy, asking her to let her defeat the Duchess. She added, remembering her brother, who sat and looked at Isabel's photo so that she couldn't replace her.